that one really just winning yet. And speaking out Messiah, it's just a back and forth. With only 2 left alive now, they have no choice but to push on to C. Kaplan's gonna rotate around, wait for that final push, take down 17 into a double kill, no less. That's a double kill from Kaplan, right off of an ace from the last game. Kaplan is on an absolute heater this tournament.
Man, I mean, the
spike is down, and now you have to get it back. This is a horrible position for PGT. They've lost full control of the spike. Their win conditions gone other than murder, and murder's going the other way. Dargey's able to find Kaplan, and now it's gonna be a defender win. Wow, how can you be so silly with the spike? They just gave it up like it was nothing, and they well, they lied, but
going by Doobie. Finds one. Dimes ultimate, not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Last going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
He gets the ace and wins the round, brings him to 11.
Grab exactly where he is. Messiah drops directly into the face of Sage and ignores Sage completely. Sage, she's dead. But anyways, that's gonna be really bad for PGT, going for the same place 5 times in a row.
Mel?
Clutch it out.
Mel?
A 4K? Mel, can you do it? 76 health and a dream, 3 bullets in hand. It's gonna be a back and forth cowboy bebop style. Only one can come out alive here, and a single breath will take down Zeems if he makes the wrong move. But that's not gonna stop Mel looking around, having that bomb down already. Someone's gonna go for that defuse, or you're gonna get a 4K, and there you go, an ace coming out from Mel. That's what you want to see in the Grand Championships.
You could not have written it any better.
All on A. Sort of, kind of, because there's still 2 members in C who are simply not in a position to help out here.
Yeah, it's a very interesting play. I guess they're going to try and come for the flank, but it's going to be up to Itachi to hold this one down, and that's not going to last very long as Felipe drops both of them real quick. Now they're going to
We get the next drop. We said it was defensive favor, but let's see how the defense fares. With Messiah already down, it's looking more and more grim.
This has historically been a worser site for PGT because they don't go here. But no, it looks like no matter what on the attack, you don't mess with PGT. Felipe's on a triple heater right now. Not able to find the last 2 hiding in screens. We've seen Fluffy and Kaplan in the same spot, but never mind a quad. Can this be ace number 2?
Found one.
For the series. Come on.
They know he's there. Give him the ace. No. And to support the jet rushing on in, but the spike is not down as of yet. But Sword comes on the back side. But his immediate headshot on Poppy. See. But there is a lockdown used well to force him off the side out into garage. As trades come out back and forth, Zine gets Felipe. Both GPs used to make it out pretty much safely from Messiah. It's a good call by him, but they could go for the defuse right now. So I get spotted out. Swat puts the C4, unfortunately, and not the Ghana. Trim is clutching as PGT go to match point.
Beautiful work overall for PGT.
This is really tough, and he's been in a bit of a precarious position because if he were to get spotted out by the opposing opponent picking out from garage, he could be in a tough position. But the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first and then strike quickly. Almost all of Kid falling apart. Spike coming here for the upper short. Striker J gets a triple, but to get a quadra, and there it is. What a way to start a round.
Good lord. Yes.
No, so as you mentioned here, Max, within the question of their economy, try to go ahead and push down in onto C, but it will be cool to stave off. The spike is dropped at the back to pushing through window, get one, but Striker is just destroying.
Wow. I mean, overall, we talked about Striker before, not really showing.
Which AV was as well. And you'll see the immediate rotations from all of AV as well as they completely sniffed and read through this, which will cause the immediate rotation. Look at this fake. This is beautiful for PGT.
Yeah, this is really effective right now. 5M though looking to get the flank, and there you go, headshot. Wham bam, thank you ma'am. It's gonna be Fluffy gone again. He has just not been having a good few rounds themselves. With Neil falling, that's gonna be another strong frag coming out from the KJ side. That's gonna be really good. The man
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The defuse is still going down. Can he find them in time? He can! He's for Kaplan!
The opposing opponent picking up from ground, he could move to position, but the site opens up, and immediately two down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of the kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Strike to Jay gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Shot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get one through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a squad kill.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Pit of Valor. Another week, some new teams, some old teams, and 2 familiar faces bringing you this hot action. It's myself, Seymour, alongside Doctor, and we're here to bring the fires. Is that right, Doctor?
Yes, we're always here. We're lighting our flames and we're burning our stocks. We are getting ready for the action here today, and it's a good one. We are heading back into our normal open tournament bracket style. So for those teams who like that one, you're in for a bit of a treat. We're heading back to it, and that means that every match is going to be do or die. There is no second chances here today. It's either win or you're out.
And, you know, we saw the Swiss bracket last week. It was really good. It provided a lot of excellent matchups towards the later end of the bracket. And even through, we saw some great matchups towards like round 4, round 3. And as a viewer, as a caster, you know, I really enjoyed it, you know, but the teams, they wanted to go back to the regular elimination bracket. So like you said, do or die for today. And, you know, everything about today is about to change up as well, because we're going to be introducing Yoru as well to the competitive scene for Pit of Valor, to basically actually all over competitive Valor, and even in probably the big leagues too, because it's been 2 weeks. So Yoru's going to be in for today. Doctor, do you think that's going to change anything up?
I don't think so. You know, I've been watching some streams lately, and I personally haven't seen him that much. I don't know if he's been properly fleshed out by teams yet, especially when we're heading into the amateur scene. It would be great to see the teams that have practiced it break it out. It's kind of similar to that icebox theory that we've had, where the teams that put in the work, put in the time, are just going to decimate everybody on it. I think Yoru has a very similar flair. He's got, you know, a flash, obviously. He's got some really tricky things with his ultimate and his footsteps. So he has some really good tools. I just don't know if they're practiced is the big thing. If we see it, great. I just don't think we're going to tonight, maybe next week.
Well, I know that for Yoru coming out in his kit, people wanted to have a pop flash, and that's what they got for Yoru. So I wouldn't mind seeing them come out. It'd be a lot trickier to have maybe like a jet with an operator. With that pop flash in hand, you might not expect that push until it's right in front of your eyes, and you cannot even see anything because your eyes are blind from that, including, like you say, those footsteps.
It's a gentle blind.
Yeah, exactly. It's a gentle blind, but also the footsteps could bring a lot of trickery to the process. But I do agree with you that if it's not practiced, it might not be the most practical thing to pull out for these teams, because, I mean, this is a single elim bracket, so you want to take what you're practiced in to the table. You want to take your all to the bracket and hopefully push past with your normally strategized setups for the Pit of Valor. Now, we're not too sure on the map for today right now. I know Ascent is at the bottom, but we're still waiting on those on the teams to choose the map that is at hand. In the meantime, though, I do have something to tell you about. Our Doctor and I both have something to tell you about that you yourself could pick up to make yourself better at playing those video games. It's called Drink Control. And if you go to drinkcontrol.com, it's drinkctrl.com. You pick up some product, you go to the checkout, use code GLG10 at that checkout. And you yourself could be a god like many of these players who come to take the victory podium at the Pit of Valor. Isn't that right, Doctor?
That is correct. We are also running a giveaway, I do believe, with the GLG team. So be able to check that out on our Twitter at GL Gaming Lounges, and be sure to get entered in that. I believe Seymour actually just told you all the steps, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I mean, drink CTRL. Look that up. You know, you go get maybe a shaker cup. Go get yourself some meal replacement supplements. I know personally, I got that Fruity Pebbles and the cookies and cream on the way for myself. And then you go to the checkout, GLG10, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You'll be shooting some heads. You'll be taking names in no time. But for today, you know, we're waiting on these teams to get into it. Finance G versus 4th East State. Coming out there, 2 new teams that are in this bracket. And I know last week we saw a lot of Ascent, a lot of Binds, and we never actually got to see Split, because I don't think it's one of those things that you said about Iceboxes, that it's if they're not practicing it, you might not see it. And those changes,
They were
I'd say those were pretty big, and it was day of Pit of Valor, so I did not expect to see Split in the bracket. But today, you know, if we see Split come in, put on top of the Yoru edition for the competitive scene, we might be seeing an interesting setup for a lot of these new teams that might bring some surprise strategies.
Yeah, I do think split changes overall were healthy for the map. The map before was pretty one-sided, and we saw most teams decide not to go for it for that reason. We've seen it a couple times in like either randomizer tournaments or in best ofs. You know, obviously on a best of 5, you're probably gonna hit it, because I can't imagine you would pick split or pick Icebox over split at this point. But the map very significantly changed, especially around that B site. You love to see it. I have been seeing a lot of tech come out in regards to the map as well. You know, different sage walls, different smoke spots. Some really interesting things have come out of these changes, and it does kind of reevaluate some of the agents and how they can play into these certain situations as well. So you don't necessarily have to run that same triple duelist setup that we've been running for the last couple months now. If you find yourself on split, you can go for that sage and have some really cheeky walls. You can go for the Viper. Even I've seen some really funky things with her, you know, with the wall and the new smoke spots that you can play around with. So lots of one ways. The map is all about one ways right now. But again, practice. Are the teams playing this map? In solo queue, yes. I can't imagine there's as many people dodging split as they dodge Icebox, but are they tournament ready? Are they prepared for these sneaky one ways? Are they prepared potentially for the Yoru on it or the Sage? Like, it all comes down to that. I would love to see Split. It was honestly one of my, not my favorite maps, but I didn't hate playing on it as much as some of the other maps in the pool. So I like watching it. I do like seeing how the teams interact with it. So if we get to see it, great. If we don't, we'll see it soon.
I would take Split over Ascent any day. Any day, Doctor. I will say that I'm pretty heavy on the advocation that Ascent is probably my least favorite map in Valorant right now, and those changes to Split. I mean, Split has drastically improved, in my opinion. I think it is going to shake up this map incredibly. I do expect a lot more teams to play it when they get practice, but right now, you know, it might not be the case. I mean, Sky's been out for how long, and we still haven't seen her in the Pit of Valor, so. Maybe Split just isn't ready.
I think the problem, one of the problems she has, is something I called out before she even released, was all of her utility is breakable. And so like you use it and you don't get the desired effect from it 9 times out of 10. Flashes, great. I've seen tons of great usage from the flashes. It's just the whole rest of the kit kind of falls apart with how fragile everything is, whether it's the jellyfish or the wolf. Not often are they getting their full usage out, unfortunately. And I think that has kind of played into a large factor of why we're not seeing her played a lot, because without that, she's down to a flash and a so-so heal, right? That removes her from the game. She can't shoot while she's healing. She can't flash while she's healing. She just kind of has to, you know, and, you know,
I couldn't say that way any better. What is that? You're gonna do the group heal to all the viewers. You know, everybody out there who doesn't have the energy. Doctor just spared some to you. He just gave you that spirit energy. But either way, you know, definitely agree with you that Sky, you know, incredibly breakable compared to the likes of Yoru, who's coming in here, where you look at, I mean, you can destroy his teleporter, and you can definitely understand the linear style of those fake footsteps. But when you have that pop flash that just comes out of nowhere, when you have that ultimate that can gain so much information on an attack, and even an aggressive defensive hold too. I think Yoru is going to make a bigger splash in the competitive scene than Sky did when she came in. So I'm not expecting Yoru to come in today, but I'm hoping to see Yoru because I think that his the ability to gain information from a hero or from an agent like Yoru is incredible in those on an aggressive defender hold or maybe a slow attacker push.
Yeah, and I think in terms of information, if you're gonna direct to compare, say, Sky to Yoru, you can kind of compare the Wolf to the Ultimate, which isn't a fair comparison, obviously, because you can use the Wolf every single round, and you can only use the Ultimate every so often. But if you're gonna compare them directly, yes, you both control them. Yes, you can run them around both sites. But when it comes to the Wolf, you do have limited visibility, and Sky is just immobile. She just can't move. She's stuck wherever she's using. So if she gets found while in Wolf form, she's just dead. Whereas with your Ultimate, you're in full control. Yes, you can't shoot, but you're still gaining all this information. You're putting yourself into a better position potentially to then get a frag and to not just get melted. So just lots more flexibility with it, because it's almost like going ghost with Reyna, right? Like you can, eat up the orb, go invisible, float around for a little bit, get a little bit of information, and then try and put yourself into a better, more optimal position than you started in.
I couldn't agree more, but I want to get back on track with the game right now because we finally know the map. We've been stalling for a bit, but we finally know the map, Doctor. It is going to be Bind where we're headed, and Bind is definitely interesting where we're coming out with the Yoru topic and even that Reyna. We constantly see a Reyna usually now getting replaced by a Raze on a map like Bind for those paint cans in the chokeholds. It causes just so much spam down lanes. And even putting in the Yoru can provide a better point of entry for an attack outside with that flash, and even switching up through the teleporters. I mean, you can definitely use some trickery when it comes to Yoru on Bind. But it's just a map that I think that there are better agents for it. So I don't really want to see Yoru come out on Binds. Maybe kind of leave that to something like Ascent. Leave it to something that's a little bit more one-sided on an attack, or a little bit more entry kind of frag potential than Bind is, where it's a lot of lurking, a lot of looking for that opening pick, and not so much just a direct kind of pinpoint attack. What are your thoughts on Bind coming in here?
Bind is a great map. Obviously, it's the most played ever. It's the most practiced for pretty much any Valorant player, casual, competitive, Spike Rush. Although Spike Rush, you might play more Ascent than Bind. I'm not actually sure there. But it's just a very solid map. It has lots of mobility. You can do pretty much any strat you want on this map. I do like your point about the duelist of the Raze, Reyna, Yoru potential trinity. And when I think about Yoru specifically to this map, the agent I think he would potentially take the place of would be Phoenix. And when I think about that, I think Phoenix is just better for Bind. You get the molly, you still have the same flash, and you get a wall, which I think when compared to Yoru's ability on this map, I think it's just too good to pass up, because there's so many tight angles you need to clear with potentially the hot hands. And so as we head in, we're going to see exactly what the teams now are deciding to pick up. Whether it is the potential of the triple duelist, whether it is the new one, whether it's the old ones. And so far, we are going to be seeing that Raze that you were talking about comboed with the Reyna.
Exactly. And PGT haven't really locked in too much. Now you start seeing them grab that Jet with the Breach. Interesting to kind of match that Breach with the Killjoy and the Jet right now. I'm incredibly curious in what else they bring to the table, because we're seeing that Brimstone on the opposite side for the smoke, alongside the Sova and the Cypher for information, which I'm not too against. I think that's having a Cypher is going to be really good for locking down the B side of the map for a potential solo hold with that Sova lurking in the back end for his sonar dart. For whatever he needs to do on rotations to get that easy read on the attackers. But when you're looking at the Brimstone on top of that, taking place of what you normally have an Omen in, I'm expecting very static attacks and very methodical strategies coming out from both of these teams with that smoke.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to start seeing a lot more Brimstone again, just because of all the smoke changes that have been coming through. Jets was nerfed, Omens was nerfed, whereas been buffed. It lasts basically forever now, like in a way. I think it's like 15 seconds total is a brim smoke, which is absolutely insane when compared to, say, Jet, who's like 3.25 seconds now. So very big difference between the two of them. Obviously, they're different agents. They're meant to do different things, so it's, you know, definitely intentional. But it is something that you need to think about when you're planning out your team composition. And Omen, this is what we talked about last week, actually, once we were into it. We were thinking that almost entirely because of the smoke changes. And it didn't happen last week. This week, we're already seeing a map with no Omen.
Which, you know, it's just a matter of time before we did see so. I think that teams took a little bit extra time to get more practiced on the Brimstone before applying it to their strategies in the Pit of Valor. So now we do see both of them coming out here. I want to see how it matches up, because we've seen the Brimstone versus the Omen, but we haven't seen the Brimstone versus a Brimstone. So it's definitely going to cause for a little bit more static retakes, static attacks to it. You already see the attack to the A side of the map with heavy aggression from the Brimstone and the Reyna through U-Haul and Showers. And the attackers, they're looking to maybe get this plant down early after the teleport comes from B to A, and a full 5-on-5 retake for this pistol round.
Yep, and they're already going off. Shots being traded back and forth. Molotov going to buy some space there, and it is going to kind of cause a problem for these defending PGTs. That is wildly unfortunate. I don't think that's where they wanted it. They may have been trying to fend off the potential Raze push, but that's a very expensive utility there to be using for that.
Definitely in the midst of the battle, you start seeing 4 E-State pushing, getting pushed back, but double kill from PGT. Down to a 2-on-2 now. One player in U-Haul gonna go down. The defuse is gonna come on board, and the retake is perfect for these defenders. It was a strong attack from 4 E-State, but the smartest thing that they could have done on the side of PGT was wait for that spike to go down, wait for the retake to be a 5-on-5, and then as soon as the smokes of the Brimstone go down, you drop smokes of your own, you force the sight lines into your favor, and you just back up 4 E-State into the sight lines that you want them to be in. So an excellent retake from PGT for a 1-0 lead.
Yeah, I mean, they got a great usage of the frenzies on both sides. It's become such a necessary weapon on these pistol rounds these last couple weeks, and it's been really great to see the teams actually evolve with it and make the best use out of it. It does give PGT the lead. Forest State now has to do something with these pistols, but it's second round. We're not having a lot of, you know, pressure being put onto them. They can play this a lot slower than a previous round and potentially try and talk about what they're going to be doing next round for their gun rounds. You can even see they are taking it quite slow, just trying to get as much information as possible. Hard clearing all of these corners. Panique's all the way there. M5 is going to get the first blood, though.
Yes, a B hit is where we're going to see flash from Crims, but the Brimstone smoke's going to block it off, so nothing there. Spraying through the smoke to try to find any sort of damage. A 4-on-4 now, different from the round last, but still quite similar. Payneck in Haven for PGT, gonna eliminate one angle from this retake. Payneck, though, with the finisher onto Frosted, outside of there, absolutely suffocating this attack from 4 E-State. And the retakes have been so clear-cut off the back of these flashes from the Brimstone of the Breach. And the lurking from players like Payneck, who's now 6-0 with the ultimate in hand. Just excellent teamwork coming out from PGT in the early rounds. I expected them to win out on that second round after taking the pistol. But with the fact that 4 E-State was able to get the spike down on both ends, they're going to have a good chance right here if they win this rifle rounds. You know, if they shut down the bonus from PGT, they might have some good economy going into round number 4.
Yeah, and like you said, they already have that ultimate available for Patank, which already completely popping off. This is exactly what you need from your Jet when you are picking it. Does get beat on the hard push early on, though, so it completely rips him down to a 5v3 already. You can see all 5 members of Forest State just quick running over to the A side, where it is just this one lonely Mariachi waiting to hopefully get a little bit of help.
Reyna gonna push out. Lear's perfect, but still the spray through the loss of a sight. Favoring Mr. Mariachi staying alive with that Spectre. Now, you did have those 2 initial kills from 4th East State. But now, it's down to a 4-on-3. Favoring the attackers with Spike down. But 2 players very low in the push through U-Haul. See if Banana Phone can get this. The flash is going to cause them to back up. The sightline's going to be there. They know he's in there. Finds one. Looks for the second. Crims hits that trade. PGT now only down by 1 player. Not expecting the right side swing. MCAT from Showers. And they shut down this retake. They find that rifle round with only two players lost. So I want to see what their economy looks like. That was an excellent round from 4th East State to bring themselves back in this. Shutting down the bonus, though, was expected.
Yeah, so far it's already looking good start here. They are going to be able to take some weaponry into the next round because they kept 3 members alive. It wasn't a super close fight, so they don't lose too much. They just have to rebuy some armor and a couple rifles, but they're feeling good. They do now have to fight into the PGT fully equipped roster, though, which could be a little bit dangerous as Phoenix not going to hit the shot onto that drone and almost gets fragged by the showstopper, but now the spike's been dropped in the middle of the site.
It's not so much that you expect the Brimstone to be in Showers, but after not getting anything from the showstopper and losing your raise, I guess you could take out that 1-for-1 trade was very well. Darking just barely escaping some damage from that Hellfire. Mariachi finding a second onto the Reyna. Huge picks for this lurking Brimstone, but the attack's now over at the B site where you have M5 on that Killjoy with the backup from Crims against Banana Phone, and now Callum making it only 1.
Yeah, Guardian just has to have that one-shot headshot to be the most effective. Not really going to win out against the regular rifles too often unless you do just hold hard that angle. We are going to see a peek here from Tunnels, potentially catching on to 2 members. They're not checking it just as of yet. He is deep in the box. Is Pringle-tastic shooting in from Hookah. Going to pick up 1. Mariachi going to pick up another one, though. Banana Phone has to survive this molly somehow. You can hear him burning away. The timing, though. Darking's not going to see it. Does get the shot on target, though. Brings it down to 2v1. They're up here in Hookah above the flames. They hear it going down, and it's Mariachi with the 4K.
He's got the time as well. He hits that defuse and coming back into the even rifles. PGT find their tempo once again. I mean, you know, you expect them to lose on that bonus round with the Spectres. I was curious to see how 4th East State matched up against this defending team once it went rifle to rifle. And Mariachi having that aggressive style inside Showers, catching off that raise after the showstopper found nothing. And Frosted lurking on that Reyna was huge, taking out both duelists for 4th East State. So once you got that spike down, you really had no aggression, nothing to shut down those entries right on the spot. So it does look like they are going to take their sights over the A this time, where they are going to meet 3 defenders. But they aren't going to dedicate themselves. It looks like a fast rotate through market to the B side, Doctor.
Yeah, I mean, that one nanoswarm scared the hell out of them, and they're just completely saying, nope, not today. They're all going to rush through this Hookah. Crims is going to have a great position to try and do something here, but he's smoked off. Does need to get a flash through, but it looks like he's charging up that Fracture instead. Oh, he even has a Rolling Thunder. They're going to listen for that plant. Oh, no, Darking. Oh, they just barely get the shots on target. Throws the Shock Dart as well. It doesn't finish up. Meanwhile, the Boomba took out Panique.
And now you got Mr. Mariachi, the 4K, in the last round on site with M5. Brimstone still has 1 smoke as well, so you drop a smoke and you only have to dedicate your sights to either Hookah or Long Gardens. Now, M5 is going to back up just in case that lurk is going to come on through, but that should understand that this attack is going to be onto the site with Pringle finding Mariachi. M5 evens it up for PGT. And you're only down to a Sova versus a Killjoy. The Sova pushing into elbow, expected from M5. Very well paced from this Killjoy. Not too aggressive, not too fast. Slow, methodical plays from these defenders, really forcing 4th East State into the sights. But you can't take away that 4th East State is really bringing it to the nails on a lot of these rounds. I mean, a one-on-one isn't the best thing you want for the economy on PGT if you are a fan of them.
Yeah, I mean, a couple times now we've seen State just be hyper aggressive getting onto the site, and then when they lose their entry fragger, they lose the spike as well, and it really puts them in a really difficult position of having to try and recover that aggressively, and they just can't push through all the time. Great ultimate coming in here, not quite gonna get the frag, but there's barely any HP left there on Killjoy. PGT, they're staying alive, but it's close, it's tight.
Sure is tight. 3-round sponge right now for PGT. Bombs towards A main. Alarm bot should let them know for the Killjoy M5, and then Payneck there as well for the entry through showers. They're gonna expect it. The wide swing with the Lear. Cloudburst doubled up. The Rays still finding it off of the double satchel charge. Spike's gonna be planted. Defenders. PGT gonna burn this lockdown to force the attackers off site. Try to retake some space that they don't have yet. After that 1 second, it's not going to detain anybody. So a 5-on-4 for this retake, favoring 4th East State now. A 5-on-3 after Banana Phone on the shock dart finds M5. But chaos on the site.
They're just getting out-fragged right now. Mr. Mariachi staying alive. Crims goes for the peak, but can't even get one. Here comes Darking, does get one, is found out by that recon dart, though. They still need to get defused through all of this as well. How are you supposed to get 3 kills and a defuse when the bomb is ticking that fast? And the answer is, unfortunately, you can't. So it is going to be finally a second round now in for Forest State, and there's only one remaining member of PGT. Their economy not going to be looking so hot.
I mean, Crims had the right idea with the double flash and the spray transfer from one to the other. Just unfortunate that he didn't kill the first before moving to the second. So it is coming out what I was thinking, Doctor, you know, off of those close rounds that we saw prior. Now, 4th East State finds 1 round win, and you already have a broken buy from PGT compared to the full rifle. So you're looking for some aggression now from these defenders, already set up with the breach and the jet. But the spacing through market, Crim's gonna back them up to find that opening. Now look at all this information they're gaining. They know that it's gonna be a B hit, Doctor.
And they have to try and hold this off with just 2 members and pistols. We're gonna get the Hunter's Fury tagged up as well.
Oh!
M5's gonna get double frags before falling down. Jeez. Callum does trade back, but it's a 3-on-2. All the weaponry is on the ground. They can't quite grab anything for him yet, so they do have to make it work with their shambles. They do have the 1 rifle here onto Darkin, and Pringle Tastic is looking to just keep the flank alive.
Spike is planted. After that double kill from M5, advantage in favor of the retake. Even with Payneck recovering a rifle. Pringle not expected to be an elbow, gets a double, goes for the 3rd, but not able to commit to it. Darky, oh my lord. Look at that anticipation, but Callum is just too big to go up against. I saw it, I didn't know if it was gonna land. And brilliant plays from that Brimstone to hit that lurking molly. Let's see that on the replay if we have that. I don't know if we were able to get that, but definitely huge.
I missed the molly. I thought he had the defuse. Like, I did see, like, this play that we're looking right now where Cypher does get the peek and just gets bolt. I thought they were going to get the triple kill and just be popping off. And then we swap over just before the Molotov is fired too. And that's why we see Brimstone on bind so much. It's just so easy to find yourself that lineup to really just completely deny the defuse because it's such a long molly. There's literally nothing you can do once it's in play other than wait it out. And it does so much damage. Like, even if you want to just try and wait it, it's so much.
It's like the theory crafting of Sova when it first came out, and, you know, finding all those angles, just learning the character was just huge, and that's why he still played most of the time. Showstopper is going to be interrupted by a great usage of the breach utility, but double kill for 4th East State is going to force them onto the site. Darking hoping to get a wide swing on Banana Phone, so he does, just barely getting away from that shock dart. And Payneck on this retake to have a great dynamic push from either side might be able to favor them. replaced from Darking, not able to get through Pringle, left only to Mr. Mariachi now in a 1-on-3. Very low on 2 of those players, but the Rays fully utilized in the health bar. Can he get into this? That is the big question. It would be a big retake, but if he can't find anything soon, I expect him to maybe save this rifle.
Yeah, it's so tough in this position because you have to fight into all of these hard angles. They all have a pretty low HP, so any single shot would have gotten the frag, but you have to be really worried about the trade potential because if somebody swings left and the other swings right, there's really not much you can do about that. And then even if you get those 2 frags, there's still that third angle you need to be wary of, and it could be either from Gardens, it could be from Hookah, it could be from Elbow. You just simply have no idea. So saving the rifle there, I think, is the right play. We're starting to hit a point, though, where PGT might be kind of crippling themselves by buying up around these saved rifles. You can see here that they're really thinking about it. They do want to be in a position to buy full next round, especially now that they've lost 3 in a row. Like, we're seeing the rest of the team kind of fall short now that rifles are involved. I mean, Panek, who started the game 6-1, it hasn't gotten a frag since then. They've had 2 operators, they've had rifles, they've had SMGs. Like they just haven't been able to find anything since.
Well, let's see M5 here. Are they going to anticipate it? Not going to be ready for that Killjoy. And there were 2 people down Fountain, so I was expecting that trade to come out anyways. Pringle's going to be the one to put M5 in the grave. Still very heavy aggression from the Silva of Darking. Stinger in hand. 25 armor. The Reyna, though, going to grab the spike with the brim, rotate back over to the A site where you have Mr. Mariachi waiting a 1-on-3. Pringle going to do his best to bring the information of the cipher known to these players, but Payneck just barely missing out on that cipher, and Darking an opportunity to find this kill in the back is going to do so. But now we're back on the A side. We're watching Mr. Mariachi. He's got that Phantom. He saved it from the last round. Let's see if he can do some damage with it.
He does have people on both sides of him, so he has to be somewhat aware of that. He is sitting in the smoke currently, is throwing out his own smoke again, but does he check left? That's going to be the question. Panek now has the knives out, does get a little bit of a niggle, and they do get the kill onto Frosted's, as well as Mr. Mariachi picking up the kill there onto Ibonaphone, and now it's just the 1 member left. Callum has the ultimate, has no Molotov. It's all down to just, oh, because they already used it. That's why.
He has been lining up those mollies perfectly. Does get Crims, but just in the end, Payneck gets the trade. Plenty of time for that defuse as well because they got it to the halfway mark, Doctor. So it is PGT finding their way back into this, gaining some more confidence back into them off of that broken bite that you were unsure about. Now, I didn't mind it so much knowing that Payneck did have the knives and Mariachi had that saved rifle, but at the same time, I was concerned because of that 3-round loss that you were talking about, that if they lost that, it might disrupt their defense even more for in the mid rounds when PGD has to switch to the attack, because we don't know 4th East State on this Defenders round yet. Defender is a very heavily favored side on a map like Bind, less so than other maps in Valorant, but even still 4th East State with their setup with the Cypher, Brimstone, and Sova, I'm expecting their defense to be a lot more comfortable than PGT's.
Yeah, they are having rifles this time. Their economy is still not amazing. Oh, that's a lot of damage.
Crims, that was unfortunate.
Yeah, Crim's not looking too hot right now. It is still going to force the enemy team away. 4th Estate falling away, making sure to check their flanks. They're popping through the teleporter as well. Look at how far forward Panek is, though. They're deep into this corner. They should expect this since they didn't have any vision, but will the smoke dissipate? It does! And Panek still gets the frag. Can they get a second one? They're forced to tailwind out and can't pull the weapon up fast enough before the second one. But everybody has made the rotation over. It's 3-on-2 now here on the site. Flash out.
Brilliant shots from Pringle too, but now he's so low. Banana Phone is going to help them up. Lockdown on the B site. M5, that was disgusting. Pringle, I know you only had like 1 health, but even still, that is your head gone. Banana Phone on the A site. Sova versus Sova. The Reyna gonna bring themselves in to help them out, but unchecked gets the perfect timing. Reyna still expects it, but shots from Darking are gonna rain true. Gets the triple kill. and PGT go up by 2 now. They're starting to find themselves, but 4th East State, I have to say, the team coordination from 4th East State, it is giving me some good hopes for when they swap sides.
Yeah, I mean, that round really came down to M5 having the lockdown. It completely dissuaded that original double teleport play. Once they got into the hookah position, they were like, wait, we can't really get onto the site and plant because there's somebody here. They're ready for us. They're watching it, and we don't want to get caught up. So it forces them to bend flank back again, and you see 2 great frags coming out from the remaining members of PGT that, had they not gotten them, obviously they'd lose, but it just looked great from them. The Hunter's Fury comes out as well and is tagging up on people. It's even going to get a kill and does get a second onto Banana Phone.
I mean, how many times do you see a Hunter's Fury find 2 kills, Doctor, in a round? Usually it's good for 1. Usually you find the information and dedicate it just to shutting down maybe a defuse or shutting down a plant. But he finds 2 of them in that quick rush from 4th East State to shut them off. Darking, brilliant plays with his ultimate, 13 and 4 as well. It's 3 players with double digits in the kill feed on PGT. So players showing up here, and even still those players at the bottom of the leaderboard, M5 and Crims, doing an excellent job at utilizing their agents to the full potential to allow their duelists to find that opening, to allow their fraggers to find some good aggression. Mariachi, they know he's here. Drops the molly, he's gonna shut it down from anybody taking him out. I thought he was gonna meet his end there, but luckily he didn't for his sake.
Yeah, does use a lot of utility because you'll notice he used the stim beacon onto the other door as well, just to try and make sure that nobody was counter pushing him through even the Molotov. So he is down a lot of utility. Didn't even get the orb, which is still going to be available for 4th Estate, but they do get a little bit of knowledge. They know at least multiple members. I think they would have heard 2 rifles firing off there, so they can make that call out. And look at this. They are trying to counter push in to try and make sure that they can potentially get this again. There is no smoke this time, and so you do see the attacking side just trying to find out what information they have. Oh, wait.
Ooh, Banana Phone forced out of the corner, but not enough for Crims to see him. The breach used the ability, so they have no clue that Mariachi is still there. If they do push into showers, he might be good for a 1-for-1 trade, maybe even 2. Pringles
30 seconds left.
Starting this attack with the Brimstone, with Callum. A main, Darking hasn't spotted that Cypher. Finally gonna see him. Does mean this attack is going to start off. Lear, Mr. Mariachi, double peek, still good for a kill, but that is 1-for-1. That is heavily going to favor PGT.
There's only 10 seconds left, though. They need to get the spike down. Frosted's going to pick up 1 frag, does get the second one, but the spike's on the ground, and there's not enough time left. The last couple of members just have to stay alive. What? There was no time! It still worked, though! It's somehow 4th Estate pick up a 5th round! No shot! No shot!
No shot whatsoever. At all. I cannot believe Frosted did that. That was heroic right there. For that Reyna. That was incredibly big brain BDE from Frosted right there. 5 to 7 is gonna be that half, Doctor, and I mean, definitely was 1 millisecond away from it being 8 to 4 at that half. So 4th East State should definitely be hyping up Frosted after that play.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just baffled. I truly would love to be able to see exactly what the timing on that was, because I have seen some finicky things where 1 second one way goes a different way, but it doesn't really matter at the end of the day because it's 7-5 half. They're pushing on through aggressively. 4th Estate throwing down the smokes, but it is going to be a bit of noise at the A site.
If you do remember the first round of this game, it was a 5-on-5 retake after the A site was successfully planted from 4th East State. Now it is going to be PGT looking to take their attacking round after they found the defenders at the pistol last time. If they can find both pistols, it's going to be huge, possibly even cracking that double digits. But 4th East State, if they grab this pistol round, they'll be back in no time.
Yeah, because then you have to assume they get the second, SMG round as well. I think they've gotten both ultimate orbs already, though, and it looks like they have, and they put them both onto Brimstone there, just trying to get that orbital strike in quickly as possible. Here comes the site take, though. M5, first one on the board, and they're going to set up that turret just to get a little bit extra information, and the Fracture's buying even more time.
30 seconds left.
4th East State down 2 players for this defense. PGT looking to make it even more dark and gonna be good for 2. With the help of that jet pushing through U-Haul, they shut down the retake. PGT find another pistol round here, Doctor, and 2 rounds off of finding that double-digit marker. They should be expected to take the second round, as most teams are after winning that pistol. But if 4th East State, they got a couple kills here. If they buy up, they force into this, they could potentially go 1 for 1 at the beginning of this half, which wouldn't be too bad. You see a judge on either side. Stingers for 4th East State, Inspectors all down for PGT.
Yeah, and, Pinnick might not be able to hit a shot with an operator, but they can definitely hit him with a pistol, just really keeping the team alive here, keeping them in the game. And you can see some really aggressive positioning here from a couple members of 4th Estate. They do fall away, though, because they just don't really have any information. All they saw so far was that boosted up Owl drone.
Frosted, this Reyna. Oh, not expecting the shot through the smoke. Frosted absolutely sat down. Now 3 on 3. Following AMCAT holding down U-Haul with this judge. Going to be spotted. Dropped to 13 health. Spike is going to be planted for these attackers. PGT forces out AMCAT from U-Haul. Puts them at the advantage 3-2. The attacker's looking poised to take the second round. Pringle almost puts it true, makes it an absolute, unless Banana Phone can go huge here with this Stinger. Already good for 1, can he make it 2? Does so. Knows where the next is. Crims is gonna force himself in there, knows the reload is underway. 9th round for PGT. They are absolutely here to win this first round match, Doctor.
Yeah, just taking advantage of that low bullet count of that Stinger, just kind of a mind thing, right? Like you can't obviously count how many shots come through in this thing because it's just so quick, and you have so many other things to think about. But the fact that they fell so far away, you just W key them, barrel stuff them, and just come out ahead, and it wins the round for them as well. And it does put them within 1 of double digits. And now it's rifle round. Now it's go time, and it is up to 4th Estate to really put in the work here. They're going to try and get a little bit of information, but it's definitely a much different play than what they've been seeing so far. I mean, look at where the spike even is compared to everybody on the map.
They're leaving A main open too, so the 2 players coming from shower should have to check that to make sure that there's no aggression from these defenders. The alarm bot should let them know if doing so. This default is going to look good. They have a lot of space taken through long, and the sonar dart from that Sova didn't locate anybody on this attack. So I expect Crims, after that Cypher Cage, to just push out with the breach utility, force them out of elbow, force them even back into the defender's spawn. You have the rotations coming in from these defenders, and if they take too long, it might be a 5-on-5 on the site.
Did I count wrong? There's pistols across the entire defensive team right now, and they didn't buy up. It's 3rd round. They just chose not to buy weaponry. Oh wait, no, because they bought SMGs and stuff the round before. Yes. Math was never my strong suit, Colin. I gotta be honest with you, and I am really showing that right now. They're peeking with pistols. They're getting fried, but MCAT able to pick up 1 along with Frosted's, the 2 carry players of this 4th Estate squad. Only 1 remaining in this 1v3. Oh, they tag him. They get it.
Disgusting. He's gonna get out with the Devour. M5 on 57 health. Mariachi should be able to shut this down even if it goes into a 1-on-1, but then jumping right. I thought they fixed that. M5. I can't believe you just did that to him.
They adjusted it.
Okay, that's a better way of saying it. M5, that was
still
brilliant.
Effective though. Yeah, it still works. Had the sheriff shot hit, would have been donezo. Definitely wouldn't have been given time, but you can get a little finicky in the air sometimes, and you just love to see stuff like that. M5 continuing to frag out, 11-11 on the scoreboard, and they've done so much work for this PGT team just by existing. They might not be at the top of the leaderboard like Darkin, but they have done just as much work.
I have to say, you know, I'll take a jumping right kick classic over jumping deagles any day. Finally, MCAT still not finding the showstopper. I thought that was dead to rights, but Mariachi getting out with 13 health. You do see Frosted find a trade in the midst of the chaos, but even still, that damage onto PGT's Brimstone might pay off for 4th East State in the end of it. Now, it does look like their efforts are going to be taken to the B site. The smokes are going to block off the sight lines for Elbow, allow the players in Hookah to maybe jump out post the Cypher cage. And they might be playing for this retake if they're 4th East State. Off of this, the Rolling Thunder are going to make it so that they cannot push in even longer. And Payneck in the backline in Elbow gives the advantage to PGT.
Yeah, now that you still only have 13 HP on this Brimstone, just set him up with that lineup, with that Molotov. They're pushing forward. Panic goes down, but Crims has the nice little trade. Goes down themselves, though. Frosted looking to carry this back into their favor. But look at this. Mr. Mariachi's setting it up. Doesn't have the Molotov any longer. Does just have that ultimate, the Orbital Strike. But M5 trying to get as much information. Sends out the Orbital Strike. Gets the frag. Only one left alive, and it's just Callum. They still need to get 2 kills. They Molotov Gardens, which they have to jump through it. 33 HP. Jumps on through. Gets the frag.
That's just that BDE that you want to see from that Killjoy. I mean, what else can you do? I mean, you don't want to give up on that lockdown, but you want that 11th round. They had the split from Hookah as well in case M5 wasn't able to find the kill. Maybe he was hoping at the least of it to disrupt that defuse, to give enough time for Mr. Mariachi to hit that rotation into Hookah and find that. But incredible plays from PGT right now to come back from that deficit. I mean, you are literally taking those after you should have been dead from that showstopper. I do not know how Mr. Mariachi lived from that, but I was saying that is detrimental to the play in the long run of that round. Now you're 2 rounds away from taking your round 1 match against 4th East State. Locating that there isn't any aggression outside of showers, so this A hit might be quick, concise, and you might have to force 4th East State off. 4th East State might be hoping just to play for the retake, but you already lost Frosted. You know where Pringle is, and this is just horrible for 4th East State in this round.
Yeah, and here comes the defensive Hunter's Fury as well. Not going to find a whole lot. It's a 5-on-3 situation with the lockdown still available. You might even just drop that now just to make sure you buy as much time as possible. Here comes the Fracture. Crims keeping an eye on Heaven as Darkin just pops off again and ends the round. The round's done. Darkin wins. Give him the trophy and send him to the next map. Panek finishes it up with the judge for the flawless. And it's map point. PGT are coming in hot.
It's map point, and you haven't had to use your lockdown either, Doctor. You have both the lockdown and the Blade Storm, compared to 4th East State only having the Empress on that Reyna. They're going to set up with a 3-player defense on the B side, so heavily stacking this alongside that Cypher and the Brimstone. The Empress, if you can push out, if you can swing wide with this ability, you could be good for 1 entry kill, and that would really stagger out this attack from PGT. You have to find value out of this Empress, or else it is going to be game over.
And the Blade Storm's already paid off. It gets 1 frag. What more can you ask for? You get a second one. You've completely paid for yourself. You're bringing a buddy to the club, and it's all working out. But Frosted's looking to get some damage back, but they jump right in to Mr. Mariachi, putting him down in the band scans, and it is going to be on site. Here comes the spike. Oh, trying to survive. It was the long way around. I don't know why you didn't just go forward, but oh no, this is not looking good for 4th Estate.
I'm going to say, I mean, this is going to be PGT's round. This has to be PGT's round after what they've dedicated to it. You don't have the lockdown anymore, but you still got that Blade Storm. Mr. Mariachi through the smoke. Shuts down the first. Then Molly's going to back up Callum even farther. Give Payneck that 3K. 13-5. no rounds found on defense for 4th East State. I said that their agent comp looked very comfortable for the defensive half, but PGT's aggression off the back of Mr. Mariachi, off the back of Payneck, and that entry from Breach. I mean, how many times in prior Pit of Valors have we said that we do not see enough of Breach? And exactly from what we saw from PGT right there, perfect for the entries, even off the back of those rolling thunders, off the back of the flashes, and their just the utility was beautiful from PGT. That's all I have to say for it. That was incredible.
I mean, yeah, it's something to be said for having 3 flashes that you can use pretty much anywhere and they'll always be effective because you can send them just to the moon and they blind the whole site. Like you can't get that same kind of production with a curveball or a Lear. Like it doesn't quite work the same. So it's a great pick. I'm glad we're seeing more of it, especially on bind where you have all these tight quarters. You can send the fracture down and the sites are small enough that you can hit the whole thing with the rolling thunder. It's great to see. And Panett must have heard me talking ish because they fragged out with a rifle. They didn't need the operator in the second half and they completely took it home, and just all of PGT there coming out strong in the second half, and congratulations to them. They're still alive.
100%. Now the Pit of Valor is going to head to a quick little break as we set up round number 2. Stay tuned for some nice hot Valorant action. We'll be back with some more, and we will be taking this quick little break, so we'll see you in a bit.
Teleports as well. It's gonna be Zine with a triple kill. It's an even 2v.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. You made a monster. You made a monster.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud. And I hear you calling up, yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. Here we are at the Great Lakes Gaming Lounge's Twitch channel for the Pit of Valor Wednesday special event. And I say special event because aren't they all special? Don't they all just have a little bit of shine squeaked onto the end there? I think they do. And the reason I think that is because I am the doctor being joined by Hawk's Nest here on my side. How you doing today, my man?
I'm doing great. I ran home from class. I got on my setup. I'm ready to cast some Valorant. I want to get right into it, man.
Yeah, and speaking of getting right into it, we are going to be having SDK going up against Bad Company Esports. We are going to be heading over to Haven. You can see that down below. And Haven, that's a map that we see a lot of, and it's a good map. It's my favorite map.
Yeah, Haven is a favorite map among casters, players, observers. I think it's just one of the best maps that Valorant has right now. It is so incredible to watch. These teams have come up with some really cool strategies. The agent selections have, started to revolve around the map. And it's just a lot of thought has gone into playing on this map. They're very used to it. They're comfortable on it. They don't have to think about too much. They just get in, they do what they need to do, and they win the rounds.
Yeah, and it's got that triple sight mechanic too, so you can actually do a whole lot of different strategies. That said, we don't really see a lot of B plays, right? Like we see them every now and then. I remember not last week, but the week before, there was a team that ran Sage on this map, and we were questioning it because we were like, Sage is terrible. Why would you pick this agent ever in the history of the current patch? And what they would do is they would just run up mid, wall off one side, jet smoke the other, and then tailwind through and frag out. So it worked. It's not something we've seen since then, but we have seen Haven, and we are seeing Haven, and I don't think we're going to see a Sage, to be honest.
I was going to say that Viper was being hovered, but Jet will get locked in place of that, so we're not going to see them yet either. A couple of picks still to come through from the defenders, just talking it over, I'm sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot to consider these days. We got the Brimstone buff, the Omen nerf, the Jet nerf. Yoru is now available this week as well, so you got to figure out if you want to play around with that in this tournament as well. So definitely some conversation to be had. You can see, though, that we are going to be seeing an Omen on the attacking side, which makes sense.
Yeah, I mean, Omen has a lot of use on this map. Those teleports, you can get up onto places that, no one's really expecting you to be hanging out. The smokes all over the map. There's a lot of places on this map you can smoke off and just completely deny those defending members any vision of you engaging onto that site. So a lot of good use out of the Omen on this one. We'll have to see how they decide to play with it.
Yeah, there's some things that you can do with Omen that you can't do with a lot of other agents. There's also some things that he kind of gets smoked on, so we'll have to see exactly how they play out this time, because you never really know exactly what kind of Omen you're gonna get. This time, though, loaded up, we're onto the map. It is gonna be pistol round first here between BCE and SDK on the attack, and you can see pretty similar. Actually, not even remotely similar. There's one shared agent across these teams. Two.
Yeah.
Sorry. Two.
Usually, we kind of end up seeing somewhat of some similar team compositions coming out from whoever we're watching at the time. But yeah, these teams very, very different agent selection. So I'm assuming some really different some big difference in terms of how they're going to want to play all of these rounds. You have a very engage heavy for the side of SDK, trying to fly in and get those kills. BCE, a lot of utility there for them as well. So it's going to be a balance back and forth. Going to have to see how these players can use their agent to their potential.
Yeah, and you're seeing a very deep spread coming in from SDK on the attack. They haven't overcommitted anywhere just yet. They're trying to get some sort of information, try and force a mistake from BCE in over aggression, but eventually they are going to lose out on the clock. So down to a minute, and they are grouping up at the A site.
Slowly making this push towards, you see Patty and teammate pushing up into that A short. One member there to defend, trying to peek it. Some shots go down. Zack Attack does win that fight, though. Raven sends the dart over top, see what can make him happen with that. Zack Attack still pushing onto the site with Uriel, finding 2 kills, claiming the site as their own.
Yeah, and so now there's the retake attempt going to be coming in. It is a 3-on-5. Spike's still not down yet, though, just now being planted by Patty. So they do have the time still a little bit for BCE. Owl Drone coming in, going to try and find out as much information as possible. Little Smudge, though, kind of caught up here in Heaven, and doesn't exactly have a way out.
Only ways to jump through that window, and not really trying to take that option right now. Waiting for the teammates to come through. The leader goes out. Hunto peeks, not really seeing much. Yeah, finds a couple members down there. Makai will win that one. Smudge finally jumps out only to his death. As Makai and Paddle finish up the kills on that A site.
Yeah, unfortunately for Smudge, Goomba stomping people does not deal damage like in real life. So not going to be able to get out of there with a frag, and it does mean that the pistol round is secured by SDK. They are going to be able to buy up some rifles here. They're going to be feeling pretty good. BCE look like they're probably going to go for that standard save.
A good call. Didn't really have any success there in that last round. No one got a kill. Everyone just kind of got wiped. So save your money for this round. We do see a shorty being picked up by Smudge, trying to make some cheeky play there, but just saving up for now. Hunter going to peek, gets a little bit of information, going to back off. They'll save their life for now.
Yeah, just use this for an information play. Try and figure out what you can do. Had this been a 2-site map, this is something you could really like stack a single site and hope to get cracked with pistols and just, you know, pick up a couple frags and take the weaponry out of the hands as Micah just take down Nova. But because it's Haven, because there's that 3 sites, right? Like you only have a 33% chance of being right if you stack it. And retaking with pistols, less than ideal.
Less than ideal indeed. 2 members, BCE, have fallen so far. SDK onto this A site, gonna drop the spike now. As the rest of the members start this rotate, but yeah, like you said, retaking with pistols gonna be a difficult ask for them. It's never impossible though.
No, definitely not impossible. We have seen it before, but they're into a very similar setup that they had last round, and that turret there looking to get some information, gonna pick up Hunto down to 33 HP. They do have the read on it. Turret comes in, Feud picks up one as Hunto picks up a second. Oh man, this is looking dangerous, but Patty able to pick up 3.
3 kills for them, not too unexpected, as they do have the SMGs there to buff themselves up a little bit with that damage. But we are into the 3rd round, which means BCE able to buy themselves those rifles, looking for the comeback in this round. Still only found 2 kills in that last round, so if you're looking just as KDs, they're definitely a little bit behind right now, but now's their opportunity to break it back up.
Yeah, you can see that the weaponry over on SDK definitely not as good. The way the economy works is you can't really buy on 2 and buy on 3 even if you win, so it can end up being with round 3 being a bit of a gimme. That's a tricky little arrow. Does find a little bit of information as well, but it's just the 1 member, and so they do have to still face the aggression at the A site.
Lack of information is still information. They're guessing no one's over towards that A. Let's make the play towards C. B and Raymond trade kills. Like finds one for themselves as well. Ramen's here.
Ooh, shock dart doing a good bit of damage. I did like that because they were in front of the fear. They didn't Lear, excuse me. They didn't lose sight. They were able to get the frag, and this is the best situation BCE have been in. But Makai keeping this angle tight, gets the frag, and looking to pick up a second one.
Through the flash, able to with the help of Uriel. 1 member left for BCE, trying to hold this defense. Can't quite do it. Zack Attack is there for the final one. 3 in a row now for SDK.
Yeah, and they keep 4 members alive, and they all upgraded to the weaponry that they steal from BCE, so they're going to be able to feel pretty good economically. You can see everybody except Patty is actually above 4K, and that is amazing at this stage of the game because they haven't lost a round, because they've been keeping multiple members alive. They're not coming down into these 1vx clutch situations. They're just fragging out and reaping the benefits.
Absolutely, every single member keeping as much of their utility or their weaponry as they can every single round helps so much. Hunto stuck in this garage waiting for the push. It's going to play this safe, try and peek, get some information, relay that to the team if they can. But a slow start here for SDK on attack.
Yeah, and they're bought up again somewhat, so they do have a bit of a half buy. So they're going to be weaker again, but it's still not a bad situation. If they can get the right read, if they can get the right call and, you know, catch people off guard, then they'll have a great starting point to, you know, bounce off of. But they just don't have a lot of information yet. They're scared of being aggressive. They're playing very reactively.
Have to be careful sometimes when you're not quite sure what's going to be on the other side of that wall. Uriel hanging around that corner. Makai finally pushing into the garage. Absolutely shreds Hunto, but only 3 health left back for their run it back. We'll just walk out, get some information, return back to their former self as Uriel and B trade kills.
Yeah, B had that Bucky. Definitely pretty good to pick up a frag there if you're right-clicking. And yeah, weird little situation there in, you know, Garage Corridor, trading out the Vandal for the Stinger. I think that SDK, or at least Phoenix, thought that they'd bought up because we're into the game now. You should have funds. So, but traded it back out, and now Feud in a bit of a flank spot. It's the only one left alive, so he's going to try and save a rifle, but he's getting flanked even. Oh man, just pain.
Not quite where you wanted that arrow to go, and getting double peeked Uriel from the backside.
I mean, it still pinged Reyna on the site, so I guess it kind of worked. Kind of.
It was intentional. It's not a bug. It happened. You pretend like that was your plan all along, but not quite enough of a plan to grab any frags there at the very end. So BCE down 4 rounds, do have full Vandals and armors in their hands for this round, but so does SDK.
It's not a bug, it's a feature.
Exactly.
So 4 in a row now for SDK. Rifles once again for BCE. So maybe this is their jump off point. Maybe this is when they start getting the kills needed to win the rounds. You can see here once again, very spread from SDK. You can tell they're really feeling their shots right now. They think they have the player per player advantage, and they're not in trade positions whatsoever. If something happens to somebody, no trade potential. They're just dead.
Yeah, there's basically one player in every lane, and feeling themselves for sure as Makai finds one with the hot hands onto the opposing Phoenix, and they got that pick. BCE not really getting those picks that they need on these defensive rounds. They're down to 4 players right now. They're going to have to start to make this rotation away from the left side of the map, but they're kind of slow on it.
Yeah, and I mean, this is just a single man holding the site alone, and you can see they're not even able to get a frag out as Smudge goes down. Looking for that recon dart up high is Zack Attack, but they don't quite know where Sova is. He's on a huge flank. The fight happens, and Ramen comes out ahead. Wait.
2v5 now. As the last 2 members hang out in their spawn, just kind of figuring out if it's worth it to attempt to retake that site. Seems like they're kind of calling it off right now. Maybe going to look for a couple of kills as they leave that A site, but you want to keep these rifles in hands. You haven't found success yet. You don't want to throw them away just for the hopes that the next round, when you half buy, maybe even less than half buy, you find those kills. You want to keep your arsenal up as long as you can. Try and have one of these 2 players find those successes in the next round. Start getting BCE back into the game.
Yeah, and I do like this idea to save. We'll have to see if they can keep both rifles as Uriel going hyper aggressive. They're going to be found, but they'll stay alive. So that is good. You can see that they're not really going to have much to back these up. They are probably going to go with a bit of a half buy here, I imagine. Whereas looking at the economy on the other side, 8,900, 8,700. This is pretty picturesque of what's going on in the world right now. We have the hedge fund bankers going off against the Reddit people. I couldn't really think of how best to describe it, but right now BCE are just, they're hedging their bets and they're losing.
Trying to save what's left of themselves, keep their pockets as full as they can, but definitely struggling to do so. Makai trying to get some wall bangs. Nothing going to be happening there. Recon Bolt will reveal them for now as Hunter's Fury comes through.
Let's tag up a little bit. No frag though, so they just have information for now, and you can see they're again on a bit of a half buy. Sheriffs and Stingers aplenty.
Another slower start here though. Hunter's Fury definitely pushed SDK back for a moment. Now using their own Hunter's Fury, maybe trying to be a bit more successful. Not quite the same amount of damage seems to have done on either side, but Patty's teleport along with the team following them up just absolutely crushed that C site. Now the rotation comes through from BCE once again.
Yeah, they're gonna double molly the entrance here as well. I'm wondering if we're just going to see a save again. I mean, it doesn't look like it as Hunto goes on to Zack Attack before falling. 2 members left stuck here in garage. They're going to hit the camera, and the Paranoia goes through curveball, throwing wide, does get a full flash, and that should be probably the call to retreat. I don't know what BCE can really do in this situation, but they do need to start winning rounds. This should make it 6-0.
Not able to get any kills there at the end. 6-0 indeed for SDK, and I would say they got the 1 kill, great, but if the rounds were closer and the economy was a little bit less of a dramatic difference, it might be more influential. But Zack Attack still able to completely full buy, has enough money to do it twice if he really wanted to. He could drop everything and rebuy a new one. So it's not as important right now. BCE probably should have tried to save their own economy, their own weapons, instead of trying to take them out of the hands of SDK there at the end.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It was just a stinger, but you never know when a stinger's gonna make, you know, a hero play. Maybe they were thinking that they were buying up anyway, so why bother? But you'll notice Little Smudge, the one we watched there at the end of the last round, who with the stinger, is on just a rifle and half armor. So maybe they could have come into with the stinger and potentially full armor and been a bit cheekier with it instead of trying to line up on C long here for the heavy push.
Heavy push going on to A. Makai gonna be burned up a little bit.
They are not going to get a frag there as they are sent back to the beginning. The rest of the team is onto the site though. Zack Attack and Ramen pick up 1 apiece as Nova takes out Uriel. But here comes the orbital strike combined with the attacker's lockdown. They are going to delay that plant just a little bit longer, but it should still be going down pretty freely, I imagine.
3v4, this is the closest we've seen so far, was the spike being planted. BCE trying to make their way onto the site. And that combat stun might help B get a frag here. They know one's down in hell.
They do have to push on through though, and there's a lot of angles here to check. Yes, they know where one person is, but Zack Attack still getting 1 before going down. Now they're pushing on through. Hunto's gonna pick up another one. Ramen, the last member alive, just needs to keep the defuse off the plant, and they cannot. This should be a round now, finally, for BCE.
So the time ticks away, 6 seconds left on the clock. Plenty of time for BCE to claim their first round, and the team shots that came out of Hunto and B there at the end, going around that corner, peeking the same angles, waiting for the member to come up from A short, decimated them, both turned under hell, took out Makai. The team shots made that so clean at the end there from BCE, so hopefully that gets them a little bit of that momentum they needed, and they can start turning that into a couple more round wins here to close the gap before we switch halves.
Yeah, I mean, the best they can hope for right now is a tied half. SDK will have a near infinite number of buys to contend with, so we'll see how BCE can survive that. They do have the run it back popped, and they're already going through. They bust out the turret. Curveball gonna blind themselves up, and they're just simply not finding anybody. Gonna time out in the end there, and just a little bit of information. Little Smudge though, with the stinger, makes it work.
Good play from SDK not to show. They hear the run it back being used, so they say, okay, we're just going to hide out. We don't want to reveal where we're trying to go quite yet, and the lack of information there worked in their favor for now. They were, you know, they did lose the 1 player there over on the long to the stinger, but 4 versus 5 as we slowly creep towards that A site. Couple players playing towards the mid on this B site.
Standing ahead.
Oh man, Little Smudge peeking again once that chain tripwire, excuse me, is broken, and gets another frag. Patty is going to break out onto the B site, but I mean, you have to feel good for Little Smudge though. 2 frags already in a round that was looking pretty grim.
Yeah, definitely picking up the slack right here. B might get a couple free kills. No, they look at that corner as they come around Ramen. 1 step ahead of B there, so it's a 3v3 now. Moving on to the C site, should be in full control for them. Spike should go down momentarily, and it's up to 2 members to hold off this rotation from BCE.
Yeah, Nova, the one who used the run back a little bit earlier, will have to contend with the turret again, who they did best already once this round. They're going to push on into the Nano Swarm, though, as Zack Attack takes them down. 2v3 situation situation now for BCE. A little bit of an HP disparity as well. They're pushing on through each side. Two-prong attack.
Waiting for the smoke to dissipate. Could have the opportunity to get a quick peek. Little smudge up in the garage. Switched over to that Vandal to try and make this play. That peek sees one, but the time's not in their favor. They're going to call this off, try and rotate out, keep their weaponry if they can. Patty not able to find that kill. His food is there. Leaving a 2v2 at the very end. Everyone's going to save their weapons. Just kidding. Little smudge is going to take down Ramen at the very end.
Probably BCE's second most successful round, only to the round that they won. You know, they keep two members alive. They keep the weaponry in their hands. In fact, they upgraded in Little Smudge's case, who went from the Stinger to the Vandal. And they take a ton of weapons out of SDKs. There's only one remaining member alive at the end of the round there. So yes, they had this near infinite amount of money, but they've now won a round, lost a round, won a round. So if BCE can pick up this round again, it might start looking quite painful for SDK to continue buying up in these rounds.
Yeah, once that money stops flowing in steadily after the end of every round, you have to kind of pay attention a little bit more. SDK, they do have a couple rounds left in their bank if they need it, but they're going to have to keep winning these rounds if they want to support themselves for the rest of this half. Zack Attack pushing forward, does find one onto B though. It's a good start for them. Looking for the second, able to grab that one too. Hunto not quite a match for Zack in this one.
That's a little scary to have your spike carrier that far forward as the site opener, but Makai able to pick up one from Garage, and this is not looking good for BCE now. Although things are changing.
Some good teamwork there. The ultimate to come through should reveal the rest of the members. Two on the site, one down on the Wong Smudge. Trying to push through with the teammate looking for the kill. Zack Attack finds one. Smudge is there to trade it out, pushing now for the second. Not quite able to win that one out versus the Knives of Uriel. So SDK still keeping their lead very, very dominantly. 9-1 so far, or 8-1, excuse me.
Yeah, and they didn't lose the operator either. You know, the most expensive weapon they've had all game, that 5k credits. They managed to keep it in their hands thanks to Uriel's, Blade Storm. And like you said, it's 8-1 now. Things are looking insane for SDK on the attacking side. And there's still 3 rounds left in the half. And look at BCE. They really don't have a whole lot. Once again, they're doing what they can with what they got. But SDK have just been in the better position all game.
Yeah, it seems like they're just kind of one step ahead, have the leg up at the start of these rounds. BCE trying to pull it together. Makai might get caught out here. Will get revealed by the tripwire. We're pushing forward. As Dangle's there with a Sheriff to trade them out. Zack finds one as well.
Pushing on through his Little Smudge, though, able to get one before falling. Ramen gonna trade out nicely, but they're trying to fall away from the site. Patty able to take down Hunto, but what more can they get done? They've already lost 2 members on SDK.
2v3. BCE still in control of the A site for now. You see the spike rotating through that A short. Uriel with a beautiful operator shot makes it a 1v3. And with that being said, they decide to rotate away from A. There's no point in giving them the chance. Just going to move to a different site. Try their luck there.
Yeah, they knew that there was still somebody hanging out, so they reckoned that, hey, why even try and risk losing more weapons? We can really just kind of not do that. And so they find themselves all the way under the C site. And because of how far away BCE is, they have to somewhat go near B to check it. You can see them shooting on through, listening, trying to find out if that's where the spike is. They don't hear anything, so they're just rushing on through to C. Teleport coming in.
Finds one onto Ramen, making it a 1v2. It's a little bit better than when this started. Gonna drop some smoke for them to push onto this site with. Time is ticking. They'll hear the operator shot, trying to follow the tracer. Assumes it's down on long in the smoke. Don't want to take the shot, so the defuse starts to come through the dash, the updraft. Patty's gonna figure that one out for themselves. 9-1 now for SDK.
It was a literal duck hunt maneuver there. They were fully prepared to sacrifice Uriel to disaster with that play because they let them go first. Tailwind updraft. It causes so much noise, so much distraction, and you now have to duck hunt them out of the air, and you just get shot in the back. There was nothing you could do. Patty had the angle, and the only shot you have there is if it's a fake defuse and you catch like Jet mid tailwind. That's like the only shot you have there, and you can't be that quick. It's too quick, too fast.
Yeah, it was just great teamwork there. You dash forward, you have the player in garage just ready. As soon as you hit that dash button, you see I'm going, you count it down, peek together. Someone's going to get the trade one way or another, depending on who goes down. It's a really tough situation to be there trying to defuse the spike and getting both kills. It takes some crazy plays to make that one happen.
Nova running it back quite slowly as they do go all the way back to spawn. Ramen's already on the site fragging out. Zack Attack trading nicely. There's still Nova on the back of the site though. They haven't found him just yet. They're going to find him now as he takes out 2, and Zack Attack trying to bring it back, but it's down quickly into a 2v2.
Those 2 kills going over to the side of BCE were crazy impressive there. Makai does find one onto B. Zack Attack, here's the last member, sees them, peeks around the corner, trying to play their life, calling for the teammate to come help. The stun will come through. Food not able to find anything as Makai there for the 10th round for SDK.
10th round in the first half, by the way. As you can see on the screen there, it is going to be the last round before the swap. So this is going to be BCE's last chance in the first half to pick up something. And they're coming in a little worse for wear. Multiple members not going to be on full rifles. Whereas SDK, if they win this round, they're going to be on 11. Then it's up to the pistol. If they win the pistol, they win the game right away. Granted, they have to win the second round, but again, we've talked about economies quite a lot here at GLG, so if you win the pistol, it's not much left to be done.
Yeah, the second round after getting the pistol round is, if you're on the losing side of that pistol round, it's real hard to come back from that. In this round, though, Uriel already finding an opening pick with that operator. They start to push up on this map. It's a 1 player per spike site, I guess, for BCE right now. The camera will spot 1, will spot 2 coming up. The rotation should be coming through very quickly. Makai is already here with the run it back, spraying into smoke, is able to find 1. Zack Attack there to finish out the B. Ultimate comes through to drop them, though.
Okay, making it work. B's getting tagged up by the turret, still going to get one onto Uriel, but it is just down to Feud, who does have to win this 1v3. They don't know exactly where he's... Now, all right, not now they know where he's coming from. Turret doing its job there. Sentry turret doing the sentry eating, and now it's not much to be done. Just wait up the clock and wait for BCE to make the first move.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So throw the Killjoy ultimate down just for good measure. Tries to push up anyway, not going to find that though. Zack Attack gets the final kill in that round, so it's 11-1 at the half. 2 rounds separate SDK from moving on to the next bracket.
It all comes down to this, not literally, because they do still need to win 1 round after this, but if you lose here, it is so tough to win the round after. It's not impossible. I do want to emphasize winning the second round after losing pistol is not impossible. We see it here quite a lot at GLG, but I haven't seen much from BCE to showcase that they would do that.
Yeah, it happened when you're in those very close matches, and one scuffed play from the team that won the previous pistol round. They drop those weapons. The other team is able to grab them and just make work with that. But BCE having a tough time even with a strong arsenal in their hands. Gonna have to make it work on this pistol round. It's their first chance at attack, so maybe they have something up their sleeves that SDK isn't quite expecting. We'll have to wait and see as we get into this round. B starting to push up that A long.
Falls away though. Nova able to pick up the first kill on a Ramen at the B site, and that seems to be the play.
It is clear for now. You can see the rotations coming through from SDK. They're onto the C and B site. The spikes over at B, and they're pushing towards C. Zack Attack's going to win out both of those kills, which is massive. Brings it to a 3v4. The spike goes down onto that B site. The defender's starting to pinch in towards that one as Makai comes from the back. May find this kill. The shots ring true. Flayed falls to that one.
Now it is this 2v3, 1v3, and it's just too much. Patty up top, Patty on bottom, Uriel up top. And it's 12-1 now in favor of SDK, looking to move on here at the GLG Pit of Valley.
All signs are pointing towards them doing so. They're going to be able to buy up for this round. BCE going to make do with what they can. The Bucky comes out with the full armor. Never mind, it's going away. Stingers instead. I really got to stop talking about the buys as they happen immediately because they hear me and they just want me to look stupid, so they switch it, and I don't know, man.
I mean, it's Haven. You got to believe in the Bucky, right? Like, there's so many good spots that you can run it and potentially get, you know, a frag and maybe turn it into some more. We've definitely seen that before, but didn't believe. And look at this. They're just W King. They're just non-stop running on through. Okay, onto the site. They are going to see if Member go down, gets one traded back, but they're not expecting everybody come in the same doorway.
The herd just stomps on through, takes everyone by surprise for now. The spike's already being planted, but Zack Attack is starting to push back at them. It's a 3v2 at this point. The air is spraying through, sees the drone, but that's about it for now.
So 2v3, HP in favor of BCE, I'll say, because they do have that whole extra member camera there to get a little bit of information. I do believe SDK is waiting for the recon dart to come back up. It was on 18 seconds, which is pretty quick. They're busting on through those. Zack Attack gonna go down to Little Smudge. Ramen gets one back. They still need to find two members though, and there's not a lot of time left. B closing it out, and hey, they won the second round.
Yeah, I mean, takes that one blunder. They all rush up that A-long. Patty kind of looked away from A-long at just the wrong second. Gets shot in the back. Makai finds one, but like you said, wasn't expecting the rest of those players to come to the same doorway. And BCE, they take them by surprise, and that's what it takes. Now they are the ones that are up on the weaponry. SDK gonna save this round. Try and hope to make it for the next one. But if BCE win this one as well, we're starting to kind of see them making it work on attack.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if they can do it again. They should get this one. I mean, if they don't get this one, it's just chalked, right? Like, it's full classics coming in from SDK. They're already 1 for 1, and the entirety of BCE are collapsing onto the C site. Poor Ramen into this 1v2. He still gets a frag! Oh, boy.
If you're SDK, trading these 1v1s is exactly what you want. Obviously, getting 2 kills with the pistol is, you know, beautiful, but the 1-for-1s are great. You're evening the numbers out. You're just thinning them out. These team shots with the pistols can sometimes be just as strong as a sub or an AR in this game. So they're starting to push on from this A-long. Smudge finds one, looking for a second. Not quite able to get it. Just going to stay alive for now. And Hunto's there with a double kill. And BCE, they find another one.
Yeah, they're coming back. It is third round though, so what you can see here is SDK are finally back on those rifles, and wasn't quite the same scenario as the first half, but this is its spiciest moment. There's full rifles across each side. You can see Lil Smudge onto the Bulldog still, but hey, it worked out marvelously last time. It can get some really nice shots on target, and if they can just W key it again, they might still have some time left in them. But Uriel's watching here with that operator.
No, we're just W king right onto that B site. We'll peek around the corner, run it back, gets a little bit of information, but that's it for now. As the drone goes in through that garage, Makai tries to spray down that mid.
Drone sees another member, so they now know where 2 members total are. They can make some educated guesstimates about where everybody else might be, but it does seem like they're pretty preoccupied trying to buy as much space here in the main to try and force something out of SDK here.
Drone will reveal one from Ramen, tries to get a couple shots through the wall. Not quite able to.
I do like the cheeky classic trying to wall bang through like half the freaking map there, but not quite gonna work out. Uriel's been holding this angle the entire round.
There's a couple members right back there. If you keep holding it, it might pay off in the very end. You just have to have that patience. It might all pay off as they start to peek. Sees one, not quite able to finish that kill though. So the information goes there on both sides. Food picks up one on Makai. They're pushing towards this B site now.
Yep, they're fully onto the site. Zag Attack's able to pick one. The Molotov comes out, but this is a great place for the lockdown. It's going to eat up the entire B site, and you can see that Uriel's trying to get a little bit forward onto this smoke. There's somebody there waiting for them, but they're hearing lots of noises. They don't quite... Oh, geez, Patty just pushing on through, already onto the spike, and... Oh, shots on target. Zag Attack gets one.
Getting crazy as well. Can't wait to figure out what he does.
Defenders win.
Oh, they didn't even kill everybody. They just defused. Little Sponge is still alive. Does die just at the end there. But 13-3 it is. SDK coming out ahead over BCE. Unfortunately, just not able to pick up the rounds needed there on the defensive half to carry on through into the offensive half.
It's interesting. I was looking at the scores from their previous matches, and they were 13-0 in their last match. Not quite able to replicate that in this one, almost quite the opposite. So you got to wonder what happened there between those maps. Maybe their first map they played was just a breeze for them, and they had a little bit more struggle here, but hopefully they can come back again some other time with a little bit more oomph in their step.
Yeah, and if they do feel so, if they feel they had a good time tonight, they, along with everybody watching here at home, can go ahead and click the Battlefy link down below. Get yourself signed up for next week's Pit of Valley tournament. Those are live already. While you're doing that, why don't you open up another browser? You can type in drinkctrl.com. That is drinkcontrol.com. Pick out your favorite flavor. Go to the checkout site. If you use a little coupon code called GLG10, you can find yourself off with a little bit of a discount there and have some delicious sustenance on your way. Now, Jason, we do still have a ton of Valorant left tonight.
Oh, yes, we do. There is so much more ahead of us. We are just getting things started here. So I hope you guys are ready for the long haul. I mean, we have so many great games coming up, some great teams that are in this tournament again with us tonight, and it's just going to be a banger the whole night, man.
So while you guys sign up for next week's Battlefy and order yourself some nice, delicious drink control, we're going to kick into a short break, and stay tuned because we will be right back.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for me. I've been flying from town to town, from to protect your soul.
Midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Your silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something I need.
Welcome back, you lovely people, to the Pit of Valor once more. I'm replacing Doctor for right now, but I'm joined with Hawksnest, so it's myself, Seymour, alongside Hawksnest. We got SDK returning, but this time Scrub Garden is going up against them. We're going to Ascent this time instead of Haven, so SDK might have a little bit more of a tough run than they did on Haven last map.
Yeah, they're coming off a good win. So, hopefully they can keep that momentum going. The spirits are high. I'm sure in the voice call, they're all chilling right now, having a good time. It's a different map, though. Like you said, Ascent is a completely different place, so you're going to have to switch things up a lot and see if they can make it work on this map as well.
Well, the one thing that I'm looking at for Ascent is the swap between halftime, because we got SDK starting on defense, Scrub Garden starting on attack. So I think that SDK might look for a more aggressive agent build, so that when they do swap to the attacker side, they don't have to rely on a more defender built comp in the second half, in the more later ends of the game, where it might become crucial to have those aggressive agents, maybe the double duelist setup of a Reyna and a Phoenix, or maybe even the Sova to help them get on site, switch the Reyna up for Raze if you want to, and whatever you want, just something a little bit more aggressive to work on rather than building for the defenders, because SDK, they had a great start to the attack on Haven. I mean, they absolutely dominated. We haven't seen too much of their defense. We only got to see 3 rounds of it. So I think this is going to be really telling what this SDK roster has to offer for this game.
I agree. Yeah, like you said, we really didn't see much of their defensive rounds. The ones that they had, they were good from what I could tell, but we don't have too much to look back on and figure out from them. But I also agree with them having a more offensive agent selection, because they've been hitting their shots, right? They don't need to rely on the smokes and the flashes to get those frags. They're just running into people. If they're going to have an aggressive play style, they're able to back up with their shots.
And especially if you're running that Reyna player, I mean, if you're hitting your shots, why not take an agent who basically is built around killing things. It's just a one agent machine that could really take a couple rounds into your own hands. So we are going to see Ascent, the map to play right now. Defenders are going to be SDK. Attackers once again are Scrub Garden. So we do have these rosters setting up. They're going for their agent picks. I do like the Killjoy on Doffy. You know, I think that Killjoy is going to come in handy when you do swap in the second half of it once again. And it is SDK playing for that double duelist, the Phoenix, but instead of a Reyna, a Jet alongside the Omen, which is going to be really good for entering into the sites when they do swap into the second half. So I do like that they're going for the Omen instead of the Brimstone. I think the Omen is going to be a lot better on Ascent rather than having that Brimstone on the site. So I do like both of these builds on either team. It's actually mirrored for either side. It's going to come right down to the gun skill.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I hope you like the builds on either side, because if you like one, you have to like the other. We do have the same. So yeah, it's gonna come down to this gun skill, and from what I've seen from SDK, they're feeling pretty good right now in my eyes. I haven't seen anything of Scrub Garden, but they could come out on the rip and surprise me on these offensive rounds.
We do have the Silva of Ramen from Scrub Garden, or from SDK, playing towards the B side of the map. So using the sonar, you're gonna get the information through A main or B main, and possibly spray through the site if you do have a bullet penetration. But instead, the attackers are going to be setting up towards the A side of the map, Hawks. And the defenders are going to be looking for heavy aggression from trees to mid control. So this is going to be very telling what's going to come out of this pistol round between the fight in the middle of the map.
Toffee going to be here to help peek through the mid onto that catwalk, trying to relay some information to their teammates if they should push on that catwalk or go straight up towards that A pillar side. Looks like they're starting to move that way.
Look at this. We got the double battery. Uriel right across the side. Ghost in one hand, Frenzy on the other. The swing from Makai to help out Uriel as well. Immediately 2 players down from the attackers. Brilliant play from SDK. They're going for this A hit. You already have 1 player to bring it back, but Uriel doing it all right now, dropping the spike as well for the second kill. And they have control of this A site. You're down to your Killjoy. There's nothing really in hand for Scrub Garden right now.
Yeah, spike got dropped as well. Player tried to close that door. Didn't expect Uriel to come flying through it. Spike down on site. Full control given over to SDK. Doffy trying to make something happen. Not quite able to hit those shots. Ramen's Frenzy going to win that one out. SDK take the first round.
And brilliant as well, you know, that aggression from the middle of the map with Uriel and Makai splitting on either side. You know, Uriel unchecked, so the player does not clear the corner. And then having that first kill allows Makai to swing into that, to get that second kill, to back up your Jet and allow them to get back in the site. So very well played from those two, giving them an early advantage in that round, really shutting down that attack before it even starts for Scrub Garden.
Yeah, once you lose those 2 players, there's not too much to do from that side. You were trying to get onto that A site. Your first entry was an absolute failure. You don't really want to try that again. Speaking of trying again, SGK, they're trying to move on to the site. They have some better weaponry in hand. Patty's going to get stunned out, throw the smoke through. Uriel finds the first one with the judge.
And another first pick from Uriel into battery. So the Jet battle going to the SDK right now. Trades on either side, favoring the defenders. Paddle with a 3K cleans up. This site shuts down this second attack from Scrub Garden. Expected after winning the pistol round. So it's just going to move into the next round for a bonus buy, because they only had 2 players die in that round for SDK. So I don't expect them to buy rifles into it. I expect the bonus round to come in with SMGs and Ares on your Silva for that B site. And that Ares might come in handy, because it looks like Battery and the Killjoy are both looking for B main control.
Right here.
Trying to play through that mid. Ramen going to spray down through the wall. Not going to have anything quite yet.
Absolutely slowed this down, Hawks.
Yeah, they're just playing it slow. They want to wait for a little bit of information. They don't want to rush into these sites that hasn't worked for them so far. Doffy going to get caught out by the fire, able to find one. Zac attack there to trade it out. A 4v4 still, as the first kills go down. The Offense trying to rotate through that mid swath, able to drop Uriel. Now it's a 3v4. Gonna heal themselves up with the hot hands and keep the push going as they rotate over towards this garage.
This is what was expected for the B main. As soon as you get a few kills, the rotation comes in hand, but Zack Attack getting a kit pick on the battery, so now you have no space for the B side. So this is gonna have to be early entries from Sporky along with your Phoenix just to break on into it. With a paranoia, with that flash to just get onto the site. The Zack Attack is still gonna be there with the Silva from Defender spawn to shut this down. Double Nanoswarm is going to force Swendo on site. Brilliant headshot to break it open. They should have the plan. The retake will be a 2-on-3.
Recon going out back and forth. Sporky trying to get that plant down. Ramen waiting for the teammate to come through. Try and set up this pinch through the garage. Patty almost there, trying to play it safe, checking these corners. Doesn't want to get caught out before they're able to help their teammate out. Rounding this corner now. Not able to find that kill. Swath is there. Sporky's hanging back, waiting for them to peek. They have an idea that they're got to be stuck back there. You see them picking it out. And it's a 1v3.
SDK, an Ares, a dream. The hope is there as well, but I mean, fortunate enough for SDK, this was only a bonus round. So even if you lose the Ares, you're not really going to be hard pressed about it. Missing a few shots with that Vandal. Swath actually going to drop it. So if you grab this Vandal, get out in time. That is going to be huge for Ramen. And I actually think he's going to get away from this round with this Vandal. So that is like the biggest thing that could come from SDK. You're going to be buying up for a rifle round now at Hawk's Nest, but you don't have to buy one Vandal because of that. And it's going to really save their econ going into it. It's going to allow Ramen to maybe even buy up for a teammate. That is best case scenario from that bomb going off for SDK.
Yeah, player missed a couple shots there, ran out of ammo, tried to re-peek it with the pistol. Some unlucky play right there, but SG on the board now, 2-1. Rifles in hands of every player on the map, only Doffy hanging out with that half armor, not fully protected as everyone else in the game will be, but may not matter too much if they're able to hit those shots. Swash tries to peek around this corner, knows one's behind those boxes, but that's all the information they can gather from now. Just going to back up a little bit, see where they can make a play somewhere else on the map, and Uriel's here trying to hold down this catwalk.
Both of these teams providing pretty good history too for Pit of Valor. I mean, we just saw SDK destroy on Haven. We've seen Scrub Guard and what they have to offer, so this should be close, but ultimately a defender-sided map like Ascent should be going to SDK in the early round. Swath with a good opening, run it back, gonna go for the second, gets the info, but nothing to follow up with that ultimate. In fact, he's absolutely gonna be stuffed back in the elbow of Catwalk, waiting for his team to entry in against Makai.
Doffy picks up a kill on the other side. Petty trying to hang on tree, helps the teammates out, but no kills come through for them. Makai's the only one to grab one. Battery and Sporky just wreaking havoc. Swath is there for the last one. Spike getting planted just for good measure. A little bit of extra credit. Should have gotten down in time.
I'm very glad that Swath didn't ego peek that onto Makai after spotting him with that run it back. He waited for his team to group. And they took trees very efficiently, even after getting paranoid from Paddle. Paddle didn't get anything off of both of those players who were blind, so very, very lucky in the sense for Scrub Garden as well. They even it up 2 apiece. It does look like they've broken the buy for SDK. I see Pistol, a Sheriff in hand of Zack Attack, a Stinger in the hand of Ramen. Spike is going to be a default push for these attackers, as it is going to be Sporky with it in hand at the top mid, and a Blade Storm waiting on the A site for SDK.
Blade Storm may be crucial here. Finding one, going to dash away. 4 kills just went down, 2 on either side. Euro trying to double check this cat, make sure they're not getting flanked by anyone. Still has a couple knives left if need be. The SDK are starting to regroup towards the middle of this map. If they all trail Uriel together, could be disaster for them. As the drone starts to push through the mid, looks like they're going to try and make control of this garage, push towards B, but still have to watch their backs from the mid.
In fact, the 2 players down from this is going to really slow down the attack and very be cautious on the defense. Now Zack Attack, only a Sheriff here. Paranoid in Boathouse. They don't know he's in there. The lockdown from the attackers is going to force Zack Attack into the rifle of Battery. Now you have full site control once again, a 2-on-3 on the B site, and ISG
30 seconds
really
left.
taking hold of this attack. I mean, Ascent, we've seen it plenty of times for the Pit of Valor that Ascent can be an attacker map. But it really comes off that decisiveness that Scrub Garden will bring on this attack, and really following up with that lockdown was huge to force Zack Attack into Battery sightlines. Now Uriel being mained off, he shuts that down. Once again, Ramen against the Worlds, pushing into the site just like last time. He does have a Singer, so a little bit better than the Ares, but Battery won't let him get any picks there. Third round for Scrub Garden. They take the lead for the first time, Hawk's Nest.
Yeah, they tried to have that same defensive pinch there, and it just didn't work out. Scrub Garden kind of predicted it was going to happen, right? They're reading what SDK is doing. They're understanding their setups. I'm sure that's kind of a popular pinch to make, so they're ready and waiting for it. They're not slipping off the nothing. Nothing is coming through the cracks as they're holding these post plan positions. They have every angle locked down. They know where people can come from. They're communicating between each other about what they're seeing, where they're looking, what's going on per player, and it's just allowing them to just firmly grasp these sites once they have control of them.
Firmly grasp it, as Patrick would say.
I'm glad you picked up on that. I was hoping someone would.
Suave. Let's see if he can grasp this defense that Zack Attack is holding. Or will this Killjoy be able to shut down the 4 players that are at hand? Swendo's going to pop the sonar. It is going to force Killjoy to get it up. Suave and Battery both meeting the ends to Makai. Luckily, Swendo finds that trade onto Zack Attack, so it's not totally lackluster for this attack right now, but now you have to worry about the rotations that come out. Uriel with the operator, Makai with his third. You're up to a Sova. Just like Ramen in the last round, Swendo not really having anything going for them. He is going to be pushing into trees where Makai's looking for that 4K. Shut down the Sova. And a tie game once again from SDK's brilliant hold.
Keeping it very, very close between these two teams. Like you mentioned earlier, we've seen both of them have great performance here at GLG in the Pit of Valor, and they're both showing up right now. I mean, going back and forth in these kills, in these rounds, making it a very tight game. Full arsenal for either side here. Uriel still has that operator. No armor for them, but the one-shot kill potential is so strong. Jet's ability to dash away kind of makes it worth it not to have that full armor. Get that operator in hand and make some work with it.
Does look like the attackers once again going to A control, but it was just for the alt orb. So they're going to pick that up, give it to Swath for that run it back. 2 ticks to get that in hand. Defenders going to be split 3-2 with a heavy presence towards defenders spawn. Exactly. Hunter's Fury maybe going to shake things up on the A side of the map, draw some of the defenders over to that half. And so it does. Both players in defender spawn are going to be lacking over towards A, but brilliant pick from Uriel to open up on the Battery once again. The Jet battle going to SDK. Hawk's Nest says this is going to be a full attack from Scrub Garden on the A site.
4 health left on that Jet. 5v4 right now. Everyone's prepping. Swath is going to be the first one to go in. No one to be seen quite yet. Throwing these stuns across. Uriel finds another with that operator from the back. Dashing around, trying to find a third. Can they do it? They can! That's 3 in a row. Doffy and Swendo finally trade them out, though. Picks up their location. Not going to grab that operator just yet. Now decides to pick it up in hand. Watch for that entrance. The plant has gone down. It's a 2v3. The retake coming through. SDK are all grouped up together. Could get each other's trades very easily here.
Pal does go for the TP into market. Makai very fast to take the site. The split push from Makai and Zack Attack off that run it back. Taking the individual one-on-ones and winning their gunfights, which we did see on Haven. I mean, that's one thing we were talking about for SDK, is that everybody has the potential to frag out when they need to. And you're seeing that between Zack Attack and Makai for that retake. Well done from SDK to take the lead right back, 4-3, as it should be for the defenders right now, finding their tempo once again where they lost it after those first 2 initial rounds.
Yeah, such a great break there at the end of that round. I mean, they ran in together, they looked at different places, they found their kills, they almost knew exactly where the players were, and they just found the kills in sync. It was beautiful, and you still had that third member there to back them up just in case one of your other players doesn't win there. You can get that trade. Beautifully played there by SDK, deserving that round win. Now they're at 4-3. Operator in their hands this time. See how much they can make use of it.
But Uriel's been winning out on this battle so many times between Battery. The smoke from your Omen of SDK is going to block off Battery for just now, but it's allowing Makai to get so aggressive off the back of the Sova drone. I don't think they spotted Sporky either, so this might be a little unfortunate, but the timing is still favoring this Phoenix. It's going to be in a fight. Ramen backing him up. Gets shredded from Battery. Now Battery's inside the square. Swendo's going to trade it off. Doffy going down to Uriel. Absolute pandemonium in the middle of the map. But still, it is going to be SDK coming out with the better spacing, considering Battery is all the way pushed up towards Market.
Yeah, still a 3v3. Scrub Garden has their Sova at half health. SDK still pretty healthy, if you ask me. Starting to push up, gather some more information from that mid. Battery's just waiting to see if anyone's going to peek through as the two players push up towards that B garage. And SDK, they're split one player on each site with that jet, trying to watch the middle of the map, see if they can catch anyone out on rotation, but gonna have to start moving quickly here if you are on the attacking side. 24 seconds left. They start to enter onto this B site.
Sonar, not gonna spot Paddle as he is deep into B. Paddle actually gonna find a pick too. Bladestorm up drops in. Sporky finds the kill off, even paranoid, but Paddle able to get that trade. Favoring SDK once again. I'm calling this guy Paddle, but I think I just realized that his name is Patty, so...
Yeah, I was just gonna try and send you a message or something about that.
Yeah.
It is Patty. The I and the L, I mean, they look very similar, right? It's just, there's a tiny little couple pixels there that are not actually the letter, and it's hard to see sometimes. I did it at the very start, too, so I can't say too much about it.
It's just, it's one of those things, you know, that just sometimes, you know, you scrub over that name and it looks like Pat. I mean, two different things is exact, but Patty out here on that Omen. Even in my notes, it says Paddle, so I was absolutely confused there. My mistake. 6 and 3 though. 2 players surviving, one on either side, Scrub Garden and SDK in that past round, but the round going to the defenders by time. As you did say that it was a little bit late to getting onto the site. Did go to the time, 5-3 for SDK. The spike is looking like a 5 hit behind this Bladestorm, behind this Phoenix to the B side of the map.
Gonna throw the paranoia, throw the stuns through. Makai's hot hand might stop this assault, but the Phoenix does get through. Sloth wins out on that one. The Hunter's Fury gonna hit the run it back. That's about it. Doing a couple. Ooh, that's actually a good chunk of damage right there onto multiple members. Patty still trying to hold it down, able to drop Swindle, but Battery's knives are there to stop it. Ramen trades one out with a shock dart of their own. It's a 3v3 now. The spike's being planted. And there it goes.
Nobody gets detained by the lockdown. Zack attack in defender spawn with Ramen right behind. As soon as you dedicate yourself into this, you have to worry about both sides. Lockdown gonna be pushed. Now you're gonna find Swath. Battery takes down Uriel with that Bladestorm. Trades on either half, leave it at a 2-on-2. Both defenders on site. Might be detained as well unless Battery does something about it. Ramen gonna find both kills, shut down this post-plant hold. And the retake is going to be good for 2 players surviving. Zaktak's going to get that defuse, put an extra tick into that ult percentage. And that is brilliant from Ramen to anticipate Battery getting in there. Even if Battery didn't go for that, they would have been detained. That was 100% going to be an SDK round off that lockdown. Brilliant plays from them for the retake.
Yeah, it's so hard to play against that lockdown. I mean, you don't want to just blindly run up and try and chal it, but you can't just sit back because you're going to be detained. There's no possible place you can be on that site anymore. You have to just go for the World Star play, hope it works. Unfortunately, it doesn't. The reaction time a little bit too good out of SDK right there. So they're up 6-3. I mean, this was a close map when we started. SDK starting to pull ahead a little bit by little bit, though. Take it back. Uriel's going to find a nice one right there. Swaz can't get that out point.
Yeah, Uriel's just been so good on this jet. On fire for this team. Information on the Battery is going to know that there is mid control towards SG's positioning. But they don't know that there's 2 of them. Doffy's still unchecked. Gonna toss what looks like a nanoswarm up towards elbow of trees. Uriel's going to be watching that one. Full mid control now for Scrub Garden. As it does look like they're going to be going for a split between Market and B main Hawk's Nest. You're looking at the defenders. You did have one rotate. That is going to be Patty. Close to helping this Silva. Going to go to smoke off that garage. Give Makai a little bit easier of a hold for when they do push on through.
Push starting to come through. It's a 3v4 on this lane. Makai makes it a 3v3, spraying down Rendo Ramen with their own. That push has been halted in its tracks for now. They're still trying to make it over onto that side. Makai's holding it down though with a 3-piece and a flawless defensive round from SDK.
Makai's he's just so good. I mean, that smoke from Patty was so just chef's kiss to allow Makai to do that. But at the end of it, Makai is just on fire right now. 12-7, winning in the duelist battle. You look at Swath, he's only 5-9, so he hasn't had too many run-it-backs either. I think Swath's only had 1 run-it-back compared to Makai's 2, now 3. That's charged in, so you might be seeing this run it back, putting the nail in the coffin for their defense, giving them the 8th round and putting them on the brink of possibly a 9th round with this force buy from Scrub Garden with Deagles and SMGs. Uriel, another op kill to open it up. First blood once again to SDK.
SG, you gotta stop peeking. That Uriel just has everybody's number. Very quick clicks there.
You have to know that he's going to be there, isn't that right? Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely at this point. Zack Attack, though, finds one onto battery as they dash through. Sporky trying to make this push, waiting for the Nano Swarm. Zack Attack falls to Swendo, trading with Swendo, actually. A 1-for-1 there, but just a 4v2 right now. Scrub Garden have to make this retake a miracle if that's going to happen.
They're going to have Heaven control as well as Shree's Flash is going to be good to stop them, but not enough for the challenge. Sporky bringing it a little bit closer to even with the pick onto Makai. Shorty, not good for the kill. The Deagle's gonna shut him down, but Ramen absolutely tearing it up on that retake with that double kill. I thought that Shorty was gonna find that headshot, but a little bit unfortunate.
So close.
Recover the operator for Uriel, who's been on fire with it. But you can't hit shots with everything. I mean, you're going to be on fire with that operator, but the Shorty just a little bit off-centered from that updraft. 11-8 for your Jet, 12-8 for Makai on that Phoenix. Not even double digits on anybody for Scrub Guarding, so they're not having a fun time on this attack.
No, not finding the footing they need to, and majority of these rounds still have a couple to their name, so it's not the worst case scenario for them so far. But last round before the swap, best we're looking at is an 8-4 at this point. Swendo gets stunned up and pushed through. Hunter's Fury comes through as well. Able to find one kill on this Swendo. Can't quite secure the second, but one's better than nothing. SDK up in the man advantage once again. Uriel gonna try and improve that. No, Swamp with a 1-tap to the face. Finally wins out over Uriel's operator. Gotta feel good about that one.
It's about time that Suave stepped up to it. Run it back, gonna be taking some space on the site. You did drop your Sova from that Hunter's Fury, but now Suave doing some damage to Makai at the end of it, only taking him down to half. A 4-on-4 with health advantage completely to Scrub Garden. But look at what they're doing on the minimap. You have market control from Duffy, so that spike is going to rotate through the middle of the map. You are going to be watching it completely with this setup from Scrub Garden. Duffy does find the better of Zack Attack, and Sporky putting the nail on that mid control with Makai going down. This round has turned completely on its head. Now B is going to be a safe place to plant.
Absolutely wide open. Gonna get those long lines of sight with the operator. Swath in the mid, finds the 2-piece for 3 in the round, keeping Scrub Garden alive in this 8-4 at the half.
Now, I did say that I did expect the defenders to have a little bit easier of a take, having this mirrored composition from either side, and SDK really showing that they know how to defend properly with the setup that they're having, with the aggression from their Phoenix, the backup from their Sova and their Omen, and then the Jet of Uriel just to do whatever the hell they want to do with that operator, because they can, because they find those first bloods. Now, you're looking at them to continue with that aggression, continue with the very prominent setups that they were taking, but on the attacker side now, so Uriel is going to be very crucial now to find those first bloods on the attack compared to Battery, who's getting really aggressive into there with the Ghost. Makai shuts it down, and SDK already off to a hot start for the attack.
Actually getting blinded at the end of that dash in the updraft, and unlucky for sure. not able to come ahead from that one. SDK, their shots are just beautiful. And every round in this match, they've just been on point, getting the kills when they need to, the crucial ones. They just have all of them, and it's so hard to combat against. You can have a beautiful setup, you can make these crazy unexpected plays, but if you're not going to get a kill from any of it, it's not really that important. SDK running over them onto this B site now. Only one player here to defend it. Doffy trying to get through the mid. Get Burns alive.
That's interesting.
3 in the round.
That is interesting from that Killjoy, just running right through the Molotov. I mean, you didn't have to do that. You could have played for the 4-player retake, but instead they're forcing themselves onto a site that they have no business being on. Uriel's going to shut it down at the end in the 10th round, or the 9th round for SDK. As they're 1 round away from double digits, Hawks, and as they are showing up today in the Pit of Valor after their dominant 13-3 win on Haven last round.
Absolutely. Scrub Garden looked a little bit chaotic in that last round. They're a little bit anxious, a little bit confused. They weren't very composed. They were just kind of running through, trying and hoping that they're going to get a kill at the end of the day. And I don't know. They're just missing these shots. SDK have their number. The shots are where they need to be.
You know, on my notes, Hawks, I have the players written down and who's playing what. And I was just starring off who was the better in the matchups because it is mirrored. And I put enough stars next to Uriel and Makai that I just ended up circling the 2 of them because I'm just they're 2 players that I just cannot stop talking about. They're really taking this game into their own hands. You look at the setup on attack from SDK now, it's going to be heavily pressed towards the A side of the map with Spike backing up these 3 players, but they're also looking for the lurkers as they have 2 players controlling the middle of the map as well.
Making sure no one gets away unnoticed. The A push starting to come to fruition here as you see the 2 members of SDK rotating through the middle of the map, pushing into trees now. Sporky may be the one to catch them out. Swaz is here for assistance if need be. Push comes through, finds 1 kill, can't quite find the second. Zack Attack finds both. Was their SMG there? The close quarters working out for them. It's a 4v3 now. Door gets dropped along with the Spike. Turret down in the middle. Should reveal anyone that tries to peek out of heaven.
Post plants are looking strong for SDK as well. You got the turret down, you got the alarm bot. Uriel's lurking. He's good for a trade, and that should really put a halt in this retake from Scrub Garden. Now you're down to a 2 on 3. You have to push into a Silva, a Killjoy, and an Omen. The paranoia, the shock darts, everything in your hand. Ramen, a little bit lacking. Doffy does make it even. This classic still here, 1-on-1. Patty. A double kill to close it out, 10-4. SDK are on fire in the Pit of Valor today, and they are not slowing down.
Absolutely reaching that double digit point. We've talked about it before. Once you see those double digits, you just feel so good. You're like, man, we're at 10 rounds. We're almost there. Just a few more. It's all we need. Scrub Garden still looking at 4. They're seeing that 6-round deficit. They have to start making things happen right now before SDK gets any closer. This might be the last round they're able to afford these full rifle buyouts. If they don't take this one home, it's going to be very rough for them to win the next couple.
Now SDK, Sheriff on Zack Attack, and Spike alone at B. Little bit interesting, if I do have to say so, as they are going for those 3 players, A main, and Uriel looking for that mid control, just a dance between Sporky and Zack Attack. Now there's 1 dig not gonna land. Sporky, I don't think he even tagged up Zack Attack either, so they know that this Omen is here. Vandal is in sight, but they have no clue that Battery is backing them up either, so the rotation is going to come out from these attackers to the B side to back up the Spike planter. Look at the spread from defense, though, Hawks. 1 or 2 in defender spawn with the Phoenix going to the middle of mid-market. Omen on site, and 2 players still at A. Smoke's going to be here. Run it back, pulled from Makai. Flash isn't going to be good, but he is going to take site control. Wow, Zack Attack. Disgusting.
Makai there for 1 as well. Completely clearing out that B site. Now they have to hold it down. Suave tries to get his hand in play here, dropping Uriel. Gonna use their own hot hands to heal up from the opposing ones. Now trying to re-peek around these corners, taking these shots when they can. 2 members out in that garage just waiting for someone to try and chail one of them. The crossfire is deadly. It's a 4v3.
Mackay and Patty. Great positions. Flash is going to be out. They go for the killjoy. Swath trades out. Patty, they still know they're there. The TP not going to go where they want, but Zack Attack still puts it down. You had a Sheriff going into this attack, but you end up with a Vandal to shoot him in the back. SDK on 11. SG down by a plethora of rounds. SDK. I've said it enough, Hawk says. I don't even have to say it anymore.
Yeah, I mean they're on fire. They're killing it absolutely right now. SG really having a hard time keeping up in the pace that they've set for this map. 11-4, couple rounds separate them from moving on once again. They still have that fire in them. I mean, I think they're here to win it all. From looking at how they're playing right now, they are very composed, great teamwork, amazing shots coming out. It's going to be hard to stop SDK in this round.
Swendo, Sova, going to be playing inside market this time. Compared to when they were playing on A side, you are going to be only dedicating your Phoenix and your Killjoy here with Battery on that jet lurking. Sova is going to spot out that Phoenix. Sporky going to win out on a big one-on-one on the opposite side of the map, but it is traded from Zack Attack. So at the end of it, that is going to favor SDK if they want to dedicate themselves to the B site. You're not going to have the Omen to paranoid. You're not going to have the smokes to block off any sight lines. That's best case scenario, losing Uriel, but taking out the smoker for Scrub Gardens. I'm totally okay with that for SDK's sake.
Yeah, that kill. I feel like they're hoping that Scrub Garden are going to rotate over towards that B site since the kills went down there, but they're not doing so. The Killjoy will get dropped, should force people back off that A site for the most part. Still a couple spots to hide though.
30 seconds
Waiting
left.
for the time to tick down. Going to start this push. This flash goes out. Bullets flying left and right. Zack Attack, Doofy finding the kills. Dolphy finds two of the turrets there for the end. Gets detained, but hiding behind the boxes for now. Might be able to regain their weaponry in time to peek around. They do. Swaz and Doofy for a three-piece at the end of that one, keeping Scrub Garden in this game.
Clutching my pearls right now. Wow, Duffy. 2 picks before the detain. You get detained, you stay alive, and you still win out against Patty. Insane hold from the Killjoy of Scrub Garden towards the A side of the map. That is exactly what they need, Hawk's Nest, because they've been how long since they've won a round? I mean, they won the first 3 rounds, or they lost the 2 initial for this game, then they won 3 in a row. They only found 1 before switching sides. That is the first round they found in forever, and that's exactly what they need. You are down by 6. Let's see if Swath can find something. It's going to be good for a trade, but I have to be a little bit curious on the call for that. He had no follow-up from a teammate, but I mean, you have to be okay with a 1-for-1 at the end of it.
1-for-1's not the worst thing in the world. That might be, though. Zack Attack finding Spork. He's the sole defending member on this B site. Uriel popped the knives. Was looking for someone else, but there's no one to be found. Swendo now trying to make their way onto the site with the help of their team. Slowly rotating through, but SDK has planted themselves onto the site as they plant the spike as well.
Spike planted.
Battery here. Cloudburst blocking off garage. Sonar makes sure nobody is in there, but they are unaware that the player is lurking so far into it. Defenders for this retake, they're going to burn the lockdown, so Doffy is going to lead the charge into the pool now. Doffy gets dropped by the Bladestorm. Uriel running guns. Wow, I mean, Uriel has been a little bit quiet on this attack, but woohoo!
Shows up when you need them. Absolutely.
Exactly.
2 knife kills there at the end. Completely secures that round, and it's 1 away. This could be the last round we see on this map. Scrub Garden having difficulty finding their purchases. Half armor for every player. Some ARs in the hands, but I mean, you have full ARs on SDK. They are feeling themselves absolutely right now. Scrub Garden, they're hit or miss right now with their shots and with their strats. Their holds have not really been too solid when it comes down to the nitty gritty here. Sporky gonna throw that paranoia across, scare a couple people, but no kills to come through, and Ramen trades out Swath. Another questionable peek there
I mean, if you're SDK, you have to know that he's going to do it again after finding a 1-for-1 last time. And properly played, stun, or the flash comes out. Suave, not ready for that slow play from SDK. At an advantage now, 4-on-5. Battery has the operator. You saw what Uriel could do as this Jet player. I said operator, that's a Marshall. I got bamboozled right there.
It's hard to tell in the scope. I mean, you never really know what you're getting yourself into.
Sporky? Are they gonna check it?
This could be huge. Here's one goes by, sees two, looks for three. The spray goes down. A lot of damage done, but no kills to come through. Zack Attack there for the kill, looking for the second. Spray's able to get that one as well. Spike being planted now. SDK in full control. 2 kills away from winning this map and moving on here at the GLG Pit of Valor.
Wow. I mean, Sporky, you would have hoped to have a little bit more trigger discipline, but doesn't pay off. A little bit too itchy on that trigger finger. And now Zack Attack's going to put the nail down. A flawless round to put them at the game winner. Ascent goes to SDK in this best of 1. SDK are going to move on forward in this lobby. And holy hell did Zack Attack turn up in that second round. That Killjoy on attack was literally stand out towards the B side of the map through Garage. I mean, I can't believe they did the same exact setup non-stop with the Jet and the Killjoy playing towards B, the Omen, the Phoenix, and the Sova playing towards A main. And they were just they were winning their gunfights. They were finding the right one-on-ones. And Zack Attack was really doing everything they could to get those lockdowns, space out the sites that they needed to take, and set up for some excellent post-plant positions. I have to I can't not praise SDK for what they were doing. It was efficient, it was clean, and they definitely deserve the spot right now.
Absolutely. I mean, you said they did pretty much the same thing every round. If it's not broke, you don't have to fix it. It worked round and round again. That's kind of on Scrub Garden for not picking up that they're doing the same things every round, right? You have to be able to adapt. You know that the Jets watching this line of sight was the operator. Stop peeking it. You're not going to win it. I mean, you've got a couple lucky chances here and there, but you have to be able to learn what the other team's doing and play around it. And SDK, I mean, phenomenal play from them.
Did you see what Suave did to Uriel in that last attack that they had back there? Absolutely alpha played from that Phoenix. Incredibly shots. If you're looking for some more GLG action, we have something coming up. As a matter of fact, we're going to be introducing our Val Am tournament style, which you might be curious on what it is. But it's a Val Am, Seymour. Hawk's Nest. Like this is something that's totally new to us. Well, it is going to be our quadruple qualifier tournament that's going to lead into one giant tournament with Immortal Plus players only. In the first place prize for each of the qualifiers are going to be $100, leading up to that $2,000 sponsored event with Player Zone. If you're interested in our Val Am, we are still taking teams in for the Invitational. But go check us out. DM us on Twitter at GL Gaming Lounges. Check out what we have to offer for this Val Am tournament. And that could be you coming out after those qualifiers with a $200 payday. That would be a nice day to go out to. We're going to head to a little bit of break. Go get yourself a drink. Go get some snacks. The Pit of Valor will be right back.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
rages around like an ocean in my head. I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. If you are echoing around inside these parallel dimensions all alone, know I'll find you in my dreams. Find you in my I can almost feel you walking in the distance, but I know that it's not reality. You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. You made a monster. midnight and city lights on the other side. You're calling me up at the same time. I'm in the daylight. You're calling to say hi, but your words they cry. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out, yeah. We're talking about nothing. Then you said something under your breath. I can't take it. I know what you're thinking. I wish I could fix this, yeah. If there's something that you need to say, I know it ain't easy living inside your brain for sure. You keep telling me that it's all okay, but I know, yeah, your silence speaks so loud. Silence speaks so loud, and I hear you calling out.
Like you, be strong to hold the powers of the sun. To dream, believe in strength. Now I'm the only one, only one. I was an ordinary boy until I broke the rules. My life destroyed, life destroyed. Until I walk awake, scream my mind, I shout, the ground shakes. How much can I take? My mind will break. Will it break? Can I take? Can I be your superhero? Superhero. Can I be your superhero? Superhero. 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 Fly away. It's the first time of today. Today. To dream, believe. You are the strength, you're all I need. Need. Oh, gonna give it a shot. Only one of me to shield you all from the enemy. You're a superhero. You're a superhero. Can I be
go.
Invincible.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. I've been flying from town to town, from London.
Hey guys, we're back. Wow. I didn't expect that to go down the way it did, but that was too big a sip of tea. We are back with some more Pit of Valor. Everyone, it's myself, Seymour, and Doctor. Once again, bringing you some hot action, but it's the semifinals now, Doc, and things are starting to heat up after we saw SDK dominate 2 rounds in a row.
Yeah, I mean, just completely lighting up the server, and it's just no seeming to end from them. It's just constant aggression, constantly coming out ahead, hitting their shots, and making sure that the other team knows it. So we'll have to keep an eye on them as they go on. This time, though, we are not going to be following them through the bracket. We do have a new set of teams down here, and you can see them below.
Definitely Titan Esports and DLB Esports. We've seen Titan before, Doctor, last week, and if I'm not mistaken, they kind of dropped in the semis last week as well. I can't remember which year. Let me pull it up. I think I actually have it on hand. Yeah, Titan Esports lost to D2E Gold in the semifinals last week, and that's actually the semifinals that we casted. So we've seen this team before. I'm if I'm not mistaken, it was actually pretty much overtime, or is as close to overtime as you can get. So Titan Esports, a really strong team. They're not going against D2E Gold this time. It's DLB ahead of them. So curious to see if they bring the same amount of fire onto Bind as they did last week.
Yeah, we'll have to see if it's just these D teams that give it to them, because semifinals time, it's still best of one. You still only have one shot to find yourself in the grand finals, and we're going to Bind, like you said. Titan are going to be on that defensive start, so we'll have to see if they can really lock it down and lock it in to make sure that Titan just aren't or are. I got my teams jumbled. Let's see. We carry the 1, carry the 7, and
back at math
is going to be Titan on defense. So it's up to them to stop DLB.
We saw it earlier in the first round that we did cast Doctors. The defense of Bind came out a lot stronger. If I look back in my notes, it was a 7-5 half favoring the defenders for Bind the first time that we saw it today. But that was Finance G. And Finance G was very solid at being at limiting the amount of opportunities the attackers had on defense. I mean, you saw, for example, Mr. Mariachi on that Brimstone. He was very aggressive into showers a lot of those rounds, which caused a late rotate from showers to a main from the attackers. So it's one thing to mention that it was a Brimstone versus Brimstone in the agent picks in the earlier game of Bind that we did see. I'm not sure if we're going to see that exact same thing again today, but the defenders were doing an excellent job at slowing down the tempo of the attackers and limiting the amount of opportunities that they did have. I already see an Omen on one side, an Omen hovered on the other side. Are they going to lock it in? Might see an Omen versus Omen.
Yeah, and one thing to note that on top of like the ability usage and the standalone plays we saw in our earlier Bind match, a lot of it came down to really good team communication, right? Making sure that people were in the right spots, making sure people were in, the right advantage to be able to take, the best of an opportunity. So it does kind of break on further than just these agent picks, even though we are getting some really strong agents here. We are seeing these double duelists, double sentinel with the Omen. So very similar drafts so far. It is just going to be the Jet for the Phoenix.
Interesting to see the Jet compared to the Phoenix, because we've seen a lot more Phoenix lately than Jet ever since the Jet changes. I mean, by all means, Jet isn't horrible after the changes that came from the last patch. She's just, you have to be a lot more decisive on her movements. You have to have a lot more understanding of what you want to do, where you want to do it, and how fast you're going to do it, because you don't have a lot of time anymore with her Cloudburst to kind of slow push and slow hold whatever you want. But you did see Uriel on Ascent last game with that Jet and the Operator tear up the opposition. Possibly the same thing here with Titan's Jet pick, but that's definitely something to highlight, is the Jet compared to the Phoenix. How will that end up?
Yeah, I mean, yes, Jet was nerfed recently, but it was just a Cloudburst, and so, like you said, it's really not that big a deal. I think that the Tailwind and the Updraft are still just really strong, especially on a map like this. You mentioned it earlier tonight. We were actually seeing a lot of raises instead of the Jets on this map in particular, because they're still able to reach the same verticality spots, yet they also have the Showstopper, which should be basically an insta-kill. So this is kind of the true up here. We have raises on both sides, frenzies aplenty. They may have seen at least one, maybe two. Dashes out, can't get the frag, but Shady's able to trade back. 1 for 1 so far. Here comes Khan Academy diving on through. Goomba stomping onto Shady.
Khan Academy teaching him some moves with that Goomba stomp ability. I guess you could call it an ability, but it just seemed like the right thing to do at the right time now. It is going to be a 2-on-4 for this retake, with a very plateaued retake through the defender's spawn, force into one choke, both of them. Spencer going to be able to drop into the site with the frenzy off the back of Gozo with that classic. Going to tap on the bomb. Sonar darts out. Frenzy not good for a kill. Fire shuts him down in the repeat from Khan Academy. He's going to force Gozo to back on up. Nothing going for the Cypher. The attackers are going to take round number 1 off those pistols.
Just completely overwhelmed in the end there. They had the number advantage from the beginning. They traded nicely of B long. It meant that Khan Academy was able to get out of hookah for pretty much free, and leaving just the 2 members remaining, like you said, plateaued, stuck at spawn door. They got out, but at what cost?
The cost of a round is what it did take. Now, DLB doing a great job at forcing the 2-for-1 on Gardens with that flash from the Phoenix. The tailwind of the Jet not really doing anything other than kind of shaking up the Phoenix's sights. The attacker's going to be to the B side. The drone should let them know that there's absolutely nobody here. There's going to be a free plant, and unless Hiccup gets taken out here, it should be something. The Stinger still finds 2, and I cannot believe that even happened from Hiccup. What a play from the Killjoy.
Spike planted.
Yeah, still able to get 2 in the face of certain doom. You gotta, commend them for being able to left click as Fire picks up the 3rd frag for DLB. And this is looking pretty set in stone, but they have to feel good by taking 1 frag. They're going to peek on through. Fire trying to shut him down. Unwraps the Frenzy, but it's not in time.
Now you're all down to the Rays. A Stinger, 2 picks, definitely for Titan. It's trying to do as much economic damage as you can in the 2nd round. It's going to be guaranteed 2nd for DLB. And they're all going to escape, so Spencer, I don't think he wants to keep the Stinger. He's going to do the best that he can to maybe try and find a kill, but nobody's going to be there. Everybody drops for Titan. 3 players survive for DLB, and that's enough for them to go for a bonus round for round number 3.
Yeah, and I'm super curious about the actual math when it comes to these secondary rounds. Is it better to kill the enemy that won the pistol? Because generally they'd probably buy a rifle, right? I mean, that's not what we're seeing here, but looking back at our previous matches, they typically buy rifles after dying in round 2. So would it be beneficial for the losing team to not kill them and then just buy rifles themselves and go up against SMGs? I don't know. That's a lot of thinking, I think. And they bought sheriffs this time anyway, so it's a completely mute point.
Definitely probably better to give up that kill to buy up the rifles, in my opinion. Now this bonus round, it's going to be hard to push in for these SMGs. Phoenix going to be good for the first one. Phoenix for 2. You do see a trade in the midst of it, but Caprage and Phoenix get 4 between the both of them. Now you're down to 1 for DLB, and it's very hard to break a sight on bind with just SMGs when you're attacking. It's only right that the assault rifles are going to come out on top with this. So the bonus round, only good for 1 kill. They are going to have still a strong economy going into round number 4 to possibly take it to a 3-1. This is the first rifle round we're going to see, so this is going to determine, in my opinion, what we will have in store for us for the rest of this game.
Yeah, and Caprage finally getting the rifle into their hands. We saw them last week just absolutely popping off. So we'll have to see if they're up to the same form here tonight. They're on that Sentinel, so they're not exactly that, entry fragger that you expect from your duelists, but they counter frag very cleanly, and they make sure that they're always in a position to trade out for their friends. So we'll have to see, like I said, how that transitions into the rest of the game. They're going to try and counter peek the drone. Not quite going to find anything except a little bit of information.
Khan Academy in hookah. Caprage on the opposite side. Smoke is going to delay the gunfight between the 2 of them a little bit longer. Take a look at the mini-map. The Spike is going to be rotating from Market back towards the Killjoy of Hiccup to link up for an A attack, what it seems like. You do have the defending Rays backing up into B Hall to help out both players on the B side, so it's going to leave it to a 5-on-2 for this A take. With 2 players on the defenders actually very, very backed up from A. So technically only Gozo here looking for the information on Cypher Cam, possibly playing for a 5-on-5 retake here. All of a sudden, listen to the noise. It's going to be a TP to B. Caprage is still very, very poised to shut this down. Going to give up his positioning mesh. And Dalek finds that 1-for-1 trade. Phoenix gets out
30 seconds.
at 4-on-4 right now in the midst of this fight.
Fire's gonna take out Spencer. Phoenix still somehow alive in the back here. He's trying to spray on through these doors, not able to find anything just yet, but the spike's not even on the site. There's only 15 seconds left. It's a 3v4, but what more can they do? Smoke onto spawn doors. Shady's able to frag out, and they have Phoenix on the flank. Once again, they're buying so much time. The spike is being planted, though. It should be going down. Just a couple seconds left, but look at this. It's not enough. Gozo closing out.
You expect them to give it up to the Cypher, who's very close to the neural theft. Phoenix doing everything that they needed to with that Phantom towards elbow. That wide swing for a 3K. Everything that you can ask for from your Jet there. Nothing really was wrong, in my opinion, from that switch up from DLB to go to the B side. I just, that opening from Phoenix in elbow, heroic for Titan. Very standout from that Phoenix. Now with the Blade Storm into this round, there's a big setup from the attackers towards Fountain with the spike favoring that long position. A lurk from the Killjoy once again, and pistols upgraded for the attackers. DLB will be lucky if they find this round.
Yeah, and I mean, looking back, Phoenix, the Jet player, for those of you listening to us ASMR style, there is, you know, that type of opening, and you can't really account for those types of things happening to your attacking squad. You just kind of have to go and hope for the best and hope that they're either completely smoked off or that you know, out-frag them. But like you said, heroic nonetheless, and now it's setting up Titan to be in a great position moving forward.
You do have a 3 stack towards A. Does look like the attacker's gonna be going there. Gozo meets the head of Khan Academy. Shocked out of the corner, but still good for another one. Fire goes down. The trades favoring Titan, but still close to even. A 3-on-2. Hiccup so low, Doctor. I'd say about 10 health. Full health for all 3 players of Titan.
Shady just barely not getting tagged up by that recon dart, so they have no idea where exactly he is. They are going to know he's there from the sentry turret. Shock darts coming out as well. There's still 1 remaining here on Mashadelic, so not enough to do the shot, but he does have that Hunter's Fury. Gets it to half.
Ooh, that halfway mark is so good now for Titan to hit this defuse. They're gonna be good for it. Defender's gonna take it. Spike gets defused. Mashadelic dying as well, so not able to get a hold on to that Phantom. I think it was 3 players going down for Titan. Not horrible in the sense of it. You're gonna have the operator for Phoenix, but even look, Caprage down to 1900 credits. Everybody just so unsteady right now in the economic value for both teams. If one team loses this round, I feel like they're going to have a broken buy into the next.
Yeah, I mean, especially with DLB, multiple members under 1K, it's just not a lot of work with there. We are seeing picture-in-picture, really deep recon dart coming out, as well as Phoenix picking up the frag there to open up the round, and that was in bathrooms, so that was a hard peek.
So what we saw from Uriel on Ascent last game, being very aggressive with his operator, denying a lot of space to the mid-map of Ascent now. Showers being dominated from Phoenix with this operator. Satchel charge into U-Haul, not good for the kill. Neural Theft's gonna give up the positioning of these attackers. 3-on-4. Hunter's Fury to work with that Neural Theft along with the paint cans. All the utility burned for Titans that you could need to take this round. You're down to 2 if you're DLB. Caprage makes it 1. Stuffed into Showers. Hiccup left alone here.
Doesn't even have the spike.
This is going to be the round for Titan. They're going to find their 4th. Caprage spots out Hiccup. It's only a matter of time.
Yeah, they might go hunting,
30 seconds
but
left.
it could end up very expensive if they do decide to go hunting. Right now, they're just trying to keep as many people alive as possible, since Titan's economy also isn't amazing. So Recon Dart is going to tag him up, and that's just what Caprage needs to close out the round. So 4 surviving members, and DLB's economy, not terrible. Not
Was
full
that a
by
Grumpy
good.
Cat spray?
Sort of. I don't think that's what it's called in client, but something like that. Although Grumpy Cat was white and gray, right?
Yeah, maybe Grumpy Cat dollar store version because you can't. Maybe it's copywritten. I don't know.
I don't know. I like the Explorgy spray.
Yeah, I love the
honest.
Explorgy spray.
Yeah, I think that's best spray in the game by far, but that is just me. Boomba operator combination, not going to pick up any frags, but hey, Fire donates one for the cause.
The cause being 5th round for the defenders. The donation definitely Fire's life. Omen going to be out of this, so no smokes for the attack on DLB is really going to put a damper in their pacing. They're still lurking towards market with the Phoenix of Mimic, pushing all the way through defender spawn. Shower is still looking to be controlled by the Silva of DLB. Still lurking towards A. Look, the Silva from Titan. Caprage, he's rotated over to B now. Is this a 3-on-4 or a 2-on-4? If they hit this A site fast, U-Haul and Default Flames are gonna wall off Phoenix, who still finds a kill on the Khan Academy. That's everything that you could ask for, but DLB still break through.
You should run.
Yeah, we're going to get the lockdown triggered as well. So it is this 3v3 situation. They need to get this spike down, though, so they can start that time ticking away. But the superior weaponry here, is still on the side of Titan. They're not really able to pick up a lot, but Hiccup grabbing the operator, 5,000 credits traded over, and they're paying dividends already.
Look, I'm telling you right here, this is going to be a tough retake. Even after getting rid of that smoke, just the interruption from that, the Bucky gang from Minimal. Woohoo! I always thought that fire going down was really gonna
I thought the Nanostorm was gonna do it, honestly.
Yeah, there was so much in that round that could have interrupted that attack from DLB, but they still came through. And Minimal with that Bucky, finding 2 kills in that, giving him 3 now on the scoreboard. So 200%,
300% improval rate?
Yeah.
I never took stats in school, so they're just numbers to me, realistically. But you'll notice that Titan had the numbers to continue buying more rifles.
And now they attack through showers. Looks like they're gonna flash and sonar. Right in there, Shock Dart. Gonna clear out the corner, flash into the site. You do have the Blade Storm and the Showstopper pulled for Titan. Gozo finds a pick, but is traded instantly from DLB. Showstopper on both sides, only gonna favor Spencer, who puts down a second member for DLB. Spike is gonna be planted. And Fire getting some payback now with that operator.
Yeah, making it still 3-on-3 with 2 members of Titan coming up through elbow here, which they might not expect. Oh, that's cheeky. They smoked off the turret so as to not give away their positions, and that's the only thing keeping their flank safe. They're gonna frag 1. Caprage gets 1, peeks into the operator. They don't find it, but Khan picks up 2. Caprage trades back, but the knives, they're dashing around, dip, duck, diving, and it's not enough. Khan with the 3K.
Wow. DLB. This attack, we thought that the defenders were going to run away with this one on bind, but keeping it close. Khan Academy on this race might not get the kills with the Showstopper, but the gun's still working, and that's what counts at the end of the day, right?
Yeah, I mean, you spent money on the weapon, you might as well get some use out of it. The Showstopper just comes for free, right? If you send it into the Oblivion, who cares, right? And it's for free. You don't respect it as much as that hard-earned weapon that you purchased yourself with your own money, your own allowance at the end of the day. And hey, they make it work. 3 on the board. They're now 4-4 round-wise. And look at this Hunter's Fury. Holy moly. Picks up 1 frag. And that's what it's good for.
Only the 1. Phoenix back on this Phantom. Watching for the push through smoke. Nanoswarm's gonna keep the spacing a little bit tight for Titan. You do see a trade. Phoenix goes down. Shady goes down. Now inside the elbow. Hiccup destroys Caprage. And it's down to 2 now for this retake. Spencer goes down, but Gozo still clicking on those heads. Titan, this one player makes it a one-on-one. Fire. Now it's Hiccup. The spray's good. Gozo for 3. And man, am I telling you, Gozo's a cracked player just as much as he's jacked. Absolutely insane.
That flick from Khan Academy when they were on top of the box was nutty. Oh man, that thing just popped. But you're right, Gozo bringing themselves to the top of the leaderboard with that 3K. I mean, that's your Cypher player. That's not supposed to be the best player on your team.
But it is. He's doing a good job at it. Gozo solo holding a lot of these informations on the site with very prominent angles. I mean, his Cypher cam is giving the information to Titan very early on these takes from DLB, on these aggressive takes as a matter, and providing very strong information. And him being in the 1-on-5 situations that sometimes he finds him in, he's good for 1 or 2 kills, which is really stalling out the attacks from DLB. Now, he is going to be in U-Haul. You do see Akon and Heaven controlled from Shady, and Spencer. Khan gonna find Gozo. Hiccup follows up with a second. DLB do lose a player in the midst of it, but Minimal going down shouldn't stop this plant.
The spike's going to go down. They are going to lose a little bit of HP from that shock dart. Drops the nano swarm right on top, though. A bit cheeky. But now it's this 4-on-3 retake, and look at every single ultimate available for DLB. They're gonna win this round. Like, there is no shot of a comeback here. Titan have such an uphill climb. They're gonna pop that showstopper. It's just gonna blast them right in the face, as well as Mashadelic taking down Caprage. Phoenix still alive, but I think you just keep the rifle, run away, and just kind of survive.
Let me tell you, Khan Academy taking him to school with that showstopper. Up close and making it personal. Hiccup looking to clear out this operator from Phoenix.
Oh, no,
don't think he's going to expect this. Fake flash. Phoenix not baited into it. That only works in CSGO, buddy.
Fake flash? Are you kidding me right now? There's not even any flash characters left at that point.
I don't know if you know that clip, right?
Yeah, it's a real thing. Like, you just trick your deagle at them, and then they shoot the deagle, and you fry them. But that's a killjoy, man. Like, what are you gonna do? You just wait for the shot.
Well, you don't know what's on the other side of that.
Yeah, I guess if you're expecting your opponent to be like a T-Rex and just like only move based on movement, but nah, you're playing against Valorant players. They have 2 eyes and maybe 4 brain cells. But look at that. Phoenix just opening the round once again.
Still carrying over this operator from that round, being able to hold into it, salvage this boomstick of a gun, finding that opening through showers onto the Silva. So no recon dart for these site takes. Does look like they're going to rotate onto the B site, where you only have a lonesome Caprage, very aggressive into hookah. Nobody rotating through the spawn just yet.
Yeah, it's a hyper aggressive Caprage as well. They don't really have anywhere to fall away to. So we're
lucky Caprage.
All right, it worked. I'll eat my words, Caprage. You earned that one. Gets even to fall away as well. We're going to see Cloudbursts come out. Phoenix going to miss the shot on Hookah, but there'll be even more opportunities. Caprage, madman. Look at this! The dynamic duo striking once again. He hits it to the freaking wall! Oh, Jesus Christ, Titan. What are you doing?
Last round before the
Who decided to upgrade this guy from the Bucky to the Bucky gang, you know? We gave this guy the role of ultimate shotgun handler here. Caprage get that opening onto, I think it was Minimal, backing up, finding a second towards Garden with the backup from Phoenix. I mean, perfect. He was so hyper aggressive that finding that opening pick on a Minimal allowed Phoenix to get in there and back him up without any contention through hookah, because they were too afraid that the Bucky would find a second.
Yeah, I mean, the fear of the Bucky was instilled in them so hard, and Phoenix gets free reign because of it. Like, Phoenix was allowed to do whatever they wanted that round. I didn't even really see any member of DLB looking at them, as we do see the lockdown along with paint cans and Boombas going on through the teleporter, but it's just a bait. They're heading to the A site.
Ooh, the lockdown got destroyed as well. Fire's gonna open up with the big pick on to Spencer. So the Boomba paint can's not finding anything, and in fact, no death either. All of a sudden, big man Gozo's here to put a damper in your attack. Spike still gets planted, but the double kill is allowing them to push it. Now even up, Bladestorm destroyed from Fire, who's now on a 3K. And he is all alone. He has to get the ace to find it. Smokes out. Gives him an aggressive angle. He can peek wide. He hears the tick. Caprage just waiting for it. Neither of them expecting it. Fire gets the 4th, traded from Shady, so no ace. Titan get their 7th. It's a 7-5 half. But so close from Fire clutching up on that.
Yeah, and that probably would have been the best play of the tournament. Being put in that kind of position and walking away with the ace would have just been absolutely untouchable. Like, there's no words for had that play happened, but unfortunately it didn't. We find ourselves 7-5 half. Titan now on the attacking side off the backs of Caprage, Phoenix, and Shady. Gozo mixed in there as well, had some really nice plays, but I mean, that B site lockdown from Caprage and Phoenix was just, it was unpenetrable, unbreakable, and we'll have to see if they can do the opposite of that now.
We are
Colin, it seems we have a break. And by a break, I mean a pause.
Bit of break. So I definitely a pause in the gameplay, so you get to see our beautiful faces once again. Hey guys, how you doing? It's Seymour and Doctor here, back on our podcast for GLG. Let's talk a little bit about what...
Have you guys heard of the GLG Val Am?
Oh, tell them about it.
The Val
I
Am.
haven't heard.
Oh man, are you in for a treat? Val Am is a nice series of tournaments that we have coming up for you soon. It's going to feature a bunch of qualifiers. You get yourself into the qualifier, you win that, you win some money. But just like America's Funniest Home Videos, it then enters you in for our grand final tournament, which has a grand prize pool of $2,000. So if you think you're hot stuff, if you're Immortal Plus, and you think you can win all of that money for yourself, that nice little pocket change that you can then go over and put on GameStop, stonks, be sure to hit us up on Twitter. We'll get you involved. We'll get you in the right spot. We'll hit you up with the information that you need, and maybe you could be on this stream right here earning the big bucks.
This stream.
This one in particular. We also have another
stream
one
right here. Yeah.
We do also have twitch.tv/GLG_Ontario.
Ooh.
So that does have our B stream, which right now is featuring our other semifinal match.
Who actually just rated us with 24. So welcome everybody from the B stream.
So scratch that.
GLG
They are no
podcast.
longer streaming the other semifinal match. But congratulations to whoever won that matchup. I don't quite know who yet, but again, we're in a pause, unfortunately, right now. So, Seymour, tell them what they can use this time with.
I mean, you can use this time to go buy some drink control. I mean, why not? I mean, drink CTRL, you use GLG10 at checkout, you get maybe some Fruity Pebbles, some cookies and cream, you get whatever you want, Cinnamon Toast Crunch, I don't even know if they have that. I know they have cinnamon something, but that could be yours with GLG10 at checkout. We're back into it. Titan on the attack, DLB on the defense. Spencer already with 1, but instantly traded for an even 4-on-4. Caprage now with the frenzy, has a Killjoy on the right. Whoa. Hiccup. Woohoo! What a shot from this Killjoy. Hiccup puts Caprage in the grave.
That's that right click classic for you. You already complained about the jump shot. This time it's just a face shot. It does open up the round as well. Can't quite get the shot on the Gozo, who down to 20 HP. Still needs to get some information for the rest of the team. They're trying to get down the plant, but they're completely surrounded. The teleport play is the only one left. They lost the spike! Oh, pain!
It's all coming out Millhouse here for the defenders. You are lucky in that half now. You have to rotate all the way through market. 2-on-3. They know where you're coming from. Minimal. takes down that Jet. Phoenix in the ground. Shady's going to be spotted. The wide swing. Minimal going to be there for the 3K.
Man, of all
DLP,
the people,
wow.
of all the people that die going through the teleport, through the smoke, it just had to be Gozo with the spike. It just had to be.
I felt nothing but pain after seeing that one.
You know what might make you feel better, Colin?
What could make me feel better?
I found out, thanks to our wonderful production staff, who won the other semifinal match.
Oh, yeah?
It's SDK.
Oh, let's go.
just
You know,
saw them.
they've been on fire today, so why not see them in the grand finals? What was it? It was like they had a 13-3 and then a 13-5. Absolutely incredible from that team. So I'm psyched to see what they have in the grand finals, but in the semifinals still, DLB and Titan neck and neck after an attacking round or after a defending round from DLB to bring them close to 1.
Yeah, and they are playing for the privilege of that best of 3 grand final to determine who is taking home that $50 prize pool at the end here tonight for this GLG Pit of Valor. But Fire coming up with 2 quick kills, even gets the pen kill, and they're just down in the garden. But the teleport play is in effect. Titan just trying to get something here.
Nice little double cam here. We can see where the attackers are going for. Opposite side of the map, Fire shuts down Caprage, who is trying to style them over at B with some solo heroics. Hiccup swings wide into showers. Drops down Shady. The TP is going to come out from Minimal, who does drop to Gozo. Big man himself. Only good for 1 at the end of the day. So DLB with minimal casualties are going to be very well equipped to have a successful bonus round.
Yeah, they're feeling good now. They've tied it up 7 apiece, and it looks like they're trying to take advantage of what this defensive side can offer you. You know, they're gonna try and go for the bonus round, keeping the full SMGs. It's the really only play. If you look at their credit numbers, not exactly rifle territory, but you'll notice that even Titan weren't quite ready for the rifle round either. They do have one member on half armor even at the end of the day, so. Bit of a tough round for them potentially to break on through these SMGs.
Last time we were on binds and we swapped to the defenders were up 7-5. When we swapped them to attack, they won every single round after that. Already showing to be a better matchup, a closer matchup on this map, as it's evened up 7-7.
I mean, DLB could just win every round from here on out, and it would be the same effect. But Phoenix looking to end that streak, getting the first blood here. We're seeing smokes come out on Heaven. And where's the second one line up for? It is going to be in the middle of the site, and Spencer opens up on a minimal. Oh, God!
Now 2 players down, make it 3. Garage is on site. Plant is going to be safe to go down. The retake only has 2 players here, and you see something funny here, Doctor?
Yes, I did. As we do see, Mashadelic taking out Gozo. They now know where one of the 2 remaining members is. There are Dose, though, so they're going to have to figure out exactly where the Killjoy is as well. Slowly walking through the site. Hiccup's going to be able to take out Phoenix. Throws at the paint can, and it's still 2-on-3. There's still a chance. Spencer takes out Mashadelic, and it's just down to Hiccup. Picks up a Spectre, gets another one, but Shady shuts it down.
If Hiccup held down for like 1 more second, he would have had a double kill there. That was very well done from Titan to take that site, get the spike down, but a 5-on-2 that led to a 2-on-2 at the end of it.
Yeah.
DLB doing as much economic damage with that bonus round as they could. Now look at Titan. They have to run a Sheriff on their Phoenix.
Less than ideal. 2 members of DLB do have half armor, though. So, I mean, the Sheriff could actually prove quite useful here. You know, having that little bit of less armor they need to punch through.
You know what I forgot to mention?
What?
I forgot to mention that if you guys use code GLG10 at checkout for drink control, you get entered into a giveaway that's going to be ending very soon. I mean, we're coming to the end of January, so that giveaway where you can get a free large bag of drink control is going to be picked in I think the end of the month. So that's coming up. GLG 10 at checkout. Remember to get some drink control to fuel up for your Valorant games. It may or may not bring you to Radiant. It's really up to you at that point, how cracked you can be.
The FTDA has not tested that claim. They're a bit busy at the moment, just like we're about to get busy here. Titan pushing on through, getting a little bit of hookah information as Mashadelic putting some shots down. They don't quite know where anybody is just yet. They haven't found any information. Recon Dart didn't find anything. Sentry Turret not finding anything. Now it does, though.
30 seconds left.
Ooh, they're gonna drop the lockdown. Defender is gonna stall out this attack, and the tailwind is gonna force the Jet to make something happen in the site. Now look at all the players that could possibly be detained here. I don't even think they're gonna get out in time. Two of them trapped in it, and the TP coming out very late, so that the defenders
they lose.
Are gonna have to wait. I'm lost at my words here.
There's no time.
I'm trying to like pick. I'm like, I'm doing exactly what you did at first. Like, carry the one. You got a two remaining. Divide these players. Khan Academy still gets a kill in the end of it, but how does that even happen?
There were 10 people alive at the end of the round with no spike plant.
Phoenix had to give that up though. Phoenix just had to make a 9.
The timing massacre that Titan just brutalized our eyes with was so unfortunate. They knew the lockdown was there. They just didn't time it correctly. And a similar play earlier in the pistol where, unfortunately, the spike was the one to die in front of the teleporter. This time, they were detained in front of it and just simply couldn't get through it. They just decided to get arrested.
Well, we're still pound for pound here, tied up 8 apiece. Yeah, I've seen lockdowns do big things, but I've never seen a lockdown do that. Boomba going to solo push U-Haul. Look at that. That is a trooper right there. Minimal's backed up. Look at the amount of space that one little drone did. The smoke's going to be on site from the Omen. Shady going to provide the line of sight to favor him. Satchel charge on with the showstopper. Oh, Minimal is gonna find his end here. See if Spencer can find another one. Headshot on the Mashadelic. Shady with a third. Full site control. The Titans, they are looking strong to find their 9th round.
Yeah, they're definitely making up for last round, coming out ahead. Flawless is the name of the game. And did they even plant the spike? I think they did, but they killed everybody so fast I had no idea.
Even remember the spike.
I'm still taking a side talk here from that Killjoy lockdown. I'm still thinking about that. It's living rent free in my head. Like,
you'll be thinking about that later tonight. You're trying to sleep or do homework or whatever, and you're just gonna be like, the round ended, nobody died, and the lockdown triggered onto 2 people. It happened.
I've seen a lot in Valorant, but I haven't seen that. That's something new for me. Now, back into the present time, done thinking about the past, it does look like the attackers are going to be taking a hit at the B site with Spencer looking for an entry.
Yeah, checks out that paint can, does force them back a little bit off of the box there, but they don't have too much information. They are going to smoke off tunnel, try and bait something out potentially, as well as the hookah smoke, but they're grouping up at this A site once again. And Titan, they had some great luck at it last time, but look at how much space they've given up over by bathrooms, but it seems well spent.
You gotta remember, SDK is waiting for these teams, and SDK has just been a monster. So the fact that both these teams are even is showing me that they both have a great chance at putting up a fight in this grand final. Spencer doing what he was trying to do on the B side, gets that entry onto fire. DLB down 2 players, still 5 standing for Titan. Spike is down. And the retake. Slow, methodical. Let's see what they can do here. Minimal out on the site, backing up that recon drone, checking showers. Nobody's gonna be there. Gozo shuts down everything that they have going for them. DLB down to Minimal, and only Minimal, as they are down hunting for this Phoenix.
Yeah, they're not giving any quarter. Phoenix updraft tailwinds onto the Heaven Plateau, and that's 2 flawlesses in a row. They really took that lockdown round personally. They're like, bro, how did we even do this? Guys, you gotta turn that dial, just crank that shit, just all the way to 11, and they're doing it. 2 flawlesses in a row, and just 0 response from DLB. And look at this, they're shattered. No money in the bank.
The fact that Titan's doing this on attack too, as strong as they're doing this, I mean, it's brilliant. Now Hiccup, Sheriff, Boomba on the opposite side, gonna spot them out, forces Hiccup back into hookah. And Drone getting the information that this Killjoy needs, but I don't expect them to go for the peak. They want to do some damage to Titan. If Titan's gonna take this 11th round, they just want to take some guns out of their hand.
Yeah, I mean, it does pose an interesting effect. So you can see 3 members of DLB pushing all the way through showers. You're finding out that there really isn't a whole lot of information here. The 2 members in hookah found a little bit of information between the peak from Hiccup and the Allodrone, but they've lost all of that now. They have no idea where anybody is, but look at this. Fire throws out the smoke. Shady in perfect position gets 2.
Chef's kiss. Shady, what a play right there. Phoenix now on site. Cloudburst spots out the opposing Phoenix. So, I mean, this is technically a suspect Phoenix here. You know, it's actually a Jet disguising themselves as that agent. Minimal, the real Phoenix, blocked off into heaven with a stinger and light armor. Ooh, Hiccup does find that 1 deke on the market rotation. Mash going down to the Jet, leaving only 2 alive for DLB. Collecting this Vandal. Hiccup might want to use it in the next.
Okay.
Locates the head of Gozo. Can't find anything more. Would have hoped that they would hold on to that Vandal, maybe. Try to force some more guns into a more uncomfortable situation. More uncomfortable one-on-one between Hiccup. But, I mean, Hiccup on that Killjoy, leading their team. Can you take a look at how interesting this scoreboard is right now? Khan Academy and Minimal, the 2 duelists of DLB, at the bottom of the leaderboard, which is a little bit surprising to me.
Yeah, I mean, Khan Academy was lights out in that first half. Just had so many crazy plays, being that entry fragger, just exploding onto those sites with the blast pack, air movement. But I mean, they're on the defensive side now. They don't have that same agency. They have to play a little bit more reactionary, and you can tell it's completely neutered their play style. They just haven't been the same, and it's more on Hiccup now, who has played this very defensive style agent and has been putting in great work there. Out of the round already, though, as Phoenix pushes aggressively into bathrooms.
Ooh, Minimal force out. Paint cans, Hunter's Fury. Tags up a player, he's gonna land. The second one doesn't, so still gonna be alive, but down a player. 4 ultimates remaining on Titan for this attack. And a player advantage. Titan just has to buy their time, find an entry, and they can just take control of this B site. Minimal being very worried about this push through defender spawn. And the B hall still vacant from this player. Elbow gonna be pushing back. Mash. Drone spots out the 1 in B hall. Spencer gonna be taking control of this site. It is a go-ahead for the spike to go down.
Yeah, and that's actually incredibly unfortunate because they had actually teleported DLB, obviously, into tunnels, but I think it was kind of in the doorway, and so they didn't trust the teleport. So they actually canceled it, found themselves all the way back onto the A site, and now they're the only ones left alive. Phoenix is 360ing through the door into defender spawn, and Fire is just completely full send, opposite side of the map. Gonna try and save this rifle for the potential final round of this map, and Titan are going to be up 12-8 in this semifinal.
Doctor, 3 of the past 4 rounds have been flawlesses for Titan. Unless Fire can do some damage here, Titan is just, they've woke it up in this semifinal here now. Phoenix. Spots out Fire. Interesting gunfight between the 2 of them. It's not going to be flawless, but even still, Fire not going down in the end is going to be
That's impactful. It's one extra weapon in the hands of Titan. And looking at what they got, it's 3 rifles, 2 of which have to go with light armor, an SMG, and a judge onto Hiccup, who, outside of Fire, is your best performing character, your best performing player. So you really need to hope and pray for that judge duty. And I'll be curious to see where they actually sit on the map, because do they get cheeky with it? Do they get aggressive? Do they play defensively? Do they play reactively? And then does Titan actually play into what DLB think is going to happen?
You see Mash pushing down with your drone in the second cam observer. Didn't get too much information, but enough to know that there is a presence towards Market. Now all those players going to back up, go back towards the A site. Showers is going to be controlled by Phoenix. 3 players towards A main. U-Haul is going to be where 2 players of these defenders are. Khan Academy and a Minimal have to show up here. This is the stance to hold it all. The Battle of Blackgates right here.
And here comes the assault. DLB holding their fingers crossed. Shows coverage completely shut down. Just deleted from the server.
I said it before and I'll say it again. You can't spell paint without pain, and Ray's feeling the pain right there. Spencer does go down, so either Ray's not standing. You do know that there's a player inside Heaven. The bomb has been planted. Post-plant position is going to be underway. A 4-on-4 for this retake. Caprage backed up and ready for the shock dart. Gozo not able to find the second one. Hiccup going to be the one to end his life. Now through the smoke, Shady is going to be standing tall, but back and forth are these teams. Fire's the last one standing. It looks like Titans going to the grand finals, Doctor. 13-8 on Bind. It was pound for pound for the most of it, but when Titans woke up, they were not playing.
Yeah, I mean, that attacking half for them was insane. They were so aggressive when they needed to be. And, you know, most notably, we already talked about what the problem for DLB was. It was those duelists. They were stuck at the bottom of the board. And even, you know, Khan Academy, who was so good in the first half, they just couldn't get anything going. They couldn't play that same aggressive, proactive style they had on the offense, because you're on defense now. You need to wait for the attackers to actually do something, and you can't just balls to the wall, blast pack your way through a short. You need to be more responsive than that. And it completely shut down what DLB as a team did in the first half.
Well, definitely, if I'm looking at my notes here, having Hiccup, your Killjoy, top frag for most of the game, it's not going to pay off in the long run of a game like Valor, especially when what you say is like what we both pointed out here, having both of your duelists at the bottom. Don't expect DLB to kind of show up in the later rounds, because the aggressive style that Titan was holding through from defense transitioning back over to attack. I mean, you saw the amount of times that Phoenix himself on that jet found an opening kill, whether it was with the Phantom, whether it was with the Operator, or even with a standalone Classic. He was just doing the most on that entry for that duelist position. That's what you want to see from a duelist. That's what you need from a duelist. And Titan, exactly. They were doing what they needed when they needed to do. I highlighted the fact that 3 of the 5 last rounds were flawlesses from Titan on that attack. Yeah. It really showed that DLB was not stopping the entry, where they didn't have any aggression. They didn't have any trades. They weren't backing each other up. And it was really allowing Titan to take such a forward position, such a prominent angle, and really dominate those later rounds of the series.
Yeah, I mean, Titan just completely took advantage of that passiveness. And when you have round after round after round of flawlesses, your economy just explodes, right? And then when you finally do a round, it really doesn't matter, because you still have the economy to rebuy. Whereas your opponent, who's been losing all these rounds time and time again, force buying, they finally win that round. and they come in with still a half armor, SMGs, and it's still not even a full buy. And then they lose that round, and they're just completely shattered. They've lost their life savings at that point, and that was really the end of the game. Like at that point, unless DLB just smurfed, like if they just turned it on and ran away with it at that point, it would have been the best comeback in Valorant history. But Titans, though, they secure their grand final spot. They're heading to the best of 3 up next, and DLB, if you guys are interested, you can go ahead, click that Battlefy link down below, get yourself signed up for next week's Pit of Valor, and we'll be waiting for you with open arms.
And definitely can come back swinging a lot harder. Before I send it to a break, Doctor, I have to ask you, because you're going to be stepping aside for the grand finals. We got Titan and SDK coming up. I know you've seen both of them play. Give me your prediction for this best of 3 before we head to a break.
SDK 2-0.
Ooh, hot 2-0 right here coming from Doctor. He wants to see it. SDK has been showing a strong arm, so they might be able to come out with that hot 2-0. We're going to head to a little bit of a break, so go get some snacks. Go hydrate yourself with some water. The Pit of Valor will be back with some more Valorant, so stay tuned.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Are back to the grand finals of the Pit of Valor. GOG's here, bringing you the best of the best for tonight's action. SDK, who has shown their strong arm again and again for today, are going up against Titan, who just came out with the hottest end to a game I've seen on Bind in a long time. Nice little 13-8 win in the semifinals. Now they're here to fight on Ascent for the first map. It's myself, Seymour, alongside Hawk's Nest. We're bringing you this action. How do you do, Hawk's Nest?
I'm doing great. I mean, watching that last match, it was so close in the first half. I was trying to make the predictions in my head of what was going to happen, and I was just like almost wrong every single round. I thought someone was going to start getting the lead at any point. Took them a while, but at the very end, Titan pulled it together. And if they're riding that high into this next match, I expect them to come out in this first map like absolutely guns blazing.
I mean, we've seen SDK on Ascent already. I haven't seen Titan on Ascent, so I already know that SDK is going to have a good show right now. I mean, Doctor himself, he said 2-0. I'm now hoping not the 2-0 because I want to see split. I'm very conflicted here on what to go for because, like, do we want to go home early? Does SDK just want to sweep it? Or do we get to see the new rework for the first time on GLG? I'm so split on my decision here.
That was a good one. I thought I had something else to repeat for like a comeback to that joke, and then a producer spoke in my ear and it went completely out of my mind. But yeah, I'm torn. I kind of want to see the third map see split here at GLG, see how the reworks looks and how these players play with it. But I don't know, man. SDK, they've been so strong throughout the entire tournament here tonight. I mean, they're just blazing through all of their matches. It's going to be hard to stop them and get them to that game 3.
Oh, well, since we've heard Jason's thoughts, and since it seems like both of our analysis are split decisions, what do you think it's going to be in the end here, Hawks? What's your prediction for this grand final?
Man, it's tough. I think I have to go SDK 2-0. I got to back my boy Doctor up. I think they have been insane this entire tournament. I don't know the round counts. I think it's going to be some very close matches, but I think SDK is going to be able to pull it out each map.
I'll play devil's advocate. Titan takes it 2-1. SDK, okay. They've been shining, but, we've seen Titan in the Pit of Valor before. I know that they have the gas to go the distance. SDK, I'm still unsure about them. It's late in the night. They've been guns blazing all morning. Maybe they just put too much gas in the early game and they're going to show up a little bit slow here for the finals. I'm curious what I'm going to see in the end, but I got Titan going to split, winning it out. In that third map deciders. It's going to be a close one, though, for all three of these games. I don't expect it to be a blowout between either of these teams. It's going to be a solid grand finals. And you know why it's going to be a solid grand finals?
Why is that?
It's because these teams are fueled up on the drink control. And that could be you guys, too, if you go to DrinkCTRL and you use code GLG10 at checkout. You get yourself some nice, shiny new shaker cups. You get yourself some nice meal replacements. And that could be it for you. You could be that Radiant player going up against the best of the best. You could be just trashing on people in gold for all I care. That drink control will bring you places. So get yourself some drink control with code GLG10 at checkout. And it'll enter you in the giveaway that I was talking about prior to it, where we will have a large free bag, FREE, a large bag at that, of drink control at your disposal if you win that giveaway. Only entered if you use code GLG10 at checkout. That's code GLG10 at the checkout of DrinkCTRL. I'm gonna burn it into your brains.
Repetition makes you remember things. I mean, it's a scientifically proven thing. The more you say use code GLG at checkout at drinkctrl.com, eventually they're gonna have to remember it and do it, right?
Eventually. I mean, I'm hoping so. Drink control is just so nice to us. It's nice to you too. And
it's great.
And if you get some drink control, if it shows up at your doorstep and you're like, oh my God, look at this drink control. I got it right all to myself. Take a picture of it. Tweet at GL Gaming Lounges, at LCMoreL on Twitter. Jason, what's your Twitter?
Hawks Nest NA. Get me in that tag too. I want to see what flavor you guys like.
And we'll give you that Twitter clout. We'll heart that. We'll retweet it. We'll give you all the gas for getting some drink control here. and you guys will be like, oh my god, I'm so full of my drink control. I love my drink control. That's all you guys need. But for right now, Pit of Valor is gonna be hopping into that grand finals. SDK and Titan Ascent's map number 1. What are we gonna see, Hawks?
Well, like you said earlier, SDK, we've seen them on Ascent already. They were absolutely insane on Ascent. They had a beautiful setups. Uriel was the operator, just mapping people every single round, no problem. We haven't seen Titan on Ascent. I'm sure they've gotten the practice. I'm sure they know how to play the map as well. So it's going to come down to which one's a little more warmer on the map, how they can get these setups going. Obviously, the agent selections are going to be important. We know SDK favors these more offensive, aggressive agent selections. They like to get down and dirty. They like to rush in your face, take you out. Don't even worry about it. Titan, they kind of played the same way, though. So it's going to be a very interesting mix-up of who's going to be able to be aggressive when they need to, who's going to be able to stay back, hold those defensive setups, and get those frags.
And one thing we were also talking about in the agent selects of Ascent back in the quarterfinals is one thing you might want to see from these teams is if you're starting on the defense, you might want to play for a more aggressive agent style for when you swap into the later rounds on that attack, because if you're stuck with a more defensive setup, it might not favor you when you swap sides in the end of it. So let me just get this here. Who do we have starting on defense for right now? SDK is going to be starting off on defense right away, and we saw them. We saw them on that quarterfinal go for the the Jet, Phoenix, Killjoy, Sova, and I think an Omen.
Yep.
And on actually, I have it written down. Why am I even trying to bring that? So back in round number 3, it was Scrub Garden versus SDK. They had the Killjoy, Sova, Jet, Omen, and Phoenix. That's exactly what I had, you know. And in that, they had such an aggressive hold most of the times on defense. It panned out when they swapped over to the attack as well. You saw Uriel, like you said, with that operator, dominate, shut down Scrub Garden, looking to do that again here. And Makai on that Phoenix, countless 3Ks. I cannot stress that every single player on SDK is a fragger in the sense that they will turn up, and they have been turning up. It's just a matter of time before they do.
Absolutely. I mean, you pointed out 2 of the players there for SDK, but really all of them, they've all been right where they need to be. They can make the clutch plays. They can be in the 1v2 situations, and you have confidence in every single one of those players that they can do what they need to do every single round. I think that's what makes SDK so powerful, because there's not 1 or 2 people you can take out of the running and the team's shot. If you have one player on a team that gets picked early in the round and no one else can step up to that role, it's very hard to win every round. But SDK, no matter who's alive or who's not, they're able to make the plays when they need to.
And moving into Bind for the second map, as well as we are guaranteed at least to head to Bind. I mean, if Hawk's Nest gets his prediction right, Bind is going to be where we end it. Bind is going to be more interesting. I mean, we just saw the attacking side from Titan be so strong. I mean, they had, like I pointed out to Doctor, 3 out of the 5 last rounds that we did see were flawlesses from the attack side of Titan. So we know that they can turn up on that map. It might be an interesting style to see Titan go up against SDK, you know, the aggressive team against aggressive team in that sense. So when you mix the two in that map, I think that Titan will come out on top. I mean, I've seen Titan on that. I haven't seen SDK on Bind. So, and just in my mind, I feel like it's going to be SDK taking Ascent, Bind going to Titan, and then a split decision in my head for split. But I feel like Titan is going to take it in the end of it because of the momentum going from game number 2 to game number 3. We're hopping into Ascent, though. The grand finals going to be underway. We are done with our rambling, Hawk's Nest. So let's take a look at these agent picks. Already, it does look like SDK is setting up for the exact same style that they had last time. The Killjoy, Sova, Phoenix, Omen. Uriel picks up this Jet. It will be a mirror from side to side if Shady locks in that Omen as well.
I do expect both of those lock-ins to come through. You see they're both being hovered now as Uriel finally picks up that Jet. There's the lock-in on that. Shady most likely going to lock that Omen and probably just taking a couple extra seconds here to talk about how they want to run it in these first couple of rounds here. But yeah, same thing. I mean, both these team compositions, you have very aggressive play styles from a couple of these agents. You have the ability to send these smokes out. The Killjoy ultimate locking down half of the map. There's so much utility and so much pressure from both of these teams. It's going to come down to, once again, who's able to hit these shots, rotations if they're there for the defending team, and just getting into these sites as fast and as efficiently as you can.
And now back into this. The picks are out, mirrored on either side. Ascent defending here for the start is SDK, like we've been harping on. And we talked about Uriel on this Jet getting the first bloods. We talked about Makai with the follow-ups, shutting down so many mid-game opportunities that the opposing team has had. Well, you're going up against Titan now, a team where you look at Phoenix on that Jet, who was stand out with the Operator, who was stand out with the Phantom, and Spencer on that Raze last game, who is finding all the openings that you could ask for. Now on Phoenix, this could just be two absolute Titans locking heads and going pound for pound.
I really think that might be exactly what we're in for. Two great teams, a lot of big players here right now. Very aggressive play styles on either side. There's going to be a lot of butting heads in this one. First shot's already going down through the mid. The turret spots a couple out over on that catwalk towards trees. Gozo going to try and re-peek this. Maybe can make something happen with the classic. Got to play it safe, though.
Definitely got to play it safe. Gozo has an opportunity, though. If Uriel goes for that wide peek. I mean, we saw the same exact play from Uriel and Makai earlier. Frenzy and Classic, too, in both respective aspects. But this time, they're not going to have the aggression pushing right into them. Instead, it is going to be the attackers going for the B side, where they are going to be met by the Sova. And
only two defensive members here for now. They fully rush onto the site. Phoenix dashes and able to drop Zack Attack. Raymond finds one on the other side, but the team shots from Capraj and Phoenix finish them off. The B site is theirs. The spike moves on, should be getting planted. There it goes. Gozo trying to watch the flank, finds Makai looking for the rest. Able to find yet another onto Uriel. Only one member left for SDK.
Gozo, huge for Titans on binds. Coming out big in the mid game for this pistol round. The attackers going to take the first one, puts them in a good opportunity for a 2-0 start, especially only losing out on one Patty. Gonna smoke off market as well as A-Link or B-Link.
Standing ahead.
Praj waiting for it. Speaks out. The frenzy is gonna be good. With Phoenix finding that kill. First round to Titan. Pistol round. Gonna start off hot for the attackers.
They almost had another flawless round. Like, it's a different game, but would that still be like 5 in a row for them at that point? 4 in a row, maybe?
It would have been 4 out of 6 rounds in a
4 out of 6, damn. That's still pretty impressive.
Flawless.
I mean, pistol rounds are kind of, you know, you just throw it up in the air and whoever catches it with takes it, but looking pretty good out of Titan right there. I mean, they kind of just stomped onto that B site, made it their own, and made themselves right home.
Round number 2. Uriel gonna be aggressive. Capraj with the force buy from SDK. Or opposite sides, though. Uriel gonna go down from Titan, who are continuing their reign of terror. Makai down to 14. Can heal up with the wall if they burn it.
Like
But
they were
still
going
down
to.
a player. 5 on 4. Sorry about that, Hawks.
Placing swarm grenade. Swarm grenade out.
But we do see Phoenix now around the corner. Patty meets the end to the Jet. And now 2 on 1 peak. Makai does get 1 with 14 health, but the rest of SDK fall to the hands of Titan as the spike gets planted. Left down to 1 again for a 4 on 1.
Gun here.
One last member, Zack Attack. Gonna have to make it all happen here. Turret gets spotted out by Spencer. Gonna switch to that classic. It's faster than reloading. Trying to take those shots, but it doesn't do quite as much damage. Zach's finally gonna drop one of the members of Titan, but there's not that much time to work with. Phoenix watching from up top. Can't really peek, get much of an angle here.
Zack Attack. Phoenix gonna find that one. Losing 2 members this time. So only gonna have to buy up Titan for those 2, the Omen and the Phoenix. Probably gonna go for a bonus once again, as we've just been seeing that a trend. 3rd round, just bonus round for the victors of 2 in a row. And instead of meeting them with rifles, actually this is interesting from SDK because they went for a force buy, so they're going to be forced into an upgraded pistol round with Frenzies, Sheriff, and it looks like a classic for Uriel to try to get to that operator a little bit faster.
It's a smart choice here. I mean, like you said, they're kind of forced into it. They don't have too many options, but you want to have a little bit of a chance there. You don't want to go down 3 in a row without a fight. Upgraded pistol is the way to go right here. Have to get some early picks, get these team shots working. They start to flood onto this B site. Be halted for a moment as the backside is being pushed. Uriel and Makai there in the backside. Caprage gonna turn around and find one. Uriel does trade it out, but Gozo once again is here when you need them. One member still hanging out in the mid. The recon bolt will tag them up. Caprage tries to look for it.
Down to 9, Caprage on this Frenzy. Not missing at the moment. Smoke's gonna come through. Caprage expects the TP. Pre-fire through the smoke is gonna find that kill now. 3-on-2. Titan rotating all the way to the A site with Spike in hand of Shady. And there, Sofa's all the way down to about 9 health, I think, from what I saw. Zack Attack.
Yep.
Rotating through defender's spawn with Ramen, Sheriff, and a Frenzy. I mean, it's doable, but it's going to be tough.
30 seconds left.
Your hope is to find one member by themselves, get that pick up whatever gun they have, and work with it. Zach trying to get some shots with the Sheriff. The long shot hits onto Gozo. Ramen drops down to find Shady. It was a 2v3. Now it's a 1v2. A 9 health Sova. It's the only thing stopping SDK, and it's not going to stop them for long as Zach finds a third.
I was curious. I didn't know if Caprage had the had his shock darts. Instead went for the Chow with only 9 health. Zack Attack finding that pick onto the Phoenix with the follow-up from the split crossfire onto that second player planting. Very big plays from the individual gunfights on SDK, picking up their first round on defense. So Titan, their reign of terror ends there with a broken buy of pistols. SDK finding it.
I'll find them.
After very back and forth with the SMGs, with the pistol round. I'm surprised that Titan, they lose a round like that, but now you have the operator in the hand of Uriel going for the pick on Dispenser, but missing out on that Phoenix. They're going to clear him off as well as locate that Killjoy on site, so they know that there's at least 2 members at A. In fact, there is only going to be those 2 members on A and 3 split to the B side, with Spike still favoring the B side of the map, so unsure of what Titan are looking for on this attack.
Might just be trying to make some noise over here towards this A site, get the defenders interested. You see a Sova up at the top of your screen, rotating through the spawn, just kind of watching the middle, but there, just in case the call to A comes through, easily able to rotate there. But Gozo and the Omen hanging out towards this B garage, looking like they're getting a little bit antsy. Titan trying to make a move here, but they've got to find some sort of information first. 45 seconds left on the clock. Gonna have to make it happen soon.
Does look like the Spike's going to rotate to A. 2 nanoswarms, a turret, and an alarm bot holding the line of scrimmage for the A site. Smoke in the choke too. They're going to have to uncomfortably push through the flames. Are going to break the site. Nanoswarm going to force the Blade Storm all the way onto pipes, and it's good for 1, but Zack Attack is better with 3. A disgusting spray off that Bulldog. He's going to back up into hell. He has the reinforcements. Incredible from this Killjoy.
10 seconds
Absolutely
left.
10 seconds left too.
Shredded through the Titan push right there. Nowhere near enough time to reclaim the spike, get it down. That's going to be around over to SDK. Zack Attack looking for the quad. Peeking around Uriel, still just hanging out with that operator. No one's going to get past them. 2-2 tied up overall, just like that. I mean, yeah, those first 2 rounds for SDK were definitely a little bit iffy. Titan seemed very dominant at the start, but SDK, they won that pistol round, got a little bit of their confidence back, got some weapons in their hands, and brought it back for a second in a row.
That smoke from Patty forced so much from Titan that they didn't want. Zack Attack just cleaned up the rest of it. Brilliant from SDK on the A site. Back to the mid control. Uriel's going to destroy that turret. Back up into glass. Spike is going to go for mid control with the rest of their team with sheriffs. Looked like maybe a Bulldog, if not a Spectre. And it's going to be spotted right there from that drone. So big information for SDK. Patty going to get aggressive with Makai down B main. And that's going to cause them for a perfect pincer once the spike goes down on B. If the spike goes down on B. And Uriel with a big pick off that operator will split this attack and slow down the tempo.
It's a great line of sight right there. You can see Titan wasn't really expecting anyone to be back there, let alone the operator. That early pick definitely going to slow them down for now. They have to reassess what way they want to enter onto the site. They're starting to push forward now. Phoenix going to be the first entry. Dashes forward, trying to look around. Can't quite find anyone. Patty in the garage finds one on just Shady. Ramen going to get one for themselves as well. It's a 5v2 SDK. Looking very good on this defensive hold.
One enemy remaining.
This is what I was showcasing. Patty and Makai inside B main. Perfect crossfire. Zack attack. Closing out that round. Third for SDK in a row. Taking the lead for this defensive side. After a slow start after that pistol. SDK finding their tempo from the previous games that we saw. And they're right back into this Hawk's Nest. So Zack attack leading. 8 kills and 2 deaths on that Killjoy. The closest is 3 from Ramen. Outstanding from this Sentinel.
Yeah, I think SDK, you know, they had that break watching Titan play in their other semifinal match. I think Titan was, you know, they're riding the high of that last match. They still had all the heat in them. SDK needed a couple rounds. Now they're looking like the SDK we've seen earlier today. It's going to make it a tough match for Titan. Uriel, oh, so close on that operator shot. Not quite able to smack him down. But a good information there is at least one on that garage. Defense is going to rotate around accordingly.
And now look, it looks like a 5-player hit through B main. Zack attack and Ramen going to be there. You have to be a little bit afraid for Titan pushing into Zack attack once again. Sonar from Ramen. See if it locates. Gonna actually get so much information. Hunter's Fury. The attacker's Killjoy is gonna be out and they run it back. Dropped by Uriel. Zack attack gets that nano swarm down. Finds the kill onto Shady. No omen for the smokes. In fact, Zack attack's actually gonna be detained in the back. So easy cleanup in a 4-on-4.
That Killjoy ultimate makes it so hard to keep them off of the site. SDK have to concede it for now. The spike goes down. It's a 4v4 though. So the kills are even. Titan a little bit behind in terms of health. Makai trying to clear out the garage. Spraying through the backs just to be sure. As they slowly start to creep forward here. Patty's now going to be the one to push on. Look towards the back. Can he find him? Can't see much through the smoke. Couple players spotted out with the dart waiting. Trigger this one is there. Snaps onto the second. Absolute nutcase right there. Patty still trying to make this happen. 2 members left in the back. Ramen's there to help it out. Gonna hop on the defuse. Spencer tries to defend. Finds 2, but Uriel's there to help him out with the sheriff. A close one right there. A couple of crazy snaps in that round. Man.
I think Patty just saw their life flash before their eyes there after that.
I saw my life flash before my eyes.
After the Phoenix found 2. Incredible. Let's take a look at this replay. Patty, that snap was disgusting onto Gozo. And big BDE energy to hump that defuse even after that smoke. Uriel with the save. We're into round number 7. As it's 4-2 for SDK, up by 2 now. Uriel still with that operator. I want to take a look at where they're positioned. They are going to be in market. And it does look like 2 are going to peek into there. Smoke going to block off this jet. Going to provide enough cover for the mid control to be in the hands of the attackers. Makai run it back in a spot 2. I didn't even catch that one, but neither did the other team. The only thing they caught is a few bullets.
Spots 2 all the way deep back in the spawn. SDK gonna be able to play a little bit of more, you know, push up you see towards that A site. Patty hanging out by the door. Gonna have to check through trees now. Uriel's op should be able to back up if needed. Spencer getting ready to time this push. Throws the slash, passes through, sees one, tries to spray, can't quite find Patty. Makai's there as well. Phoenix the only one to find a kill there. Makai gets a two-piece. Shady cleans it up at the end, but definitely in the favor of SDK. They're trying to find the other Uriel's in waiting, though. One member remaining here for Titan.
That opening there into trees. They spot the shoulder of Gozo. Zack not looking in the right direction. Gozo, as the Phantom, picks up the spike. Gonna hit the road and go to the B side now. Are they gonna make it in time to catch this rotation? Is Gozo gonna be there? Drops the turret. Ramen knows. They know Hawk's Nest. They're not even gonna catch it. Bladestorm popped by Uriel. Hoping to just confirm this round. 12 seconds left. Headshot from the knives. 5th round for SDK.
Goodness.
That toss-up in trees was so back and forth, but having the player advantage after it towards SDK just gave him such comfort in the trades at the end of it. And big opportunity for Gozo to rotate to the B site, but I mean, getting in time, Ramen spotting out that rotation, even bigger.
Yeah, that turret really gave it away. It's a good idea, though. You know, you put the turret there so the turret will alert you as they cross, right? You can see it through that line of sight, but just a little bit unlucky was the timing there. So it was already there to see it go down. Alerts them to the presence. Uriel is going to shut down any sort of aggressive play here if they decide to peek around that corner.
We talk about it. We've said it, but this time it's not going to be out for the races. In fact, it is going to be Titan holding on to all 5 players. The boomstick not going to lock it down. Going to rotate to heaven. Overview of the A site. Door's going to be dropped as well, so...
No one has the spike right now. It is still sitting back towards their B spawn area. So they're kind of just playing more for information here. They know the operator's over towards A. But the spike's going to rotate nonetheless. As we see them on the mini-map and on the left side of your screen right now. Moving towards this A site, preparing for the inevitable brawl that's going to go down over here.
Inevitable is the right word. TP doesn't come through, he cancels it. So still gonna have that omen. Up, Uriel smoked off. Spencer on the site. It's wide swing, the op gonna be there. Cloudburst gonna make sure it doesn't. Hell is occupied. Spencer, 1-for-1 trade. Patty does get an important one, but back and forth leaves it 3 apiece with the spike down.
Uriel was dropped during that, so no operator at the moment for SDK. Someone could go up to heaven, try and retrieve it if they want, but both Killjoy ultimates dropping, making a beautiful Venn diagram on that A site.
Hunter's Fury not gonna lock down any kills. In fact, the lockdown's not even gonna detain anybody. Perfect flash from Makai, gonna get in there. Phoenix losing their life. Nanoswarm's gonna keep them spaced off of the spike, and the split hold right now from the Killjoy and the Sova is going to be strong. Gozo gets the first. Gozo gets the second. Gozo shuts down the retake. As this guy is as jacked as you could ask for right now.
Great spot to sit in. You could kind of see SDK like felt like he was back there. Like something in their guts just kept making them look towards that archway. But once they got onto the site, Defuse was going down, the other one pushing up. Great play from Gozo to be able to pick off both of them, secure Titan their 3rd round, and it's been a minute since they've seen that victory screen.
Here we go, back
Get out of my way.
to the action. Bladestorm's hold for Titan. Phoenix gonna be holding on to it. Occupying the space towards B garage. Spencer looking for an opening, being very patient. Clearing all the sites that they need. Ramen gonna drone out market. Spots the turret. Shouldn't spot anything else though. Run it back and lead the way. The races are on. Spencer, is he gonna get anything from this? Doesn't need to. Phoenix has the perfect overwatch of this player to take out Zack Attack, hit the spike down. A 5-on-4 for the retake.
Push in. Phoenix still has a couple of knives left. If needed, Caprage gonna shoot a dart back towards that alleyway. Not much gonna be able to come through there right now. Makai has made it with his run it back. Slashing onto the site. Gets them all stunned up, but not able to get many kills. Gets one. Phoenix trades it back. Uriel's there as well. Caprage's drone gonna find a few, but it's a 1v2. That was so fast. I missed half the action. Patty on the backside, able to get Spencer. Caprage is there. Another round for Titan. 5-4 now.
That retake was nice. It was a good opportunity for SDK to take them to an even bigger sponge of a lead, but Titan finding that one, bringing them to 5-4, only one round down. Even better for the attacking side of Titan, because you are looking to swap to the defense with as close a close a game as you can ask for, being so that Ascent has, you know, history tells that it is a defender-sided map. So Titan, you're going to take these rounds and scraping along the bottom of the barrel, finding the end of these games is what you need for Titan. Now Uriel, aggressive through A. Nobody going to be there. In fact, they're playing very slow to it to watch for the aggression. Uriel's not giving up on it, though.
Dart comes through, smacks that out. It's a very slow start of this round. Both these teams are, you know, they're playing it cautious at this point. We've had 9 rounds of just banging their heads into each other, seeing who's going to come out on top, and gonna slow it down just a little bit. If you're Titan, you know, you have to win this round. You really want to bring yourself to that 5-5. Get as close as you can, like you were saying before the half, when you switch over to that defense. SDK, obviously, their main goal is trying to lock this one down, increase their lead on the other hand. No one wants to throw away this first pick.
Slowed down, quiet on the battlefield.
It's a calm before the storm.
Exactly. I want to take a look at this Phoenix, though, mid-map and market. Perfect position to catch off some lurkers. This is all 4, minus that Phoenix. Pushing through B main. They're going to be on the site. Spencer watching for this now. Makai's going to be the first one going down. Can he find 2? Not able to find Patty. Opportunity for Spencer shut down. And in fact, Back Attack is still alive and kicking. Falling at the seams. SDK rip apart that attack from Titan. Brilliant.
It was a crazy play on both sides. I think Titan waited just a little bit too long. SDK, they just sat and waited. They were patient. They didn't get too antsy. They didn't get too aggressive. They waited for the attack to come through and just destroyed it as it did.
Zack Attack's 11-6. I mean, having only Ramen and Zack Attack on the B site, with 4 players pushing into you and a stinger on your Killjoy coming out with what you had, perfect. And that opportunity with Spencer, whiffing those shots on the second player, really put a damper on that round for Titan. I mean, you have to hit those shots. You're lurking for that long. You find the first, you have to get that second with that surprise attack. Now Uriel and Makai back in their aggressive position. Flash. Uriel taps away, but nobody home to receive a haircut.
Couple of shots rang back, so still some information at the end of the day. May have heard the alt door being collected up as well, so they know that there's some aggression over onto this A site. They're seeing the utility come through now. Patty gonna smoke it off.
Ooh.
Looks for them to walk out. Sees one. Oh, one shot, but that's gonna reveal the position. Smoke countered as they're now forced to push up. Makai and Caprage trading on the other side, and they're pushing through onto the site. Shady finds one. Caprage finds another. Spike going down, and there's no one here to answer from SDK yet.
Titan finds this round. Big opportunity for a 6-6 half. Now you're looking for the shock dart into heaven. Minimal damage, actually no damage at all. Caprage. Vacancy inside hell. Gozo, wine. Perfect setup for this post plant. There's no way that Titan loses this. Zack Attack goes down to Phoenix. Ramen gets dropped by Phoenix. Thrifty for Titan. They find their 5th opportunity for a tie game at the half.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful job right there from Titan. Grab some weaponry at the end of Thrifty round indeed. Now it's SDK. They're going to have to play around with their economy a bit. 2 players at 0 credits, the rest below 1,000. not really working with the best arsenal. Titan has the advantage in that sense. Have to see if they can pull through with a nice offensive round here, get onto the site and clean it out as they have done so well. SDK 3 over on towards that B garage. They can feel it coming. The aggression is in the air as Makai waits them to round this corner.
Makai wide swing. The rest of them are in. Su still finds a kill. How do you let that happen? Makai gets away with murder. Patty using the TP to get out of the situation. Backed up onto the B site. That 1-for-1 trade. Absolutely glorious for SDK now. You have the Blade Storm popped. Players backed up on the B site. Uriel in a good position to catch off a rotation from Titan.
Shouldering around that corner, waiting for some information. No one going to be spotted out quite yet, as you see SDK again getting ready for this garage push. Titan still hanging in there on the left and on the right. Caprage and Spencer team shot for 2 kills right there. That'll open up the B site, and they know it. The rotation already on its way through. Cloud bursting all the entrances, making sure they can deny as much as they can from SDK as they start to get this spike down.
Get out of my way.
And Spike is down. 2 players for SDK. Uriel, Bladestorm still popped. Can't imagine the 7-5 half right now. Hunter's Fury is going to tag up the player. Uriel, oh, the updraft. Still alive somehow, but time is not in Uriel's favor. In fact, losing out on Zack Attack, that should almost guarantee a 6-6 half. That's what we're given. Phoenix puts it down with that one-shot headshot on that Deagle.
Cool, baby.
The only thing I have to ask you right now is, what do you think SDK stands for?
Man, I don't know. I've seen a lot of guesses in the chat, and all of them have been denied, and I'm kind of out of guesses. Like, everything I've seen would be something I can guess. I can't think of 3 more words that make sense that are SDK acronyms. Like, I'm actually, like, just completely stumped.
Super dry Kool-Aid.
So that's just like the Kool-Aid dust, like before you mix it in the water?
Exactly, yeah.
Okay. I could see it. Sneaky Duck Kings.
Sneaky Duck Kings?
Yeah,
I don't mind that.
Yeah, I think that's pretty cool. You know, have some ducks with some crowns or sneaking around in the bushes. I don't know, man. There's too much.
I've seen so many guesses.
I have. I tried to bait someone out in chat and say if SDK wins, they have to leak what it means. And I didn't get any response to that, so I'm still hoping they're just secretly waiting for that to happen, and they'll let us know one day.
One day we'll get to know. For now, pistol round. SDK on the attack. Titans on the defense. Spencer gets aggressive. Ramen wins the duel. That should be the go-ahead for the A site. But what you don't know if you're SDK is that there's 3 players still holding on to this with the opportunity of shutting down this attack. Still biding their time, the attackers of SDK. Catwalk control. A-long control. Smokes are out. It looks like it's going to be an A-hit flash. Just barely missing out on that jet. Phoenix can be unchecked. Still finds one. Makai goes down. Trades happen favoring SDK. And Uriel taking down Shady.
30 seconds left.
Should be the nail here, unless the 2 players of Titans can be heroes.
Still a good chance right here. I mean, it is a pistol round. If you're going to have a 2v4 happen, it could be on this round. I'm going to drop that turret. You know he's up in heaven now. Going to throw some darts around as it gets smoked off. Looking to do some damage, find some info. Both players here up top. One going to drop down and get dropped by Patty. The second one looking for it as well. Patty makes it happen here on the pistol round. That's so unfortunate timing from the Sova on Titan. Rotated right before SDK decided to push through. If Sova was there, I don't know. Maybe it's just one more body, a couple more bullets that are flying towards SDK. Maybe they find a couple more kills, get a trade or something. Make the round a little bit closer for them, but so close on that timing. Beautifully timed by SDK. So unfortunate if you're Titan.
I have to see something change for Titan. You know, you got Spencer on that Phoenix, 6-12, almost at the bottom of the leaderboard. Shady is 2-10. Like, I need to see the real Slim Shady stand up pretty soon, because this guy is just not cutting it right now in the grand finals for Titan. And he is very, very, very lacking in the trades standing here. I mean, the utility has been good for Shady, but if he starts heating up, might be hard for SDK to keep up with this Titan squad, especially considering that they're tied, having a duelist that far down in the leaderboard.
Mm-hmm.
It's a standstill right now, and the spike isn't even picked up here. Hawk's Nest. They're probably playing off of a pick.
Yeah, I think that's the play right now. Spike does get collected there over towards that B lobby, but spread out across the map right now for SDK, looking for some sort of information, trying to find a pick. Titans kind of doing the same. They're more stacked up towards this B site, though. They're anticipating the garage play. And they're guessing correctly, because this is exactly where SDK is starting to come through. Zack Attack could be the first line out here. The dart comes out, the smokes go out. 2 are revealed. Spencer from that mid, trying to get the pinch, finds Makai through the smoke with the frenzy, trying to find a second. Can he do it? He can! Ramen's trading it back, but it's not quite enough. Hot hands get thrown out. Coming out of the smoke, gets dropped by Patty and Uriel. Find kills in succession. It's a 3v1 now. Uriel finds Stuka Praj in the back. Not able to do it. 3-piece for Uriel there.
Absolute chaos from SDK, but still coming out with that win. 8-6 now, 2-round advantage. And I was checking out chat for a little bit. I saw that, Makai shines apparently on the attacking side with this Phoenix. So one thing that I didn't check is that actually Makai and Spencer on this Phoenix role are pretty much neck and neck here. I mean, Spencer's 8-13, Makai is 9-12. That's literally one gunfight from being at the same scoreline. So it's incredible to see that having the Phoenix, having your duelist this far down is still allowing a tie game. But that just shows that the amount of damage that's going in from the rest of them. Phoenix, big pick onto Makai for the opening of Titan. That's exactly what Uriel's been doing in the past, and that's exactly what they need Phoenix to do on this Jet.
Making it happen in this round. Going to stop SDK in their tracks. They're backing up, looking towards the mid now, making sure they're not going to get flanked. Trying to see if there's an option to push through this mid, or if they need to turn around and go back towards A. Looks like they're pushing up the catwalk. Phoenix in that smoke. Spencer has every opportunity to find a kill here as they push forward through the smoke. Oh, gonna back around the corner, still holding it. See them peek. Half health. Not a kill, though.
Even still going for that wall bang. Cheeky from Spencer, doing the damage that they need. STK has nothing right now. No pacing, no tempo. Stalled at the core as they are split between whether they want to go to B or A. Now it does look like they're going to smoke off market, take mid control.
30 seconds.
Alarmbot's going to let them know where Uriel is. He's still going to up our tailwind out of that. Caprage setting up for the sonar. And through the wall, through the smoke, Spencer just doing the damage that this Phoenix needs to do. Gozo swings wide. Gozo good for 2, but not the third Uriel.
I got the spike.
12 seconds to get this plant down.
10 seconds left.
4 players on the other side. SDK is going to lose out on it as Phoenix closes out.
Deciding to just go for the one guaranteed kill there. Fake the plant, let him come around the corner, not expecting you to have the gun up. But, I mean, yeah, SDK, they just got stalled out. There was nowhere for them to go. They got picked right off the rip. Tried to move around. Couldn't get all the way up to the cat through trees. Tried to push up through mid. They found the success through mid, but they just didn't have any momentum in them, like you said.
Maybe these guys are band kids, silly drum kids.
Maybe.
Maybe. I'm still stuck on it.
I could see that. Silly drum kids. Smooth drum kids. I don't know.
Yeah, no.
Smacking drum kids.
Yeah.
I was trying to think of an S word that goes with drums,
Yeah, silk drum. I don't know. That's all I got there. The Zack Attack. Aggressive through B main with the Jet. This is what we saw from SDK last time around. Setting up the Omen, the Sova, and the Phoenix on the A side of the map with that Killjoy and Jet. Lurking towards B to find any lurks, to find any openings that they can. Really split the minds of the defenders, but Titans, they're not breaking here. 1 round away from a tie. As close as you can ask for between the two of them. On stream, this is the closest game we've seen against SDK.
Yeah, I was gonna say that absolutely. SDK's been dominating, and they finally met someone that can keep up with them at least a little bit, keeping it very tight here. SDK's up still around. Spencer's gonna spray as the door closes. Find one onto Ramen. SDK now on the site. Door goes down. Makai gonna have to watch the flank. Will wall it off. Plant going down. Titan on the rotation from that B site. 3 members here right now. 2 on the way. Soon to be outnumbering SDK. Gonna have to make some nice plays here and hold this host plant very securely if you're SDK.
Barrage on that drone. Spots out Uriel. Spencer. Flash onto the site. Run it back's not good for anything except the follow-up from Shady. Gozo for a second. Titans hitting this retake. You're down to 1. You're down to Zack Attack, and Zack Attack's down in the grave. Kaprash hits that defuse. Closer to the Hunter's Fury. SDK are going to drop this next round. Titans going to tie it up 8 apiece. Brilliant retake there. And that flat flash from the run it back, even though it didn't find a kill, allows Shady to get that pick with the classic. Allows the follow-up to pour on through that door. Big plays from Titan.
Yeah, keeping it so close. I mean, they had that 5 in a row for losses if you're Titan. But after that, I mean, it's just been back and forth. You can see 2 in a row for Titan. SDK responds back to 2 for Titan, then 2 for SDK. Now we're 2 and 2 apiece in the second half. It is such a close game. These top fraggers for either side giving it their all. Everyone on the team trying to be as influential as they can. Spencer almost gets tagged in the knee with a knife. Not an arrow, but a knife. Zack Attack finds one with the Sheriff, though.
Big pick, especially considering it's been the Phoenixes on either side finding those openings. Now Zack Attack getting the better of that duel. Grabs the Phantom as well. And now looks like they're going to be dedicating those 2 trees. Where it is only the Phoenix there. Going to give it up. Site control completely in favor of SDK. They should have a free plant. The smokes are going to allow them to take such strong, aggressive angles.
Yeah, Titan are kind of trying to play around right now. See what they can see, where they can see it from. 2 members over in trees, 2 up on heaven. The Killjoy ultimate goes down. It's going to force everyone to get out of the way if they can. Both ultimates being dropped, actually. So everyone has a chance to get detained here. Euro's going to pop up in the last second. Find. Oh! What?
Could not have made that easier.
What?
Absolutely disgusting. Absolutely baffling, creative, inspirational, next level. Somebody break out the thesaurus. I need more words.
I mean, yeah, okay. That was amazing. I don't know. I don't really know what else to call that. I'm actually amazed, like in the most serious definition of the word amazed.
Whew. Somebody put some respect on this guy's name. Like, jeez, Uriel. Woohoo! Bucky gang out for Spencer. Let's see what he can do with this shotgun pushing through trees. Makai gonna be on the opposite side. Looks like it's gonna be a Phoenix duel. The Bucky does some damage, finds the kill. Oh, Makai's kicking himself after that one. Spencer opens up for Titans a big kill, especially onto Makai.
SDK down a player for the time being. Titan trying to reorganize themselves. Make sure no one's on that B site, but SDK, they're rotating over towards the trees. 1-2 members are here, trying to space through this smoke. Nothing really to connect quite yet. Finally, a couple shots are going to start landing from either side as the utility gets thrown around. Patty's onto the site now.
Patty.
Like, soon to follow.
And the Spectre, Zack Attack, big pick, taking down that Bucky. Spike's going to be planted, a 4-on-4 now.
Spike planted.
SDK with these post-plant positions in a big opportunity to hit that double digit now. The retake with a broken buy is going to be difficult. The smokes come on board. Phoenix going to break the door with the stinger. Now Cabrage locating these players with the drone. Turret on site. Shady loses their life. Loses a head. In fact, Still got the Blade Storm going good. Not as good as Uriel's, though. Trades back and forth. Titan bringing it back. Patty meets the end to the Bucky. And Titans, do they have it? Enough time for the defuse. They're gonna take it. 9-9. Titan with a big retake.
A crazy retake. I mean, SDK, they had every reason to hold that post plant and take that round, get themselves a double digit, but it just didn't play out that way. Titan retook it. They got in there beautifully, hit the shots. It was a 1v1 at the end, and luckily, the Bucky's a little bit stronger than the Spectre at close range.
Maybe because they're a Valorant team, Hawks. Shorty doesn't kill.
Or Shorty does kill.
Or Shorty does kill, you know? I know we saw the Shorty earlier and it didn't kill.
It's a finicky weapon. Maybe that's like their secret strat when they're in, absolutely tied game last round. Shady gets shot in the back.
That was a big drone. Updraft, Uriel looking for a second. Spots out Spencer. Makai knows this player's in trees now. Last time, I mean, Makai lost their life to Spencer with that Bucky. Spencer doesn't have the Bucky this time. In fact, Makai doesn't even have a rifle. It's going to be an SMG. But it's a slow pace right now from SDK. Shady tried to do something interesting. Makai wins this fight after recovering that Vandal. It's totally different now. B-side's going to be the objective for SDK. Gozo, the last one on here. See if they can do the whole Zac attack special. Get a couple kills. Odin from Kapaj, bang through the smoke. Uriel gonna watch those tracers. Uriel on 3. Gozo only finding 1 before going down. And SDK, they're gonna hit double digits first.
They're the ones to make it first. That Odin could have been so huge if it wasn't for that smoke. Would have sprayed them all down, but still finding themselves around. First to 10, have rifles in hand. Titan, couple Buckies, 3 Buckies. 2 Buckies now. See, I always say that. I get excited when they pick a gun, then they get rid of it, and I feel silly. The judge instead is what's going to come through at the end. So, looking to play some real close quarters engagements here for Titan. Spencer going to push up, throw the hot hands out, Bucky shot if needed. SDK, they're a little scared now. I think they heard the Bucky and they said, I do not want to push that.
You remember what happened last time with this Bucky? Having a little bit of PTSD.
Yeah.
Drone gonna locate both Phoenix and Spencer. Spencer has to back up, but don't expect the Jet to stay there as long. Zac attack with a brilliant opening. Nanoswarm's gonna force Spencer out of there. And Bucky says no. Bucky, how many times is that Bucky gonna say no? Makai with another one. Phoenix going down. Split now. Sights purely in favor of SDK. Titans off the shotgun by haven't found a single kill, let alone a single. Actually, I was gonna say a single tick of damage, but look, as a little bit is done to the Jet of Uriel. We're on the brink of 11. Titans need some heroics to take this round.
The 5v2, 3 ultimates available for SDK. If it really comes down to that, Caprage up in heaven. It's gonna need some angelic assistance here to make this one happen. Owl drone goes out, spots 1 maybe before getting taken out. Uriel watching the back, and smartly so, as 1 comes around the corner. Gozo will drop, and Zac attack finds the kill on the other side. A flawless 11th round for SDK here.
Strong dudes karate.
Maybe, I don't know. I'm not really feeling that one, to be honest.
No,
it works, right? Obviously, the words, but I don't know. I don't think that's the vibe. Or maybe of SDK.
Or maybe they're just like, I'll figure out a better one.
Next round intermission, we can.
Next round intermission,
you got cooked up back there.
Titans in a bad position now, 9-11. Down by 2. It's SDK. They find this one. They're on map point. We honestly, we called it too. We said that SDK definitely gonna have a better showing on Ascent. than Titans, as what we've seen from them before. Now, Titans is putting up a really strong fight against them, really keeping them on their toes.
Yeah, I mean, this is the closest one we've had from SDK, right?
Exactly. The only thing is that SDKs, now they have comfort in the later ends of the rounds. And Titans, they're giving up the site. Gozo with a brilliant kill onto Uriel. A 1-for-1 trade, though. They should have this spike down for a 4-on-4 retake. A lockdown on both sides as well, so we might see a Venn diagram.
I do love me some Venn diagrams. He's got to get into the position. Spike goes down. Still a 4v4. Makai holding down, starting to get burned alive. Will drop as Gozo gets a bullet in at the very end. Gonna drop that Killjoy ultimate. And there's the Venn diagram up on your screen. Spencer pushing forward, trying to make a kill happen before, but the running back's gonna push him out.
Lockdown now, detaining. That's Sova. I don't know how Zack Attack managed to get away with this one. Paranoia on site. Phoenix doesn't even care. Phoenix gets 2. Hitting that defuse. SDK down to 1. Spencer cleans up Patty. It's going to be double digits now for Titan as they bring it back by 1.
So freaking close, man. Luckily, SDK, they have the economy to purchase up all their goods and their little trinkets, some abilities, some bullets. 11-10 though. Titan could tie it up here at 11-11. SDK a couple of rounds away from claiming the first map, moving on to that second one. But I can't imagine it could be any closer than this right now, Seymour.
Neck and neck. This is the grand finals that we've been waiting for. Countless times on GLG. The Pit of Valor is just stomps in the grand finals. We're gifted 10-11 games so far on Ascent. The attack looking to unfold through the middle of the map as they're looking to route either to A or B off of a pick. With the spike drop towards the B site, Zack Attack, if they get a pick now, if they find an opening, if they find any information at all, I'm sure that they're going to dedicate themselves here. Hunter's Fury. Where's that one coming from? Down the mid-map, Makai dancing around, making sure that he just is a nuisance in here. Uriel going to take out Gozo. Site control on B now for SDK, a free plan. Very strong showing right now from SDK.
Yeah, a couple players from Titan still a little ways out, working on the rotation. Now you see the Jet trying to weasel their way around the back. Still playing it slow. They don't have too much time remaining though. SDK firmly planted onto the site as the spike ticks away.
Standing ahead.
Three takes underway. Uriel finds another one. Trades amongst them. But still SDK shuts down everything you can ask for. Carnage on the site. The 12th round for SDK. They are on map point, my guy. We are here to witness a great grand final, and it is what we're given.
We've been given some of the greatest gameplay I've seen at GLG right here, right now. The Pit of Valor. It's not no joke. I mean, these guys are here to win. They're here to collect the money and give themselves a nice little pat on the back afterwards. Giving it their all. SDK a single round away. Match point for them. They just got to do it one more time. They can claim Ascent as their own. Spread out across the map right now. Spike not in the hands of anyone from SDK quite yet. Just going to play for a little bit of information before they risk dropping that in an unlucky location. Titan also just as spread out, trying to play for the same information.
Ooh.
So close around this corner.
This is a fight we've been seeing all half. Makai and Spencer, trees. This time Spencer playing an elbow. A lot more aggressive than we've usually seen. Makai has backup though. So Spencer, I don't know if you're going to be expecting this. The flash is going to land. Spencer's still getting the one. The smoke can help him out, but Patty comes out with that kill. The trade 1-for-1. And immediately, they disconnect themselves from any A attempt. They move to the B side. Nobody's going to be there.
So quick on this rotation right now. Titan started moving towards that A site. They're kind of questioning it now. They hear the shots over to the base. They have to make this happen. SDK, you have to push forward right now. Patty does find the kill onto Phoenix, so they're starting to move on. Gozo still hiding in the back, waiting for the team to assist. Looks away at the wrong second. Uriel picks up that one. Caprage finds one of their own. Spikes going down. It's a 3v2. SDK could win it right here, right now. Only 2 kills separate them.
Killjoy took a flight to Spain. They're sitting there down cataclysmic. Ramen pulls that Hunter's Fury. Shady gonna be at the end of it. 1 player left to win out on this 1v3. Ramen, Zack Attack, and Uriel. Caprage gets dropped. Ramen wins it out 13-10. The first game goes to SDK. As we predicted, Ascent went out from this team that has had a strong showing through the Pit of Valor all day long. I didn't expect it to be that close. I mean, I expected close games, but that close, Hawk's Nest, I was not ready for that. That was insane from both sides. They both had their strong plays. They both had their spaghetti dropped at some times. But in the end, they came for a grand final, and we are presented the best grand final we've had for the Pit of Valor in a long, long time.
Yeah, I mean, both the teams made it to the grand finals. So obviously, they are the best 2 teams in the tournament if you look at it that way. But it's so hard to pick which one's better out of these 2 teams. I mean, like you said, they both had these amazing plays. They both have kind of dropped the ball at different points. It's very, very back and forth. SDK, I thought they were going to clean house again. They've done it so far in the tournament. Titan is holding strong against them right now. Just a couple more rounds over here on Bind, they get the advantage, and it could be what you predict. We could have Ascent going to SDK, Bind going to Titan. It's split. You're going to have to throw it up in the air.
I honestly, I'd say split is definitely a toss-up if we go the distance, but Bind is where we're going to be at next. I have to say, I'm looking at the SDK org right now. If it comes out in a 2-0, email me, message me on Discord. I want to know the name. I just want to know the name. Let me know.
If they tell you, tell me. I can keep a secret. Don't worry.
I'll tell you.
Tell anyone. Don't worry. It'll just be me and you. It'll be great.
It'll be our little secret. Don't worry.
Yeah. Okay. Perfect. That's all I
Nobody
needed to hear. Man,
SDK though.
Yeah.
There was so many times where Uriel had that aggressive stance on that attack, where you had the Jet winning out definitely for SDK compared to Titan, but the Phoenix, Spencer and Mackay, that matchup in each other is just back and forth between the 2. Like, there was not a single time in this game where I thought that SDK was better than Titan, where I thought Titan was better than SDK. They're literally at neck and neck in this grand final, and Bind is going to be a chaotic bloodbath. What do you want to see on this map?
Bind, I feel like it has the potential to become that chaotic bloodbath, no doubt. But I also feel like Bind allows these teams to slow themselves down a little bit. They're 2 very aggressive teams, and it works for them. So I think, especially on the defending team, you got to hold yourself back, put the raids on, slam the brakes just for a moment. Let the other team run into you, hold your angles. You can hold these sites so well on Bind. If you just let the attackers run into you, right? You got to slow yourself down, because you're just going to bash into each other's heads, and it's going to be like this last map where it was so close, and it was just a couple rounds where one team makes a mistake and the other team gets the advantage, and they can run from there.
Well, we've seen Brimstone versus Brimstone on Bind earlier, and it really played out to very static attacks from both teams, compared to the dynamics that an Omen can bring. But for example, I can even toss it back to my notes here when we did see Bind between Finance G and 4th East State. That was a 7-5 half on that Brimstone versus Brimstone, and seeing Mr. Mariachi playing that Brim compared to Callum, there's players are starting to show that the Molotovs, the angles are starting to be found for those spikes, and you set up a good strat, you wait for it. That Molotov can be so good behind the long smokes that the Brimstone is put forward. I wouldn't mind seeing a Brimstone come into here. I mean, we see the Brimstone match with the Breach and their duelists. It provides for a really, really fast, static attack, really methodical, really planned out, and really subtle when it comes down to it. When you look at an Omen, it's it's chaos. You know, you paranoid, you drop your smoke, you TP in there. It's just so many micromanagements from that. In the mid game of it, I wouldn't mind seeing a Brimstone come out here over the Omen.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think Brimstone, if there's one map that a Brimstone has been played on and can shine, it's definitely Bind. I mean, like you said, they're starting to find these angles for these mollies. We saw it earlier today. One team kind of looks like it's over, but the molly is still flying through the air, and then it just drops on your head, and you're done. No one really expects it. So if either one of these teams have, a player that's practiced on that agent, knows some of those angles, I'm sure they're going to pick it up here.
I want to talk about somebody in that game, though, Uriel's, as a matter of fact, is I keep bringing it back to this Jet player. That 3K with the knives, man. Oh, my
God.
Like,
are you joking me?
Oh, my God.
That is like, that's a Jet player's, like, dream. That is what they want to do every time they load a Valorant. And like, I'm going to get that 3-piece. That's going to be me.
You know what causes 3Ks like that?
Why don't you tell us?
You guys already know. It's drink control. Uriel took that drink control. He went to drink CTRL, and they used code GLG10 at checkout, as you could too. They got a nice shaker cup. They got some tasty meal replacements, and they drank their drink control before this. They had it. They're now popping off. They're taking it all in. They're entered in the giveaway for the free large bag that you could get at the end of January. And it all comes off of that drink control right here. SDK, they have plenty. Titans, they have plenty. And that's why we have a grand final.
Yeah, and I got to say, drink control, man, I don't want to like keep, talking about it. I feel like we were putting it out there a lot, but man, it's tasty. I got some, and I was kind of on the fence. I was like, hey, I can save 10% with code GLG10. I used that. I made sure that was in there. Saved a couple bucks. Tasted it myself. It's great. It tastes really good. So if you guys are on the fence, like, I don't know if it'll taste good. It's good. It's very good.
I cannot wait to get my drink control. You guys will not hear the end of it. I mean, you think you hear the end of it now? You're not going to hear the end of it when I get my drink control. I'm going to be showing it off. I'm going to be like, look at my nice shaker cup. Look at all my flavors that I got here. But besides drink control, we got Bind ahead of us. You wanted to see some decisive attacks. You wanted to see a slow tempo defense. Well, we have SDK starting off on defense once again. Titan's going to be breaking it forward with this attack. Now look at this defensive setup here. You got Zach attack on that Killjoy still. Patty going to stick with that Omen. Literally the exact same setup, except you're switching Makai from the Phoenix to the Raze, which I love because those paint cans are going to be crucial to slowing down the tempo through the lanes. You get that showstopper. It's basically a free kill. Comparing to that, onto the attackers, you're going to run that Raze and that Jet. But instead of having that Killjoy, Gozo's going to pick out the Cypher. So when you really going to break down the midst of it, I want to see the Cypher compared to the Killjoy, as the Cypher is going to be able to kind of work with Caprage on that Hunter's Fury. If they get that Cypher cam tag on a player, the Hunter's Fury almost is dedicated to a kill if they do not get rid of that dart fast enough. And Zack Attack has been popping off with that Killjoy. We might be seeing a very crucial duel between Gozo and the Killjoy.
Gonna be a ridiculously close one here again. I can already feel it. Both these teams rip and rearing to go on Bind. This could be the last map we see. If I'm right, I get to know what SDK stands for. If you're right, you get to know what SDK stands for at the end of the day.
At the end of the day, it's all that matters. What does SDK stand for? That's all we want to know here. I think I had it backwards, so it doesn't look like everybody's going to disconnect. Going for a reset.
Yep.
It means we get to go back to the two of us. So just any moment now, and we'll hop in here. So we do see these teams heading back to the lobby. I'm not too sure on what the problem was. Let's go.
I'm not quite sure.
I'm just waiting. I'm waiting for the voice in my head.
The voice that we like collectively hear, just tune in every now and then.
I have voice in
hear
my
it.
head. I heard you.
Yeah.
Anyways, though, we're not crazy. In fact, we're the complete opposite of crazy. We are here to see two very good teams play off on binds. Gozo's hovering over the sky now. Curious as to what that is. So it does look like they're swapping sides, and that was the problem. Gozo had that side for the last time. They're going to go back to their original picks. Interesting. Between both of these, though. Now these players that you want to see kind of heat up in this, that you thought were lacking on that first one, what do you want to see change compared to game 1 to game 2 from the likes of Titan?
Oh man, from Titan, I feel like they all had their moment, but they weren't in sync with having their moment, if that makes sense. They had their individual pop-off plays, right? But I want to see them do it together. I want to see them collectively as a whole make these crazy plays instead of just relying on one of the players. It's hard to single a single one out for me. I think I just want to see them like just do it together. I don't really know how to explain it.
Setting up for this attack, SDK. Pistol round. Gonna be putting them towards a long. Look at the defense, though. 3 players are gonna be pushing for this Altor position. I do expect a drive-by from both of them. A gang war in the midst of it on binds. Makai and Uriel are gonna be working up through hookah. My eyes are still on long, though, at who's gonna win out on this battle. It will be important for
It'll be a
the site control.
3v3. Although SDK, they're getting through hookah already. If they push forward any quicker, they might be able to pinch the Zack attack spraying through Phoenix. This is going to be the one to come away with a kill, but now they have to turn towards hookah. They see them dash out. Kapraj finds one, not able to find the second. Makai finds a nice double. Paddy pushes up. B is SDK's for sure. Titan now going to have to rotate through. Makai knows exactly where they're going to be. Get smoked off, though. I think a little bit.
After what I saw Kapraj do, snapping inside that cloudburst for that, and then Makai coming out and just solo retaking the site with a pinch from long to help out. Spencer swinging wide through elbow with a dynamic retake between Gozo and Spencer through elbow and defender. Zack attack find the better of Spencer now. Gozo on site. Goes for the right clicks. Lands it on Makai. Second player to turn. Zack attack's going to take him down. SDK are good for the first. Their pistol round is going to go to the attackers.
That was still pretty close. I mean, both players that were left alive for SDK were very low on health. You get that one kill a little bit quicker, maybe you can snap to one of the other two. But didn't quite work out that way. SDK coming ahead with the first round, like you just mentioned. So they're going to be able to buy up a little bit. A couple Spectres, a Stinger in the hands. Never mind, all going to go to Spectre. See, I gotta stop reading the names of the guns, man. They just keep switching it on me. But Titan's not really working with the best of buys. Gonna have to manage with what scraps they have. Pushing towards this A instead. Might allow SDK another free entry onto that B site.
Kapraj, Bucky. We saw what Makai could do it before. Not even gonna find the first. In fact, Makai is gonna be the one to put him in the grave. Sova going down is going to leave B completely open for a free plant. 5-on-4 for the retake. Not really looking good for SDK here. There's a force buy from Titans. Or, I mean, not looking good for Titans as the force buy hasn't paid off. They're all going to be on the flank. Pushing through hookah and long.
You're going to jump up for a better line of sight. No one to be spotted out quite yet. Action's going down in hookah. Zack attack and Paddy find some. Spencer only trades one out. Gonna grab a Spectre for yourself, Gozo. And Spencer trying to make it happen through this hookah, but it's a tough spot to jump out of when there's 4 players on that B site all watching you. Gozo tries to find one, is able to. Zack attack trades it out. Spencer now gonna have to make this a 1v3. Frenzy in hand, getting bombed and sprayed down through the wall as Ramen picks up that last kill.
Solid from SDK. Bomb doesn't go off, so they're able to hold on to these guns as well. 3 make it through. Bonus round now for the attackers. 2-0 lead. I do expect the defenders off that force buy to take these assault rifles still into the next round. Some light armor onto compression. Spencer, Shady, picking up that Vandal. So if this bonus round goes to SDK, if they shut down the defensive Titans, absolutely broke for at least 2 rounds. Titans will not have anything going for them. SDK, in my eyes, will be expected to be 5-0 off of this. On the opposite side, though, if Titans win this round against SDK, it'll be important for them to have the minimal casualties so that they can match the rifle round in the next.
Could completely flip the sides here. Makai jumps through, 21 health remaining as they're able to push through. Kapraj and Romley then trade out those kills. Uriel trying to help the teammate to cut off the rotation, catches them by surprise. Makai finds one, looking for a second. There's 2 players there. Uriel's gonna help out and trade out goes those deaths with the smoke, but Spencer there to find it with the Vandal headshot. The 2v2 at the end of the day. Spencer's gonna have to rotate back towards this A. The SDK is already on the site.
It's already better for SDK now. Spike goes down. Heaven's going to be occupied by Phantom and Phoenix. Spencer on the opposite side is going to force him in. 8 health now. Classic's going to be in hand. Ramen wins that battle. All down to Phoenix. This is falling apart for Titan. This is not what you want. Off of a rifle round, going to find the head of Ramen. Is Phoenix going to expect them to be on that left? The walkouts from Patty's going to win it. SDK take the bonus round in. That is atrocious from Titan. I mean, you bring it down to 1, but even if that 1v1 goes to Titan, even if Titan finds that retake and that defuse, Titan would not have anything going into the next round compared to SDK, who would have that rifle round in round number 4 no matter what.
Yeah, it's not so much about taking things away from SDK, but it's giving them to yourselves. Titan didn't give themselves anything at the end of that round, so they're still working with the scraps. Granted, they killed the majority of SDK, only 1 player left, so they're not getting as much out of it as they could have, but they're still definitely in the advantage for the next couple of rounds. Titan going to have to hold it down here, but we're going to have to come back to our beautiful faces for a moment here, I believe.
Something just isn't right in this game, this grand final, you know. It's always something some week, you know, some lobby issues, some player issues, connection, or whatever it is. But no matter what, we're here for the game, and
now we're not here.
You don't get to see us for too long, you know. we only get told when our faces are gonna come back. We don't get to told how long it will be there. So now SDK up 3-0, rifles heavily favoring them as well. A small force buy from Titan if I do see that Bucky. And a Blade Storm as well from Phoenix going to be primed for Titan to try to bring this back.
Action looking like it's going to be going down towards this A site. Zack attack peeking around the corner, smacks Spencer down. Early pick signals a go ahead to push onto the site. There's only 1 player left here. The Paranoia will stop SDK in their tracks for now. Spooks them a little bit, if you will. But they're still ready to get back onto this A-Slate. A split push coming from the center and from the bathroom shower. Ramen going to push up, looking to U-Haul.
Chaos on the site. Phoenix does lose that Blade Storm after finding 1 through the smoke. Makai, heaven for Makai, 3 for Makai. How many times are you going to say Makai that he just popped off?
The better you play, the more we say your names. I think that's how it works here. And right now, Makai deserves that name quite a few times. 7-2 on the leaderboard right now. Clutching up for the team time and time again, making the plays just so much easier. They're able to get onto these sites, just winning the gunfights. It's so hard for Titan to be able to rotate and hold it. They're having a rough time on this defense. But Phoenix has that operator on the jet now. Could be the time that Titan start to turn things around if they can find these early picks. Not sure if SDK is going to be expecting the operator. They hear the shot ring out though, so they'll be aware of it now.
Uriel. Spencer's gonna be forced off. Phoenix has the op this time. Punches Fury through the wall. Ooh, dancing time for Spencer. He's got to put the dancing shoes on. Footloose is the name of the game right now. SDK doing a little bit of damage to Spencer, but on the opposite side, a little bit of damage to Uriel as well. They're going to take their efforts back to the B site with a lurker. Uriel still lurking into the A site. If They go for the teleport. Might be a big pick for this Jet now. All the efforts, -2 of Titan here. 3 players for this hold. Zack Attack leading the way. Lockdown gonna break it open. Space is gonna be held now. 10 seconds to get this spike down. Caprage also gonna put some pressure on with this Hunter's Fury. And on the opposite side of the map, Hawks, you find a Phoenix, or you find Phoenix with an operator kill.
It's a good pick, but on the wrong side of the map, they're still able to get the spike down, but you know, Titan has that man advantage for the first time in what feels like forever. Makai trying to wait for this teleporter. Knows that there's one in there. At least Ramen gonna throw these spike darts around. Gozo finds one with the Vandal. Gonna look for the second, but not able to find it. Ramen finds 2 in a row. Phoenix was the operator. Spencer trading back and forth. These kills. It's only down to 1 though. It's a 1v1, but not for long. Phoenix's operator comes in clutch there at the very end, giving Titan their first round.
At least you hold that operator, man. I mean, back and forth for that fight, for the retake. Phoenix comes out with the first blood, so advantage was already to Titan. And then an absolute bloodbath on the site. Spencer making it a 1-on-1. Phoenix pulling at 3K right after Makai's 3K. 6 and 4. Given the first round to Titan, but look at the economy. I mean, you got a Frenzy. You forced up to the Vandal with light armor, a classic, a Bucky. I just don't know what's going through the mind of Titan right now, other than just
I think it's
sweat.
please let us win this round.
Yeah. SDK. They have an operator back onto Uriel. Rifles in the hands of everybody. And heavy economy holding into this. Phoenix doesn't take the shot. Makai is inside hookah safely.
Information is there. Let's see if Phoenix is going to hold this down, try and figure out where they're going. At least a couple up in hookah. The shock dart comes through. Spencer hanging back in the smoke, cooking that grenade. Gonna toss it finally. Showstopper could come out and whiffs entirely as Makai dashes around it to find one, tying, make that 2. Caprage is the only one to trade it out. Uriel's operator ringing true as well. It's a 4v2 now. Uriel gonna hop up, get that beautiful line of sight. It's gonna be real difficult for Titan to come through now.
Makai is just on another level right now. You see that movement with the satchel charge, gets around the showstopper, finds not 1 but 2 kills. Titans, they have nothing but to give up the site. They're gonna run, they're gonna look to hold on to their rifles. Gozo and Shady running for the hills. It's hardly rifles. I mean, Shady's holding on to a Spectre.
Yeah.
An SMG, what's that, 1,600 credits to buy up onto a Spectre? I mean, Gozo's got an operator, so that's big, but it's just Titans on bind. They look, this is a very different tell than in that semifinal match.
Yeah, I don't know if, you know, maybe the last map we just saw got into their heads a little bit. Guy finds a third through the wall onto Shady, looking for the last one. Gozo able to find it with the operator. So keeping that gun, taking one out of the hands of SDK, one more at the end there. But yeah, the economy's still not looking great. Phoenix has the credits to maybe help out a teammate.
I need this.
SDK though, I mean, they're sitting pretty right now. They can't do it forever. They will run out if they, you know, aren't able to find these next few rounds. But the way it's looking, it seems like they're in a great spot right now. I don't see them dropping rounds anytime soon, especially with the economy and the buys of Titan.
Shady just hasn't had a good grand final. He's 0-6 right now.
Okay.
You know, he only had 5 kills on Ascent, so between 2 maps right now, 11 kills. Already doing better than the last one. Now I'm buying, or not even. I'm counting his deaths as kills, so literally only 5 kills into this. Makai Bucky around the corner, still finds the head of Gozo.
Spike planted.
Advantage now, but look at the health of SDK.
Very, very low. I mean, Titan, one member low as well, so kind of feeling the same sort of pain. But Titan, they're in a tough spot. They have to retake this. SDK is all sitting back, just waiting for something to happen. Uriel's operator gonna get smoked out, so won't be much of a factor right now. Spencer was the sheriff, not able to find anything quite yet. Phoenix pushes up, finds one to Zack, tries to get the quick scope, can't quite. Makai finds a third. Another 3K for them. Patty finds a couple as well, and SGK going to hold that one down very convincingly. 6-1 is the lead as we see it.
15-4. Makai. Somebody has his daily dose of. Somebody has a daily dose of drink control.
That almost looks like it's 2 bottles of drink control right there.
GLG 10 at checkout. You could do that too. Round number 8. Titans only for 1. This attack from SDK. So good. Phoenix, heavy aggression down long. Gonna find Zack Attack. Gets out with their life. Makai and Hookah almost getting a haircut. Ooh. Phoenix gonna take out Uriel though. Win out on that operator paddle. Makai now inside. I think he was spotted by Phoenix as well. Caprage very aggressive. Onto the boxes. Sonar dart. Paint cans. SDK down by 2 now. Caprage going for the wide swing. Gonna find the head of Makai. Big plays from Titan right now. Looking for a flawless.
What happened right now? They spot one out. Smoke comes through. They're going to teleport over towards that A site. Shady's here waiting, though. Going to smoke that off. Waiting to see what the play is going to be here now. As 2 players on SDK kind of rotate back towards that B site. Splitting off from each other. Might find Caprage here. No! 5 health is more than enough. As you can see, he gets the headshot right there onto Ramen. Now 1 player left for SDK.
Oh. Finally, Titans finding some sort of stop to SDK's reign of terror. Patty doing some damage. Caprage on 5 health. Spike is down for the attackers. He doesn't even want to recover it. Patty holding down on this Phantom. Looking to carry this rifle onto the next round. Titans in no position to go hunting.
You've got to take the round at that point. The one person left alive, you know, it'd be great to take the weapon out of their hands, but you can't risk it. Take the round win. Keep those weapons in hand. You can try and bring some of them to the next round. They do that. Credit's starting to even out on both of these teams right now. 2,400 the average for Titans. 3 players there. And Patty's sitting pretty on SDK still. Has a lot in the bank if needed, but next couple rounds are really going to start to determine who's going to pull ahead in this economy. If SDK is going to regain that, or if Titan are going to pull ahead for the first time this map.
Phoenix heavy aggression now A main. The Tracers, Uriel wins that one this time, but on the opposite side of the map, Caprage drops the Hunter's Fury on the head of Titan. Take out the next. Now 4-on-4. SDK down their Sova. Titan down their Jet. Slowed down in market. Makai's going to back up to their team. Only person on A is going to be Spencer with that raised. Backup is coming from Caprage. Does look like it's going to be an attack. Smoke is on. Blocks off Spencer's line of sight. Shots through the smoke. Makai already inside of U-Haul. Showstopper not going to find anything. In fact, they give up the site totally, and Spencer uses the teleport to get in behind.
Could be a setup of a big flank there. You can see Uriel kind of expecting it, sitting back with that operator, just waiting for something to happen. Gozo going to find the first kill here on this A-site retake. Shady now finally pushing up, might be influential here. Patty getting stunned out, going to throw their own Paranormal and get dropped by Caprage as they start to push up on this site now. Gozo starts to defuse. Spencer finds the kill. Caprage pushes up. The knives aren't enough for a 3-piece on Caprage. Gozo gonna stick that defuse. Titan gonna find around 3-6 now.
Titans are starting to find their placing. I mean, remember last time on Binds, Titans 5 rounds, 3 flawlesses. It took them a little bit, but they found their stepping stones. SDK, they're at 6 rounds, but Titan, if they find 3 in a row, tied into the next half, which isn't the worst position considering you were down 6-1. Titans finally finding a good tempo in this matchup, finding a good setup with Phoenix getting these entry kills. It's just STK only a matter of time before they continue their reign of terror. Phoenix aggressive through showers with that operator, but nobody on the other side. It actually is going to be full control to U-Haul. They are not even going to check showers. Spencer with a good pick. Zack Attack going down. Boomba. It's going to force the spike on back. Oh, the Boomba's all the way. It's chasing. And through the smoke, Spencer with his second. Oh, this is horrible for SDK. Very unfortunate, but big plays from Spencer.
SDK are stuck in the middle of a battlefield right now. Bullets from every side. Patty's the only one that can get away with this spike. Maybe gonna potentially bait a couple people from Titan to rotate out. The SDK try and weasel their way back as well. Phoenix finds a beautiful shot onto Makai. Their dash is the way to safety. Spencer gonna find Patty in the back. That is the spike down. SDK gonna have to reclaim that if they want to plant, but Rama's just gonna find the kill. Finds two. Can he make this happen? Reloading. Gonna look into U-Haul. Flips around the corner. Finds the third. It's a 1v1 now.
Slowed down. No spike planted. Ramen versus the Omen. Backs up to grab the spike. Has to put it down.
10 seconds left.
Shady. Here's the spike going down. He's gonna spray through default. Oh, he's good for the wall bang. Titans hold on to the comeback. 4th round, Hawks.
I mean, I think they just they got sick of losing. It just seems like they were done with it. They said, I want to win these rounds now. And Shady said, especially that one. You can't just plant default and expect me not to wall bang you there. Gets the kill, saves the round. 4-6, 3 in a row for Titan. SDK looking a little bit shook right now.
Yes, this should do. Oh, this is a nice spot.
They're gonna have to go into this one with stingers up against a bunch of rifles on the side of Titan. Try and play through as a Phoenix's operator though. Might cancel this one out. Misses the first shot. Will dash away to safety though. Spencer able to find that kill instead.
Now Spencer through the smoke, whiffing on some shots. Spencer's still going to reload and find Patty. Knows the tailwind came in very low on this jet. Uriel drops to the hands of Shady. 3 players now good for 3 kills on the A site. Caprage puts them down. Zack Attack drops for the 5th in the hands of Titan.
Last round.
1 round away from a tie game, Hawks Nest. It was 6-1, man.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Titan really trying to tie it up here right before the half, their last chance to do so. SDK able to get those rifles back in their hands this round, though, so a bit more of an even fight. That last one was definitely in the favor of Titan. Regardless, they're playing things very well. 5 in a row, 4 in a row. Absolutely killing it. They see one more. We have a 6-6 half, and we've seen it before the last map.
Phoenix. Drone. They know he's there. Gets out. Oh, that was excellent patience from Phoenix. Now let's see the Hunter's Fury against Hunter's Fury. Are they going to locate each other? Ramen hops on the fountain, just barely dodging on the side, back and forth. Christmas tree, Christmas lights. And the kill feed. Teleport comes back over to the A side. Spike is a 3-on-3 rush to get it down. Spencer here.
I dropped the spike.
Oh, this is incredibly close.
Powers out.
Back attack finds the one onto Spencer. Gonna drop the turret. Patty's plant already started. Finishes now. It's a 3v2 Titan on the rotation. Gonna have to peek around this from below. Shady doesn't see anything quite yet. Waiting for the teammate up in heaven to give them some information.
You should run.
Attack and Killjoy ultimate gets dropped. Caprage finds one with a shock dart. Trying to stick this defuse. Gets taken down by Zack Attack though. 1v2.
Shadows traveling.
At the midst of it, Titan down to 1. Lockdown not finding anything. Shady makes it a 1-on-1. Shock dart down to 21. Shock dart. Oh my Ramen! Oh, SDK gets them their 7th. Woo!
Switching sides.
Somebody call a doctor. Why did doctor have to leave, man? I'm having a heart attack.
I was really praying for SDK's sake that there was 2 shock darts available, because that one, and if I don't know if he's gonna round that corner in time to get that couple shots out, makes it happen though. SDK still up at the switch of the half. Man, this is almost even closer than the last map we just saw.
7-5. I mean, yes, we had a 6-6 half Hawk's Nest on Ascent. But that 6-6 half didn't contain a last second shock time.
Yeah, I mean,
to close out a half.
Ooh, baby.
Woo! All right, so Titans back in it to win it. SDK's still hot. Back in the pistol round. Now you take a look at the spike. Still undecided. Hookah is going to be propped in with Spencer at the midst of it. Long controlled by SDK with 3 members on A to stop this rotation. Does look like 4 players of Titan are going to locate, connect, and attack the A site. Makai hoping to spot them out at that.
Slow play here from Titan's first attacking round. Really playing for some information. Being very deliberate about what they do. Spencer was up in Hookah. Gonna back up now. Which means the call is to move towards this A site. You see them start moving towards it over on your mini map. And on the left side of your screen, Gozo finds 1 kill. Zack attack gets traded out, trying to flip around this map. Phoenix finds another. Gozo gonna start this plant.
Ooh, SDK down 2 players now. Titan, they find this pistol round. I'm calling a tie game here. Cabrage gonna rotate through. Showers smoked off from Patty. Patty. Slow rotating in here. Gozo going down. SDK hitting that retake. You're down to 2 players. The wide swing now. Cabrage in that frenzy. All alone to the Sova. A 1-on-1. The sonar dart. Is it gonna spot him? D knows he's there. Frenzy versus Frenzy. Shock dart.
Wow.
The swing. Cabrage. Who else but Cabrage should do it with the Grumpy Cat to close the round?
I mean, so close. Once again, the last second shock dart does enough damage. Just a couple shots from the Frenzy there to finish it off. Titan, I mean, I said they were having a slow round on their first round of attack, but they made it happen there at the end, 6-7. Not letting SDK grow this lead any more than they already have.
I called it before the round really got into the heat of it. Titan finds the round. It's a tie game. Now they're only down by 1. I do have the SMGs in hand. Patty, Shorty. I mean, hey, this is it. This is it. Shorty does kill or Shorty doesn't kill.
This is going to decide the name of the org for years to come right here. It's all up to Patty. Doesn't even know how important he is right now.
It's little. I don't even know why we're hopping off of Patty right now. Like we have to see this. Like,
ignore the rest of the action on the entire map. Patty Shorty kill, or does Patty Shorty doesn't kill? That was not proper grammar, but you get the idea.
Smoke comes out, locates the Omen, spots out it.
Kill.
Shorty doesn't kill. That's the name of the org. Nobody else can argue. 2 players down for SDK. Says Titans are gonna get the spike down. The teleport is gonna come out. Spencer putting the nail down onto Uriel. Blade Storm's not gonna land. The rest falls short, only losing out on 1 player. It's huge for Titan to keep their economy strong.
Strong it will stay. SDK can't quite say the same for them. 3 players down to 0 credits. Trying to flip around, save as much as they can. Titan are sitting pretty. They got loads of cash under them for the time being. They're going to stick with these Spectres for now. See if they can take another round under their belt and upgrade after that. 7-7, though. We saw 6-6 at the half. We didn't quite get that, but Titan wanted to make it tied as close as they can for us. So we're at a 7-7 standstill right now. Have to see how this one progresses.
Ooh, wasn't ready for that. That is a brilliant recon bolt. Boomba through the Omen smoke, not gonna make it through. Gonna back on up. Wasn't ready to make it to the other side. Spencer pushing through hookah. The spike leaning to the B side. The rotation is gonna come out from these attackers, but look at the aggression from SDK now. Opportunity to win out here. Shut down the bonus buy. Zack attack. Going for the headshot. 2 players wide swing. Double kill from Zack and Ramen. Big plays from SDK, but a trade. And Ramen on 2. Spencer gonna find that. Uriel unchecked. Oh, is Uriel gonna be ready for this? Are they gonna expect Uriel there? Phoenix doesn't. Gozo really luckily doesn't have to worry about Uriel shooting back after that tailwind. Just unfortunate mechanics from the Jet, but still big plays from SDK to keep it 2 apiece.
Titan, I mean, they're on both sites right now. No one's in the back as you see the Rays rotating through. Gozo's not quite sure if they're on that A site yet. Makai gonna hold back and play it safe. Everyone's just looking for each other for the time being. 15 seconds left on the clock. Spike will be initiated. Now the rotations to come through from SDK. See how they want to retake this one. Taking the long route as it sits right now, but realize they may not have enough time for that, so they're going to switch it back up.
Look at the separate observer feed. Props to the GLG team here. Spencer, wow, disgusting. Makai, sit down.
Whew. Not much else to say about that one. I mean, that's just pretty much how it is. Patty's going to fake the D2. Sees the bomb go by. Gozo, not a shot there, Patty. 8-7. Titan going to take the lead. Their attacking has been clean so far. 3 in a row. SDK does not have an answer on the defensive side as it sits. Another round, presumably going over to Titan now as SDK stuck back towards the pistols. Up against the full rifles.
That was a bonus as well, was it not?
Yeah.
Okay, so interesting, because SDK found, what, 4 rounds in a row against Titan? No, Titan found round number 3, so off of a broken buy, so Titan's finding 3 in a row now, switching sides. 8-7, taking their first lead of the grand finals, question mark? It's been a while since I've seen Titan in the lead.
Yeah, this map 100%.
Not 100% on Ascent anymore. I mean,
yeah,
that map, that's in the past. We don't think about that.
My memory is not that long. I'm focused on the here and now. You know, I gotta comment these plays as Makai peeks through on the mid.
Ooh, did he spot them?
You may have seen a shoulder or something.
Paint cans. This is what Raze is here for. Paint cans through a main. Is it gonna do the damage? Actually lands on nobody. Spencer gonna take him down. Patty with the trade. And Phoenix with that BDE. And Phantom. Walking high and mighty through U-Haul. Neural theft onto Uriel. They know he's there. Blaze Storm not amounted to anything. That 3K that he got on Ascent, not gonna matter for Binds. 9th round for Titans.
It's 4 in a row. If history repeats themselves right now, this could be where SDK gets a round back. They have the rifles in hand just as before. Uriel on that operator. Not doing too hot on this map right now, sitting at 5 and 14, but operator on Jet, I mean, KD previously does not matter when these two things collide. Could be a force to be reckoned with. We've seen Uriel's skill with this operator on previous maps here at GLG tonight. Could be what the SDK needed to start bringing themselves back into this game.
2 players on our screen right now, Spencer and Uriel. Found plenty of first bloods. Hunter's Fury. Look at Spencer dancing. Ramen can't even keep up with that.
It's got the moves.
Those look like the attackers gonna push here. Oh! Uriel finds the kill. Bad. Phoenix! Oh, Patty, why did you do that? It didn't check you. Hunter's Fury on the opposite side gonna have a better showing than the last. SDK did find a kill, but after Patty goes down, everything is falling apart. Now Makai on the A side. You have a Phantom. You have the reinforcements. Let's see if you can shut this down. I don't know if they're gonna expect this through the smoke. Ramen keeps it even. Ramen with the shock dart. Makai does go down, but Ramen is literally doing it all right now. A 3-piece. Titans only down to 1. Shady's left here. SDK should be good for an 8th round. They just have to clean up this last player. They know where Spike is. Shady has a Vandal. Playing side by side, Heaven and Default. Wide swing, they spot him. Walks right into Uriel. That's going to be an 8th. We asked for a grand final, Hawk's Nest.
Oh, we got one.
We got one.
Oh, we most definitely got one, and I don't know how you could say anything else. History repeating itself, though, right there in the scores. 4 in a row. SDK do bring it back. Now there's no switch to happen. There's no more halftime. You're gonna keep what you had before. For Titans, that means you're still sitting pretty with all that econ saved up. A lot of rifles. SDK starting to build themselves back up as well. Have some good things in their hands as we see it. 9-8, still so close. Guys, have to play it slower here for Titan if I'm them. You don't really want to start throwing yourselves at them again. Try and figure out how they're playing these defenses. Try and pick it apart like you were earlier.
Zack attack on the B site. All alone as a Sova in B hall. Just waiting. Spencer going for the swing, but Ramen isn't there. Zack attack is still waiting for this attack to come on through. Shady smoking off hookah. Taking a lot of information down long now. 3 players for the defense still on A. That means it is going to be a 5-on-2 on the B side. But we've seen Zack attack lock this down before. Spencer, showstopper. Zack attack point blank. A shotgun of an ultimate. A 5-on-4. The retake not favoring SDK. In fact, they're all backed up into defender spawn.
Yeah, Titan fully in control of this B site. Gonna spread out a little bit, make sure all their angles are covered. The SDK now have to work to get back into this area. Makai gonna hang out up in Hoopla. Throw some paint cans around, see if they can find any free ones. Teddy now pushing back up onto the site. Starts to defuse. It's going to be halfway. Able to hold that half. Goes up, finds 2 through the smoke, and Makai trades it out. Shady and Phoenix come together for another 2, and Titan, they hold that.
Zack attack, not like the Zack attack we saw on Ascent. Hawk's Nest with that 3K, that brilliant hold down on the A side now. 10-8. Titans hit double digits. A very slow start. 6-1, remember, for Titans against Titans at the start of this. They brought it back now. A 7-5 half, 4 rounds in a row. SCK now falling behind on binds. Does look like this, with the spike rotating over, another B hit. But look at this aggression through market. Makai with this classic showstopper. Are they gonna pull it? Oh, it would guarantee them maybe 2 with how close they're standing there. Spots it. Frenzy. Don't expect Patty to be here. Makai at the paint cans to make sure SDK find the first blood off of what shouldn't have been a kill at all.
And that's massive right now. They weren't able to grab the gun as far as I can tell. SDK gonna try and hold this one down while Titan pushes back for it. Shots through the smoke, gonna land onto Caprage. Recon Dart won't spot out Patty. Has another chance to get a kill. That grenade might push him forward. He does, not able to find anything as Caprage is ready there. The reaction time on point. Getting that kill back, but I mean, that's a lot of time, a lot of abilities and energy used up right there.
Juggling the guns to make sure that SDK cannot rotate and grab it. Love the efforts from Titan here. 4-4.
30 seconds left.
Drone's gonna be shut down instantly. Sonar. Oh, it gets so much information. And they know where Ramen is, but they don't know that there's a player inside Hookah. They're still gonna check it. Cyber Cage makes sure you can't see it. Ramen comes out with a kill. Zack attack with a second. Ramen doesn't get another one. In fact, Caprage is going to be the one to win that site. Isova duel. The rest follow through. Titans shut them down. 11th round for the Titans. Oh.
They thought they had that one in the bag. Everyone just jumped out and gets sliced.
No, what was your favorite iteration of Teen Titans?
This should do.
Definitely like the original.
Yeah, Teen Titans. I would say that too. You know, as a matter of fact, you know, the live action one's not that bad. I don't really like Teen Titans Go, but I have to say the original one. Like, I don't want to simp right now on Cass, but Raven back into the game now. Attackers, Titan, one game away from a tie here.
Spencer almost lost an arm there at the least.
Yeah, I mean,
Dodges away though.
Global pandemic shuts down the hairdressers. That's one way to do it. By operator. SDK and Titan 5-on-5 still. Slow game. Very undecided from the attackers, but it does look like they are locating the A for their hit. 3 players going to be there waiting for a defense. A crossfire between Makai and Uriel could be the means to shut this down, but you do see the Jet of Titan did back out of showers, gave up the positioning. 44 seconds. The rest are here. No flanks. This is literally just going to be Braun against Braun. They know where Makai is. I'm pretty sure they saw the Jet too. Makai has to back up from that crossfire. Paint Can gonna force Uriel out, but Makai doing the exact same thing now.
Boombot could do some damage here. Gets taken out quickly. Makai still hanging out. The Hunter's Fury gonna target them. Gets the first kill though. Hunter's Fury swings wide, peeks that right into Gonzo. 13 seconds left. The spike yet to be planted. They should be able to get to the hill. Ramen loses that fight. Capraj wins it out. That's crucial. Gonna let them get this spike planted. It's a 4v3, low health bars across the board. Petty almost finds one there. The Killjoy ultimate does get dropped. They have to back up. Look for the peek again. Phoenix is a little bit quicker though on that one. Capraj's Hunter Fury not finding anything quite yet as Gozo finds another one for Titan. And that's the final one. Phoenix was the classic.
Titans are here to win it. It looks like the predictions, man. I said
I guess I was wrong.
Ascent to SDK, bind to Titans. Now Titans, I was a little bit shaken up at first, but they really brought it back here. 12-8. Now it's not over until Mr. Ravishy Ravish comes on and starts singing his nice old tunes, but Titans are in a good opportunity.
In a great opportunity right now. A single round. It's all they need. SDK holding on for dear life right now, trying to lock these sites down, keep themselves alive. They want to win it right here, but all signs are pointing to us going to split for map 3.
Zack Attack with a Bucky. You've seen what a Bucky can do in this grand final. But not so much on Bind. The shotguns haven't really done a whole lot. That's a big pick. Makai on to Phoenix off screen. Look at this. Look at the flank coming out from SDK right now. They're getting creative, but you're really leaving the B site open for a take now. Crossfire between Ramen and Zack Attack. Ramen gonna get aggressive with that stinger, maybe even peek through the smoke. Zack Attack spotted. Bucky spraying through the site. Ramen still getting a kill now. That's 2 players down for Titans. The Bucky gets one as well. Oh my! What is happening to Titans SDK? Bucky gang! Oh, Gozo though, big strong man here. Neural theft. He's gonna know there's a player on his left. Swings right into the crossfire. 1-on-1. TP's out. Bulldog range, true Patty. Oh.
That, wow. Oh my goodness, SDK. Skin and bone right there. Just absolutely ripping through it. Making it happen. I mean, Titan, they're still only a single round away, and they have the rifles once again. SDK, not quite so lucky coming into this one. They're better off than they have been at a certain point in this map. They did get that round win. Hopefully that can make them feel a little bit better, but Arsenal is looking a little bit rough.
Whew. The only way I'm leaving this grand final is on a stretcher, apparently.
Yeah, I don't think they want us to make it through all 3 maps right here, man.
Spencer gonna get aggressive into the Omen smoke. Spray on through. Uriel, close on the left. Be checked by the paint can. Tailwind out. Brilliant from SDK. The one-way too. Expecting the peak from Uriel, but not gonna come on. Makai hitting this showers. Ooh, this might be the exact same thing that he had last time to open up this round. Sonar Dart is going to reveal that he is there. Makai's going to be checked through the wall. Down to 27 health. Shock Dart can't escape with the satchel charge. Uriel's going to take his position, though. Can Uriel make a difference?
As a judge could be crazy right here. The peak going to come through. Boom, headshot onto Kapraz. Jumps around the corner. Finds the second. Shady as well has been judged. The 4v3 Titan trying to recollect the spike right now, coming around the corner. Sprays good onto Phoenix, or from Phoenix onto Uriel, I should say. It's a 3v3 now. Spike back in the hands of Titan, pushing through. Paddy finds the one, can't find the second. Phoenix on a tear right now, but the spike is not able to get planted quite yet.
Double digits.
Back attack. I mean, back and forth at the end of these rounds right now. Just kills going every which way. And only one player left standing. SDK bring themselves to those double digits, yeah.
Props to SDK. I mean, your back is against the wall here on Bind, and you bring out a judge on Uriel. And the second round in a row that Makai is going to be holding on to this Spectre. So not really opting for full rifle buys, but bringing out some creativity here. A Stinger and a Spectre on SDK. So, as you said last time, Arsenal isn't the best that you want it to be. A lot of noise into Hookah. Ramen with the Stinger. Aggressive into Gardens. They should expect it this time, though, that Sonar was cleared. He's going to have the backup from Zack Attack on this Phoenix. Or with his Phantom. Drone. Only going to spot the one. Cloudburst, the swing. One. Phoenix and Barrage combined for 2. Titans. This is their chance. Paddy going down. SDK might be losing out on binds.
Caprage wanted onto this B site and nothing was going to stop him. 2 kills. Super aggressively pushes up. Now there's 2 players left for SDK. They've taken that teleporter. They're going to move in through Hookah. Uriel going to try and help out with the showstopper. Makai looks for it. Able to find one.
Makai!
And there's 4 health left. Uriel trying to cloudburst this entrance. Gonna fake the defuse, try and sneak them out, but Titan haven't moved yet. Gozo finds the first onto Makai, finds the second onto Uriel off screen, securing that 13th round for Titan. Map 2 goes to them. We're heading to map 3 here.
Hawk's Nest, I need you to make sure that I'm okay, man. Like, oh my god. These rounds are so close.
I think this is one of those situations like on a plane, how they want you to put your mask on first before you help the person next to you, because I don't know if I'm okay. It's intense.
How does Makai do that? Satchel charge out, showstopper onto one, recovers the rifle for the second, makes it interesting. I mean, you're not going to pull out on the round, but you make it as interesting as you can. This guy is on fire. He was on pace to that 30 bomb after that first half, but as the second half did slow down. I mean, SDK, they came back. They had such a strong start and a strong finish. They just dropped their pasta in the middle of the round, man.
Yeah, I mean, 13-10, once again, the same exact round count, just opposite. Titan take mind. I mean, there was so many rounds that could have just gone either way. It just took a single kill from either one of these teams to completely flip it up. Some crazy plays. Makai, you saw there at the end, just giving it their all, going fully balls to the wall to make these things happen, man.
We get split. I wanted it. I've been waiting for it. I mean, the remake, you know, or the
rework.
The rework. That's the word I was looking for.
I got you.
was brought in last week for the Pit of Valor, so we didn't get to see it. The teams weren't so comfortable. Now we're in the grand finals, and it is going to be decided for a split for the first time since that rework. Wow, this is a grand final. 13-10 on Ascent, 13-10 on Bind. I couldn't ask for anything more, man. Split, you throw everything out the window, all your strats, and this is literally just going to be a scrap fight. This is going to be fisticuffs, whatever you can call it, chaos at its all.
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing more we can say about these teams. I think we've said it all. They are incredibly aggressive on either side, making these impossible seeming plays. So it's going to come down to some crazy plays here on Split. It is definitely hard to predict on this one for me.
GLG said it right in chat. Pits are wet. We're sweating here. We're sweating
Absolutely.
Here. You know what, guys? You know, forget about Split. Go get some drink control. go to drinkcontrol.com. That's drink CTRL. Use code GLG10 at checkout. Enter into our giveaway. You know, it's a free large bag if you win that giveaway. Drawn at the end of January.
Don't forget about the shaker too. I mean, the shakers are nice.
Shaker cup. Oh, I got a nice shaker cup. You know, I got the pink one. I got the pink shaker cup. You know, it's the thing. Pink's one of my favorite colors, so I had to go with it.
There you go. Yeah, I got the clear one. I just wanted to keep it simple. You know, I like that. I like being able to see like the little bits of Fruity Pebble or whatever they call it in there. You know, I like that. I think that's pretty cool. I like to see it. But no, I mean, absolutely great drinks there from them. Keeps you full too. I gotta say, I was expecting them to kind of like, oh yeah, I'll have one that I still have to go eat dinner. Nah, I eat that. I'm good.
I'm hoping that I can like cut the budget for my groceries in getting drink control so that I don't have to get groceries for a few days and I'll just strictly drink control.
Yeah. I mean, it's less than $3 a meal when you break it down, the price of the bag, how many servings you get. It's less than $3 a meal. Like you can't really get that any other place.
Split. Drink control's enough. Split now. What do you want to see from these teams?
Man, I mean, it's been a minute since I've seen Split, and especially after the rework. So I don't know if these guys are playing on Split as much.
You know what? I wouldn't mind seeing a Sage. You know, a Sage is really good for Split right now, especially with this rework. There's a lot of angles that you can grab with that wall, as well as you can shut down mid map completely with the Sage wall. It totally locks down your sights to A or B, or forces those attackers to break your wall and flood through maybe one little ice block. And I think a Sage would be really good to bring out on Split, and I'm curious if they're going to do that.
Yeah, I think a Sage could be very useful here. I know Doctor would probably hate both of us right now talking about putting Sage into the game again, but he would be Sage indeed. But I do think he could be useful for the same reasons you said. I mean, alternatively, you have the Viper. I'm giving this a shout out for our producer. I know he loves Viper as well. Viper has the ability to lock down different portions of this map. There's some really good easy one ways that you can make happen with her. Could be a thing. I don't know if many people really are playing Viper right now. It's not meta, so it'd be a nice pocket pick for someone to pull out, but I wouldn't put my bets on it.
Well, like, we don't really know what the meta is on this rework yet, so
yeah, that is true.
So like, we gotta see, you know, Sage coming into it. I see in competitive play, like on like solo queue, I see Sage get picked all the time on Split. I honestly don't even think that Split is a map that I've seen played without a Sage in a while. So I would not hold against these teams to lock it down. Yoru being in the mix too, you know, he'd be really good. His ultimate would be very big on gaining information on a map like Split, as well as his pop flashes, getting in and out of small choke points like A main, B main. I think the fact that he's allowed now could be tested out here in the grand final. Now, I don't know if these teams are practiced enough it being literally the last game that they're playing if they want to pull out Yoru, but it would be interesting. You know, these teams getting experimental. We've literally seen mirrored picks both on Ascent and Bind.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if we see another similar composition, maybe not mirrored because Split is kind of that little wild card map. Throw your wild card agents in there possibly, but for the time being, let us know in chat what you guys think these team compositions are going to take to. We're going to kick it to a real short break, get ourselves prepped for this grand final, map 3 here at GLG Pit of Valor.
I'm walking alone, the streets are empty. The only thing I can see is my own silhouette. I'm getting stronger, step by step. The clock is ticking, but there's no time for regrets. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. Feel like a dynamite, ready to explode right up in the sky. I need you to listen, I need you to hear, and don't show any fear. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. We are heroes tonight. We will fly above the sky. We are heroes tonight. Yeah. I've been flying from town to town, from London to Taiwan. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
You know we wouldn't be gone for long, and so we're back with the grand finals. Pit of Valor is here, the last possible map for today. It is going to be Split, Hawk's Nest. Only one question for you. What do you think the score is going to be? We got 13-10, 13-10, Split.
I mean, I like patterns, so I kind of want to say 13-10.
I mean, I would like to see it too. I wouldn't mind. I had Titan taking it. You know, split. We go here off of an excellent kind of restart to their mental on bind. They hop into split, continue their momentum. I expect Titans to have a really, really strong start here. As we do see Titans going to be starting on the defense side. SDK on the attack. Now, split is notorious before the rework to be defenders sided, nothing else. Now we kind of switch it up. Got that rework. I'm curious to see what SDK can do on this. You're going to have the Brimstone coming in instead of the Omen. That's interesting. Phoenix is going to take the Reyna on this map. Haven't seen Phoenix on the Reyna. Usually playing that Jet, and the Jet's actually going to go over towards Spencer. So it does look like very different compositions here. You got the Phoenix, the Jet, and the Raze. So triple duelist setup, pure aggression from SDK compared to a utility-based hold from the defenders of Titans.
I do really like the Reyna pick on this map. There's so many spots where the attackers, right now on defense, the attackers are going to flood in from certain spots, right? The ability to keep healing yourself or going invulnerable and, moving around, it's so strong. And I really hope to see Phoenix absolutely pop off with the Reyna. If they do, it's going to give Titan a big advantage. If they're not able to find these kills and keep their KD like double, it's going to be a rough time for them. But we're getting into the first round right here. This map decides it all, ladies and gentlemen. It's the final map here at the GLG Pit of Valor. Two amazing teams going head to head right now.
Pistol rounds. B site and mid control. It looks like what we got here from Titan. Shorty from Spencer. So, I mean, SDK stands for Shorty doesn't kill. Titan, let's see if they're a little bit different here.
It's a good spot to be sitting on with that Shorty. Couple of low health members on SDK push up, but immediately back off of that. Spencer may not get the chance to test that Shorty out quite yet.
They are going to back off. B site. Brimstone setting up for the smokes. Flash on out. The attack. No contention. Spike goes down. Full health on all of the Titans players. SDK gonna have the spike down, but low in the health pools. Brimstone Smoke's gonna hold back that heaven push. Shady setting up 4 Titans on this pincer. Nobody pushing through garage. Oh,
everyone's gonna meet together. Smoking off that back corner, a couple shots going back and forth. Makai and Phoenix gonna find the first. Spencer can't quite find it. He does finally after Zack Attack finds few of themselves. Dashes forward to their death right there. Now it's just a 2v1 for Shady. Finds the first, can't quite find the second as Patty whips around the corner there. SDK gonna take the first pistol round here on Split.
Patty with the trade at the end there. Brimstone's good for 2. Shady, who's had strong map 1 or slow map 1 and map 2. 2-1 right now. Off that pistol round. I mean, it's just round number 1. A force up from Titans. Judge Bucky, 2 stingers and a classic. Split. The defenders. Very strong positions will allow them to take advantage of these shotguns. So I want to see if they do come out with that.
There's a lot of good corners and such to hide around with these shotguns. Definitely can be useful here on Split. Makai's hiding out in the smoke. Could meet one. Phoenix is going to find it instead. Makai turns around a little bit too late. Phoenix able to back up. Check back towards that garage. Make sure no one's coming around to that B site, and they're not. SDK trying to move towards that A right now.
Full rotation from the attackers. Force by already proving to be good. They don't even care about ramp. Patty's gonna ignore it. The Bucky could hit the flank. Paranoia is good. Nano Swarm actually takes down Shady. Gozo for the trade. A bloodbath indeed on this site now as B and A both the toss-up from these teams. Turret not gonna locate Gozo. Isn't ready for the swing. Gozo shuts it down. Titans bring it back 1-1.
Gun here.
Close one right there. Kills going back and forth. Zack attack and Spencer shredding through each other's teams. Titan win out at the end. They're 1-1. So we're not really going to have much of a bonus round for either one of these teams. Are going to be similar in terms of economy. Titan buying up a bit more than SDK is currently. Could give them some advantage in this round. Have to see if SDK can make it work with the pistols though. So gearing up towards that garage mid area might be a play on to be here.
Phoenix. Here's the footsteps. Uriel with the one tap. Makai though dropped to 56 health. It is going to be a 4-on-3 now as Titans have now dropped 2 players, evened up by Caprage. On site, Shock Dart through the smoke finds Uriel. Now back to back with a player. Patty in the right click. A 2-on-2. Patty 6 bullets in here. A low omen though. Doesn't even have to hit that reload. Gozo in heaven. Switches to that bulldog now. Ramen with the spike coming all the way back from garage. If Gozo drops this spike.
Oh,
bad timing. Oh.
Wow. So close.
That hurts.
Patty gonna watch over as Gozo comes around the corner. Shots ringing through. Patty was a 3-piece. Gonna give SDK their second round. That timing. Oh my goodness, Seymour.
Gozo's killing himself. You watch back this VOD, you see that Gozo absolutely kicking yourself. Now look at this buy in round number 4. Light armor for Gozo with that Vandal. A Bulldog on Shady with light armor as well. Spencer, a Deagle, and full. Defenders not having the best economy here, but if they could pull a win here on defense, no matter what, SDK will be broken. And it'll give Titans that opportunity to win out on possibly 2 in a row here. Does look like they're going for another B hit. Cloudburst gonna let them in. Flash as well. No contention just yet. Makai taking a little bit of damage from heaven, but Spike should go down soon.
Eddie does start that plant. Ramen trying to throw those satchel charges out to deter anyone from coming through. Spike down now. The attacking Killjoy ultimate does get dropped. Patty finds a kill with that Bulldog.
Lockdown keeps them out. Detain though, Phoenix. Nothing really you can do about that one. SDK bringing it back. Crush has to force himself through the fire. Flash gonna shut him down. Shock Dart not force him out of the angle. Molly as well. Very uncomfortable for these defenders. Phoenix does find 1, but 3 traded back for SDK as Uriel finishes off on the Shady. Bomb doesn't go off, so they do get to hold on to those guns.
And you were talking about it earlier. That was a crucial round for Titan. They win that one. They take SDK's economy down. It's rough. SDK has a hard time to come back from that one. Unfortunately, if you're Titan or a Titan fan, not going their way, so they're stuck with the shorty. Couple sheriffs, a Bucky. Very little armor on the side of them. SDK should be expected to take this round, but crazy things have happened here at GLG. You can't count Titan out either.
And now, forced by from a few members of Titans, upgraded pistols. You see the classic onto Gozo on the B side. I feel like they've been giving up B a little bit too easily. And now that Gozo's picking up on it, a great read from SDK to hit the A side now, where it's only going to be the Omen and the Silva. Now you drop your Brimstone smokes on Heaven, screens, and ramps. A full, easy take for these attackers. Are they going to expect Shady inside elbow? Deagle's not good for anything. Uriel finds that kill, so it is going to be the spike down. And not really the best position for Titans to get this retake.
Spike does go down. 5 members of SDK still standing. Jet at half health. Titan have a good setup for a pinch here. If you look at your mini-map, the top and the bottom of the A site could be coming through together. SDK huddle around each other on the site itself. Turret starts shooting a couple shots that way. Makai and Skozo trade out, kills himself. Zach is there for the 2-piece. Raman's gonna finish it out though, and SDK just sliced through a Titan. No chance for them to even approach the site to retake it.
Look at the ultimates for SDK. You got 4 on there. Only one you're missing is Lockdown. I'm trying to look at that one. 5 out of 7 for that. Compared to Titans, they got 3. 1 away from the Hunter's Fury. You have the Lockdown on Titan. You might look to use that to just try to bring the momentum back in your favor. Slow down this attack from SDK because they've been so decisive on their takes. Off of the static attacks that the Brimstone provides. And the 20-second, the 15 seconds that Brimstone smoke gives you to get into the site. It's really, really strong right now for SDK.
Yeah, it's more than enough time to approach what you got to approach, get to where you want to be, burst out of that smoke, and they're not really playing for that B site right now. I think they're kind of trying to make that same play. They're expecting Titan to expect them to go B, right? They're playing double mind games here. They're outsmarting themselves when you really think about it.
Keep your eye on Uriel. Lurking towards the middle of the map. Run it back is going to entry onto A, but the only one there is going to be Shady. Paranoia. Not actually going to find a kill, not even shut down the run it back. In fact, Ramen is going to take him down with literally no damage taken from Shady. Titans, once again, losing out on the site. Empress is pulled, but Uriel lurking finds that first kill. Caprage for 2. 3 on 3 now. Spencer, an operator, and a dream.
Defending Killjoy comes down. Hellfire is going to rain down. Spencer finds one with the operator. Finds 2 with the operator onto Petty Caprage's Hunter's Fury. Not going to find the kill. Gozo is going to be the one to finish it off. And Titan come ahead for that one.
Well played from Titans there. I mean, you use the Showstopper. You use the Showstopper, the Hellfire, and finding nothing from it. In fact, Spencer beat the Showstopper with that op shot. You shut down 3 ultimates because they used run it back. You only have the Blaze Storm now, but on the opposite side, you used you used 2 ultimates, was it? I didn't see the Hunter's Fury could come out, but it did get picked.
Yeah.
As well as the Lockdown and the Empress, so Titans.
Yeah, the Hellfire canceled out the lockdown. That shut that down. Not sure if it's really like too influential there at the end, but that's trading one ultimate for another. The rest just kind of flew around, I feel.
And now here, round number 7. Patty with an opening, traded out on either side, so in the midst of it, a 3-on-3. Spike's gonna go down. Zakdak hits that flank, checks Caprage. But at the same time, Patty goes down to Shady. And Spencer with his operator on site. Losing out to the Heaven fight, a 1-on-1. These teams are literally going pound for pound here, Hawk's Nest. Spots out the TPs, the swing comes out. 69 health for Zach attack. Lockdown. Oh, this is huge. Swaps over, Shady gets it. With 7 seconds, I think this is plenty of time to hit this defuse.
Yeah, I think should be good. Gonna cut it a little bit close, but making it happen. 3-piece at the end there from Shady. Beautiful work there. Secures Titan the round. Yeah, I mean, these teams, they were trading kills back and forth and back and forth. It went from 5 to 5, 4 4, 3 3, 2 2, 1 1. Shady's gonna come ahead on that one though.
And now, round number 8. 1 away from a tie game for Titans. As a slow start from Bind, a slow start from Split, but Titans never counted out here as they bring it on back. Triple Duelists haven't really been proven in the past couple of rounds. Shut down early. Gotta give a lot of credit to Patty on this Brimstone, though. They've really been putting Titans in a bad position. Phoenix might have a little bit of trouble here in this Heaven setup.
Boombot does spot them out. Gonna have to shoot it. They know someone's up there. Not quite sure what they're gonna get themselves into as they round this corner. Makai gonna flash out. Peek through. Can't see anything quite yet. The Reno Lear will come out and blind him in return. You're gonna find one. Back themselves up. 70 health still for Phoenix. It's a good pick if you're Titan.
Uriel, operator. Spike's gonna go down. Zack attack covered. Gozo should be checked by this alarm bot. The Nail Swarm too, probably pushing him back. Patty on this Brimstone gonna be watching Heaven. Ooh, sonar. It is gonna spot out Patty, but not Ramen. They're still gonna check it. Squeaks around Uriel with the Overwatch. Bladestorm. Gonna be primed. Across once again, trying to do it all. Bucky from Spencer gonna peek on through. Zack shuts down the rest. SDK find their 5th. And take away the tempo of Titans.
Uriel drew so much attention there with the operator with the knives, and they kind of forgot about Zack Attack, who's just been quietly having a huge game. Getting multiple kills there at the end, secures their backside, making sure no one's getting onto that side, allows Uriel to play around with the knives and try and land the miracle couple pixel headshot there with them. SDK looking good, 5-3 now. We move into the next one. Looks like they're playing around towards the middle of this map. They don't have the spike in hand, so could be a bit of a bloodbath. As you see Titan also pushing up aggressively.
Uriel shotgun. The heartache of Makai gonna rain on into double kill from the Phoenix. SDK come alive now in round number 9. Zack Attack with heavy aggression to Heaven. I don't think these players in ropes even know that Zack Attack's this far up here. Around the corner. Bucky. Ooh, Zack Attack's gonna have a free kill. I don't even know if Shady wants to come up here. Shady, just go lay down.
Go hang out somewhere. Gonna get pinched from either side of ropes. The smoke goes out, teleporting right in front of Zack Attack. That's a flawless for SDK. 6-3, doubling the rounds of Titan here. Could still be a tied half though. I mean, that's happened pretty much every map we've seen these two go against. We did have a 7-5, but 3 rounds for Titan could make it happen.
Can I say that split? I mean, we just saw it. I mean, 7 rounds into bind, Makai was 15 and what, like 7? Zack Attack is 15 and 5, 9 rounds into split. So look at the dynamic across this team. I mean, Zack Attack now coming alive with this Killjoy. Really proven to be a hard case for Titans now. Back to the B side of the map, Gozo. Nano Swarm. Looking to shut down, they run it back, still taking so much damage, and that run it back's gonna get the proper value and baiting out Gozo. And that very aggressive style hold for the defense, Titan's not gonna pay off with it.
Spike will go down. 2 players from Titan up in Heaven. Phoenix gonna be the first one to pop out and pop right into Uriel's sights. Gets taken down by the operator. And get that recon dart out of the way. We'll get revealed for a moment, but they kind of already knew they were hanging back there. Petty hanging out near the spike. 2 players from Titan still up in Heaven. Gonna have to rotate this one back out. Looks like they're just gonna try and save their weaponry for now.
Just smart.
Absolutely. I mean, you really can't be giving SDK any more of a lead than they have right now.
This is absolutely insane, though, from SDK. The amount of alpha chattery that I'm seeing for the B site. I mean, Titans, they went for the right thing. I mean, Gozo changed something up. You play aggressive towards garbage, and you have the Nano Swarm down to disrupt that full push through the garage, but that run it back, just enough of a distraction for Patty to get that follow-up. And Gozo just amounts to nothing in the end of it because of that run it back solely. Now you're looking at the next round, round 11. You got the Killjoy lockdown, you got the Showstopper. On the opposite side for Titans, you only have that lockdown. What are you coming up on? You're close to the CP from Shady, but that's just about it now. If you use that lockdown mixed with the Showstopper, this could guarantee an 8th round for SDK.
Showstopper does get pulled out, looking for a target, swings it, and that's a hit for sure. Shady will get dropped by that. Gonna throw the paint can up towards heaven, look to deter anyone from peeking out. They start to get this plant underway.
Oh, the push through the Judge. Not as good as Uriel's Judge. Heal from Phoenix, gonna bring him up to about 70 maybe. Full lockdown right now as they're going for that flawless. 5-on-3. Spencer gonna be working with Caprage. Patty shuts it down. Spencer taking away that flawless for a good 2. But Patty hitting that flank leaves only the Killjoy alone for this as well. You're looking to go up 8-3 here. On pace for a 9-3. Zactac around the corner is gonna lose their gun to Gozo.
Caught with the knife out there as they swing around the corner. Gozo gonna trade that for the Vandal. Spike goes off. SDK 8-3. Titan, they're not finding their foothold right now.
Last round in the half.
Best they can do is 8-4 at this point. SDK looking to make it a 9-3 half, give themselves every advantage they can. And it looks like that might be the case right here. Titan still working with scraps right there. 2 Vandals are able to come through. 3 Vandals, excuse me. But a Judge and a Bulldog for the last 2 members there, and it's still possible.
Safety's off.
You're looking at the differences right now. I mean, Phoenix moving over to this Reyna compared to the Jet. Bottom fragging 4-11. So, I mean, the whole idea of Reyna's kit is you have to find kills.
Yeah.
Now you have to lock down on the attack. Because you didn't have to use it with that Showstopper. I don't know if they're going to expect Phoenix around the corner, but they're actually not even going to pay attention to this great trigger discipline. Lockdown's not even going to catch them because you have that Devour, still a 1-for-1 trade. Now, wide swing from Spencer, not even going to land for some damage. Spike should go down, a 4-on-4 for this retake, down to 5. Shock Dart's going to find Ramen, but not after the plant goes down.
The 3v4 SDK low on the health. Zactac gonna take that position up on the spike, wait for someone to peek around the corner, might find it right here, so close. There it is, but Gozo's reaction time is there. Uriel can trade it out, though, looking for more, finds the opposing Jet, drops them. Shady and Caprage finds kills simultaneously, but can't quite get onto the spike. Should have enough time to grab this defuse, though.
8-4 is where the half is gonna lead us. Oh, Hunter's Fury. Are you gonna do it? Oh, it's toxic. TP away. Caprage, he just wanted another kill.
He wanted the smoke.
He just wanted to give it to him. You look at that, heading into this last halfway mark of the Pit of Valor for today. Ascent 13-3. Where did it start off? It was a 6-6 half. We went to Bind, another 13-10. Where was the half at that one? 7-5. Each one just is a bigger lead for SDK. Where SDK led Bind 7-5, now they lead Split 8-4. But at the same time, you look at Titans when they did swap sides, and they amounted to 4 rounds in a row. If they do the exact same here, Titans will tie it up.
Have to be afraid of that if you're SDK. Kind of had that in the back of your head. Oh, last map, like, yeah, we were ahead of the half, but they came back. You can't let that happen if you are SDK. If you're Titan, you've got to make it happen. You've done it before. You know you can do it. Make it work. Again, they're pushing towards the middle of this map, setting up the one-way into the ropes room. Can't quite see anyone there. Phoenix going to push up. Nothing spotted just yet. Sees the Omen smoke come through. Tosses that Lear. Sees the Reyna. Everyone dips away for their lives for now. Just kidding. Phoenix finds one onto Ramen. Uriel immediately there to trade it out. Tries to find more, but Spencer's there. Kills across the board right now. Trying to get this spike down. Caprage gonna start that up.
Exactly what Titans need now into this next half. And the post plant's gonna lead them in towards CT. Makai! Oh!
One enemy remaining.
This guy's had his drink control fixing, and it's showing. Zack Attack with 2 kills to finish it off. The retake from SDK is as smooth as butter, Hawk's Nest. 9-4 now.
Yeah, I mean, it seemed like Titan were going to be able to hold that one down. They got onto the site. They got the spike where they wanted it. It seemed like things were going their way, but Makai says, never mind. A beautiful 2-piece right there at the end. Jack Attack coming in at the end there, making it work. I mean, SDK, they don't want this to be anywhere near contestable for a Titan.
Look at this. Force fire from either side, as you're saying. Stingers against Spectres. Uriel, come on, do it. Come on, switch back. Looks like he's gonna stick with the Stinger though.
He just wants to be different.
Yeah, he is built different after all. Nanoswarm's gonna force Spencer on site. That's a headshot. A stuff of the barrel to Zack Attack's noggin. Leading the way now, the attackers on the advantage once again, but I've seen this before. I'm not gonna count them out. It's not an absolute till the round's done.
Like does go down. 4 players kind of huddled together, trying to figure out where to be. Makai gonna get spotted out, take some bullets for that. He's trying to set up this pinch as SDK. Robin's on the other side trying to peek through, can't quite see anything. Spencer finds one, Gozo finds another. Uriel's the only one to find a kill, but the rest are dead. Titan was a solid hold on that A site.
That was just textbook from Titans. There's literally nothing you could do against it after Spencer finds that first on the Zack Attack. They had a perfect hold. The Stingers are they literally are the highest damage output gun in the game. The only thing is that they have the smallest clip. So when you're in the close quarters that Splits allows you to have, Stinger is just gonna rain a little bit heavier than the Spectre at times. So they go 1 for 1 after the half. SDK still leading by 4. 9-5 is going to be the scoreline. Makai with a crossfire between Ramen and Zack Attack. Spencer makes it 2. Tailwind inside of Vents.
Wow.
And the backup from Gozo takes down both of them. Patty's good for 1, but only 1.
Dashes right by 1 player, finds the second kill. The teammate gets that one. Spike gonna go down over on this B site. It's a 4v2 SDK. Looking like a rough retake, if any. They start to move towards this heaven.
SK down to 2. Rotating to heaven. JD is gonna hit them with the smoke. They are gonna go for a split attack. Paranoia is not going to land on either. Rome Patty for Classic. Not able to get any kills. Uriel spots out the Omen. The swing is wide. Uriel gets 1 pick, but only 1 pick. So that second round for Titans going to bring him to a 6-9 standing. And the bonus round should be afoot now against the rifles of SDK. Now, SDK could get double digits off of this. But considering that Titans are on attack and they've been really fast on these attacks at that, these SMGs might be able to get the better of the assault rifles on this bonus round, and Split is a very good map to allow you to do so.
Yeah, if you're SDK, you gotta kind of sit back a little bit. They have, pretty default setups right now on the rip. Somewhat aggressive. The operator shot almost finds Spencer. Gonna pull out that knife and try and push forward. Not able to find anything. The team's rushing forward. These submachine guns, like you said, are so strong. Spencer with a freaking snap onto Uriel's face. Makai and Pedal trade them out, though, Patty. Looking for another. Makai is going to be the one to find it with the run it back, teleporting themselves back to safety. Well, it started out as a beautiful push from Titan. Has fallen apart. Makai almost finds another, but Gozo's going to be the last one standing. Will be dropped by Zack Attack.
I'm curious if they're gonna get there in time. I see Patty running for it. Don't know if they grabbed it. No, they didn't. They left the op behind. Sad money for Uriel there. Not gonna have the boomstick going into the next round, but maybe not wanting the boomstick into the next round. Does look like the economy is still a little bit lacking for SDK even after that round win. So now that they dedicated themselves to the bonus round for Titans, you have a full rifle buy with full armor across all your players against Mackie with the Spectre. not a dedicated gun to Uriel. Titans have a good opportunity to bring this back. Uriel didn't have to buy the gun because you got the Blade Storm. Goes for the right click on a Spencer, only doing half health. Luckily, the trade is there from Patty.
That is a huge trade right there. You really don't lose too much out of the Jet. The ultimate's done with, so you're not losing any weaponry. Titan does lose an important member, though. It's a gun off the table. Zack Attack now trying to hold this B. Keep themselves hidden for now. Will peek wide, finds one, trying to find more. Can't quite happen. Caprage trades that one out. 8 health on Phoenix, though. Very, very weak.
Patty, oh, this could be it. This could be it. What is the Sova doing? Did you? I don't. Am I the only one that saw that Sova just jumped that far in the air?
I'm not quite sure how or what happened right there, but.
Well, Patty, though, I'm still looking at this. I think Patty has the best read on this possible.
30 seconds left.
Could be massive. Depends on whether or not Titan are going to expect anyone around this corner. They're going to peek right now. Finds one, looking for the second, possibly third. Molly going to bounce across. Might be enough to find them. Spray down. The classic comes out.
Patty's just too good. Patty's just too good.
Patty is insane.
Mackay closes out with that Spectre as well, recovering the rifles of Titan. 11th round for SDK. This is the biggest lead we've seen in the grand finals yet.
Patty just, I mean, absolutely read Titan like a book on that play. Paid off dividends. 11-6, definitely the biggest lead we've had, as you say. Zack Attack 20-10, Patty 15-7. SDK are killing it right now, and Titan do not have a response for their defensive rounds.
Barrage leading the charge through Garage now. Shock Dart. Trying to force out anybody that's close. Nobody gonna be home, no. Zack Attack still unchecked. Gonna find Spencer.
Ooh,
Attackers do drop the lockdown, but Zack Attack is a lockdown of their own with that double kill. Titans are gonna be down 2. Stalled out on this attack. Does get pinged, so Zack Attack does get shot through the smoke, but Mackay hits that flank and drops Titan down to 2, a 3-on-2 now.
Nearly a 3-on-1. Such low health on the Silver right now. They're going to have to carefully rotate around. JD has to find the trades if there's going to be one. There's too many people from SDK just to get a 1-1 trade. Patty just hanging out in the back here. I mean, there's not too much more you need to do right now. Have the back of your teammate. Don't allow yourself to get a free pick.
2 health. He'll blow when this guy falls over. Prosh still going for the kills. Patty gonna be watching this one. The hero of the last round. Prosh has nothing to say about it. Lockdown or Hellfire. 9 seconds. Not gonna have enough time to plant after the Hellfire. Ooh, actually, I think they just got it in time. Ramen swings wide. Shady. Literally nothing you can do about that one. 12th round for SDK. They're on grand final point. This is it. Call them Michael Jackson last tour, man.
They are amped up. You can see it in the way they're playing. Very confident here. Full buys to come out. This is SDK's round to lose. Titan, more than half of them are on half armor. They do have those rifles, so they have the kill potential, but they're going to need to hit those shots and make them count. Because SDK is going to come in full fire onto this A site.
Here we go. This is what you want. Brimstone is going to smoke it off, so these players have to force themselves into the sniper if they want to get onto the site. If not, they have to take their sights to heaven. They have the Empress popped. Mackay on the opposite side with the flash. Smart job from SDK to just possibly wait out this Empress, not feed any more ultimate to this player, but they do have a really good read on this take at the moment. Phoenix almost out of the Empress, so it is still finding Phoenix, still finding a kill onto Patty. The trade's gonna favor Titans now. They're going for site control. Uriel goes for the quick scope, but this isn't FaZe Clan. This is Pit of Valor. Gozo wins that.
Phoenix gonna win out as well. Just Ramen not able to find it. Phoenix with a 3-piece Titan keeping themselves alive. SDK not gonna be going home with anything just quite yet. 5 rounds still separate Titan though. They're gonna need to do at least that many in a row.
22 and 12.
Massive, huge.
Zack attack, man. Like, jeez.
He is attacking. Like, he's on
Literally
defense,
attacking.
he is still attacking. He is just everything about this guy right now.
Keep up.
Look at the defenders setting up here. That is going to be your Rays locking down B Heaven. Brimstone and Phoenix, ropes and A Heaven. Uriel locking down screens. And all alone Zack attack for the B site. With the help of that Heaven player, I guess. Mid control going to be in favor of Titan, as it does look like they are going to be starting their climb to the B Heaven, the ascent. They have
The
to watch
stairway
out.
to heaven, if you will.
Literally, gotta watch out for Ramen on the other side, though, as Ramen is raining hell with the paint cans.
A lot of damage there coming through. Stalls the attack there for now. They're still playing around the middle of the map. You can see on your mini map. Omen starting to rotate towards that A. Team soon to follow.
Very slow round from both of them, Hawk's Nest. Now we're back at the A site. You went B Heaven, you peeked in defense, now you're at A. You're going to be meeting Uriel, Makai, and the Brimstone. Now Uriel's still with the operator here. Smoked off probably by Shady lining it up. Here comes the sonar. Smokes are out. Oh, it's still good for one. That smoke was late.
Makai's gonna push up with the run it back. Will not find anything. Spencer pops up from the vent. Drops
13 seconds.
13 seconds indeed. 10 time is counting down.
And the lockdown.
Spike planted.
So many things are happening right now. Caprage finds a third with the Hunter's Fury.
Oh, I think the lockdown was destroyed by the Hunter's Fury now. Shock Dart. Operator looking to hold it down. They're both doing such a good job at limiting Uriel. Caprage for the 4K. Titans are still alive. Oh, my heart, man.
I can't take another one of those rounds. Someone's gonna have to start cleaning this one up. SDK, they can't do that too many more times. Their economy's not going to allow them having to save it up on this one.
They have a little bit of a sponge Hawk's Nest, so they could literally not buy anything, make sure their economy is good, and then come back in the next round. You have the showstopper as well, so if things start going your way, dedicate the ultimate, lock down the round.
Seems like that's the plan here out of SDK. They're going to play up a little bit more aggressively. Try and find some cheeky kills. Ramen did pick up that stinger, trying to find one. Spencer was going to find it instead and dash out to safety. No response there as Makai also drops to Phoenix.
It's SDK. Decimated to 2. And they're not even on site. They're not even here to shut them down. Uriel and Patty looking to take as any guns they can out of the hands of the Titans. Spencer not going to let them know. Brilliant shots for 3K. Caprage got a 4K last round. Give Spencer the 3K this round.
Eddie gonna try to make something happen through the smoke. Pre-fires come through. The dart gets destroyed. Give themselves a combat stim. Able to find one on to go. They're gonna back up for a moment, but Spencer able to grab the 4K this one. My oh my, we have a game on our hands again.
I mean, Titans, as soon as I count them out, they're here for it. Spencer is 21 and 18. Zack Attack 23 and 14. Raj slowly behind with 15. Gozo behind him with 13. Patty with 18. And Uriel with 14 on the opposite. You do see limited by Zack Attack low armor, but full armor on the rest of them. With the operator back in hands of Uriel, and Uriel hasn't really been doing the most with this op. You know, you're finding that first kill, but follow-ups just aren't there from the rest of them. So hopefully looking to change this. The Brim Smoke blocking the sights once again, though.
Taking a different angle on this A site, which I like. Kind of throw Titan off guard a little bit, maybe find an easier kill there. The crossfire comes in from up above. Makai keeping themselves safe on that ramp for now. Spencer wants to make the pre-fire through the smoke happen. Everyone's playing it real careful.
Zack Attack. Wait, I just kind of clued in that that's a defender in their backline.
It sure is. Hanging out, waiting for any rotations, maybe.
Even still, a recap on that smoke is going to delay them even longer, down to 40 seconds, and they're literally pulled up here. You still have the showstopper for the Rays back on the B site. Going to rotate all the way around defenders. Smokes are out for the Omen. Reyna's on. Misses the first op shot. Going for the second. Can't land it. Uriel once again whiffing with this sniper. And Spencer on that backup. Oh, Makai makes it interesting with 2. A 3-on-2 now. Jet's low. Silva, a little bit of damage done. Showstopper, possibly. It is going to be pulled. They're going for it. Gets 1 kill. Spencer shuts him down in the air. Zack Attack a 1-on-1. Caprage. Double digits for Titan.
Man, SDK, you need 1 round to make this happen, to take this home. I don't think they need to put Uriel on that operator right now. No flame on them, but not finding the success that they need to with the current times. There's missing these shots, getting a little bit too anxious, too antsy, I think.
Let me just say, 13-10? 13-10?
I mean, yes.
I don't want to just speak it into existence or curse it, but possibilities are afoot. Now look at Makai, how aggressive is all hell through garage. Altorb 1 away from the run it back. Paint cans, Phoenix down to 44 health. They have vents control. They do know that there's at least 1 player inside heaven. What they don't know is there's actually 2. They are having a good read on this attack, though, at going for the A site where you only have Zack Attack here. Literally, the efforts have swapped. All players on B, Zack Attack on A.
SDK starting to rotate, though. Feeling something more towards that A site. Titan still kind of playing it slow. They don't want to peek out too early, get picked. Want to make sure that the site they're going to is going to give them the best chances of keeping this game alive. They're still only 1 round loss away from being done. SDK trying their hardest to make it happen. Petty pulls out the molly, going to send it through.
Empress
up top gets taken out by Raymond. Uriel with the knives out, trying to find one on the Gozo or Spencer. Going to trade those out. Ramen finds a second up there. Patty almost looking for another here. Peeking around the Chris finds Caprage. Makai.
Oh, no way.
It's a 1v3. Patty's going to finish it off. SDK are your grand champions.
They just wanted the 13-10. That's all. They just wanted the 13-10. So
they wanted the 13-10.
SDK. Oh, my. Ramen with that 2-piece in heaven. The split push from screens and A spawn. Oh my. SDK came to play. And they take split. They take the grand finals 2-1. Let me tell you, this is the closest grand finals Pit of Valor has ever had. And I am not ashamed of what I saw from both teams. Both teams are on their heads playing from literally the grit, the passion, whatever they wanted from Valorant. 13-10 on Ascent, 13-10 on Bind, 13-10 on Split. What more could you ask
it's
for?
Insane. It's insane. I really am curious if SDK was just playing with us for a little while and like, we'll make it a 13-10 just for the fun, or if Titan really was seriously coming back and making this that much of a show right now. But either way, man, amazing grand finals. Absolutely, by far the closest, like you said, we've had here. nutty plays across every side, every player, every team. My goodness.
Well, congratulations to SDK, your victors of the Pit of Valor for tonight. Hawk's Nest, we got something cooking in the back of GLG. You know, some nice little tournaments heating up in our book of schemes. Why don't you tell them what we're looking forward to here?
Man, we have so many things looking forward that we have to look forward to. The Valorant AM coming up. We have a lot of top tier teams entered in this right now. And if you think you deserve a spot in the invitational to come and go up against these guys for your chance at $2,000, make sure you get in contact with us. Try and apply. Get yourselves in these right now because it's going to be worth it if you can compete against these teams.
Look, 4 qualifiers, $100 for each of them. $2,000 qualified tournament at the end, the invitational for the Val Am, sponsored by Players Zone. I cannot wait to see what we have to offer. Ladies and gentlemen, Pit of Valor has been crazy today. 7 hours of action right at your fingertips across A stream and B stream. I want to thank you all for coming out. I want to thank both of our observers, our producer, our tournament organizers. We really brought it all to the books today for GLG, and I think that this is one of our best streams that we've ever put on. So thank you all for coming out. Congratulations to SCK. Have a good night. It's been a pleasure.
Ultimate not going to find any kills, gets a lot of damage. Doobie and Beckham trading with these assault rifles. Kaplan trying to get onto that site, but can't quite make it through. Does get one through the smoke. Blast going to trade it back. Kaplan with the third through the stun. The diffuser still going down. Can he find them in time? He can. He's for Kaplan.
The opposing point of picking up from garage could move to position, but the site opens up, and immediately 2 down here as AV strikes first, and then strike quickly. Almost all of the kid falling apart. Smith coming here for the upper short. Strike to J gets a triple, but to get a quadra. And
Upshot, and now you have to deal with 3 more. You get 1 through the smoke, a triple kill no less. Is he able to find it? No, through the smoke. He's able to find a second one. That's a quad kill.